Section 23 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. Conflicts of Jurisdiction in Library Systems. At bottom, a departmental system in a large institution is simply an outcome of the fact that its head requires aid in administration. At first, perhaps, he can actually do everything with his own hand. Next, he requires helpers, but he can oversee them all. Finally, he must have overseers, who are the only ones with whom he deals directly and for whom he naturally classifies the work and divides it among them accordingly. This is not merely a symbolical or fanciful account of such a development. There are plenty of heads of institutions, educational, commercial, and industrial, who have personally seen every stage of it, who are now administering a complicated system of departments where they once did everything themselves. In particular, there are now librarians at the head of great libraries who began library work by performing, or at least overseeing directly, the elementary acts of which library operation may be taken to consist, and who have watched such a simple system of superintendence develop year by year into something complex. Such a development, as I have said, is naturally based on some kind of classification. If one could sit down and, foreseeing the growth of his institution for years to come, settle upon the way in which that growth should be cared for, his classification might possibly be more logical and workable than most classifications now are. The best of them are woefully imperfect, as no one knows better than we librarians, and when division into classes proceeds pari passu with growth, we are necessarily bothered with that troublesome thing, cross-classification. As our institution grows, one direction of growth and a corresponding set of conditions and needs comes into the foreground after another, and our basis of classification is apt to change accordingly. In the library, for instance, territorial expansion has frequently claimed the right of way. It has been evident that wide regions within the municipality were not reached by the library's activities, hence the establishment of branches, practically classification on a regional or territorial basis. Next, perhaps, some other need is pushed forward, say the necessity for special care given to the children of the community. Here is a non-territorial basis for classification, founded only upon the age of the library's users. These are not classes and subclasses, but are entirely different primary systems of classification, whose dividing lines cross and do not run parallel. A man who should sit down and try to evolve, at first hand, some sort of classification of library work might adopt one or the other, but not both. In one case, he might divide his city into districts, with district superintendents and local librarians under each. In the other, he might divide his users by ages and tastes and have a superintendent for each. In neither case would there be cross-classification, with its overlapping classes and consequent interferences of jurisdiction. But this is not the way that things work out. The librarian finds it necessary to have his geographical subdivisions and also those based on age, and he adopts others also as they appear desirable, without much regard for the logic of classification. If he does take it into account, he feels that the troubles resulting from conflicts of jurisdiction will be more easily dealt with than those consequent upon a refusal to respond to the present demands of the work. Also, and this is an important factor, conflicts of jurisdiction, no matter how inevitable, are in the future, and the present demands of the work look vastly larger and press with insistence. Is there any wonder that he does what lies immediately before him and lets the future take care of itself? Unfortunately, the future always does take care of itself very well indeed, and presents itself to demand a reckoning at the appointed time. The library, for instance, that has its branches for different regions, and its children's room in each, gets along well enough so long as its cross-classification of work exists only on paper. But the time comes when departmental organization must begin, and this must be based on the classification. There may be a superintendent of branches and a superintendent of children's work, or the branch librarians may report to the librarian directly, or there may be other dispositions with other duties and names. In any case, a children's room at a branch library necessarily finds itself in two departments, under two jurisdictions, and under two heads. If the branch librarian and the children's superintendent are both yielding in disposition, the librarian may never have the conflict of jurisdiction brought to his attention. If either is yielding while the other is masterful, there will also be no trouble. In one case, the branch librarian will run the adult end of her branch and leave the other to the children's department. In the other, there will be one branch, at least, where the children's supervisor has little to say, a condition of things that may be tolerated, but is surely undesirable. But suppose that both heads are conscientious, assertive, and anxious to push the work, fond of organizing administrative details, and impatient of interference. Here we have the possibilities of trouble at once. The first rumblings of the storm come usually in the form of complaints of interference on the one side or the other. Then we have a demand from both sides for a definition of their respective rights and responsibilities. The librarian is asked, for instance, in just what respects the children's librarian shall take her orders from the branch librarian and in what from the supervisor. This is a good deal like petitioning the legislature to pass a law specifying exactly when a child shall obey his father and when the mayor of the city. The librarian who enters on this plausible path will sooner or later be lost in the jungle. He has only himself to thank. Either he or his predecessor started the game, and he must play it out to the end. We librarians are all responsible for each other's faults. Let us see how he may play it. In the first place, his is the power. What is done in any department is done by his orders or by the orders of someone endowed by him with authority to give orders. He has given two persons authority over the same field at one point, and it is his business to straighten things out. Here are some possible ways. 1. The authority of one head may be absolutely extinguished in the field where conflict exists. Here we have legalized the state of things described above as existing with a combination of one spineless department head and one very spiny one. It works, but at the expense of everything that tends to the efficiency of the extinguished authority, and I do not recommend it. 2. An attempt may be made, as noted above, to draw a line between the two spheres of authority and keep each in its place. This appeals to those who are fond of detail, for it can be done only by considering and ticketing details. A line, defined by some one clear principle, cannot be drawn in a field of this kind between two things, both of which logically cover that field. It is logical that the children's librarian in a branch should be wholly under the authority of the branch librarian, since she is a branch employee like the others. It is just as logical that she should be wholly under the authority of the supervisor, of whose department she is a part. If we are to define the things in which she is to obey the one and the other, they must be enumerated one by one. And then other things will turn up that have not been thus enumerated, and we are in trouble again. This plan, as I have said, appeals to those who revel in regulations and specifications, but I can recommend it no more than the other. 3. One department may formally and distinctly be set above the other, or, what is the same thing, the librarian may resolve, when a conflict arises, always to decide the matter in favor of one particular department. This means, in the special case that we have been using as an illustration, either that the children's department shall be allowed to do nothing in a branch library without the consent of the branch librarian, or of the supervisor of branches, if there is one, or that all questions involving the administration of a branch children's room must depend ultimately on the chief of the children's department. This may seem to be the same as the plan by which the authority of one department is absolutely done away in the disputed sphere. it is of the same type, but not so drastic. In the other plan, one has not authority to do anything. In this, one must ask permission, not the same thing by any means. This plan is practically in effect at some libraries. It would probably be regarded as equitable by most department heads, provided their own department were put ahead of the other. The trouble is that it involves an arbitrary subordination, one that does not exist in the nature of the classification. And this subordination is local and partial. It cannot hold good for the whole department. No one would think of placing the branch department as a whole under the children's department, or vice versa. And the objections, although not so strong as those to the extinguishment plan, are of the same kind. The efficiency of one department or the other is bound to suffer, and for this reason I do not consider this the best plan. 4. All department heads in conflicting spheres may be regarded simply as advisors of the librarian and not as possessing authority in themselves to give orders. A conflict is thus reduced to contradictory advice from two sources. The librarian then pursues whatever course seems good to him. This plan has attractive features, especially to administrators of the type that like to keep a finger on every pie. There is doubtless danger in aloofness. The librarian must know what is going on, but I see no advantage in requiring him to decide questions of trivial detail at frequent intervals, as he must do under this plan. For conflicts generally begin in questions of detail, and it is at the beginning or even earlier in anticipation that they must be caught and adjusted. This plan works, but it reduces the department head to a consulting expert and burdens the librarian with detail. It does not appeal to me at all. 5. The two conflicting departments may cooperate intelligently and courteously without sacrifice of authority or self-respect under the advice and orders of the librarian. This is the plan that I recommend. It is the most difficult of all, and no regulations or specifications can be formulated for carrying it out. For this reason, it will never be widely in favor. A wicked and rebellious generation demands a sign, and in this plan there is neither sign nor formula except that general principle of helpfulness and willingness to place the common whole above the selfish part that is at the antipodes of both wickedness and rebellion. It is a personal matter, and it adds one important qualification to those already necessary in department heads, the ability to do teamwork. This qualification, however, is so important, quite apart from its necessity in connection with his plan, that we may consider it an advantage, rather than otherwise, that the plan puts it forward and insists upon it. On the whole, I think that a library with mediocre department heads having this qualification is better manned and will do more satisfactory work than one with a staff of supremely able experts, cranky, self-centered, and all pulling different ways. The efforts of members of a body like a library staff are not to be measured arithmetically. They are what mathematicians call vectors, directed quantities like force, velocity, or acceleration. To know where a man will bring up one must have not only his speed, but its direction. The sum of two equal forces may be anything from 0 up to their double, depending on their relative directions, and if the sum is 0, no matter how large the components may be, the result is precisely the same as if those components are small, or as if neither existed. It is this sort of thing that an eminent employer of labor had in mind when he advised, if two of your subordinates don't get along together, discharge both of them, no matter how good they are. In this man's estimation, the relative value of teamwork evidently stands pretty high. I should not follow his advice, however, without giving everyone a fair chance. I have known the opinions of one department head about another and their ability to work together to improve greatly on acquaintance. The part necessarily played by the librarian in this scheme may be regarded by some as an objection. I have already referred to administrators who, like the late Tsar of Russia, prefer to regulate all the details of the kingdom by personal supervision. There is also the precisely opposite type, who like to make a good machine, set it going, and then let it alone. The trouble is that machines will not run of themselves. They need oversight, oiling, cleaning, and repairing. The best require a minimum of all this, but all must have some of it, and such machinery as there is in this plan requires a maximum of oversight. It is, however, not the control of details, but rather the watching of general methods and results. Is everything running smoothly, without lost motion or backlash, and turning out a satisfactory finished product? If not, can the trouble be located? Yes, these two cogs do not work smoothly together. Let us find out which is at fault and adjust or replace it. But if our investigation is fruitless, possibly the best plan is to discard both. I trust I have misled no one by treating here specifically of two departments. I might have substituted the names of a dozen others. All through library administration, and especially in the administration of a system of branch libraries, these possibilities of conflict occur. In branches, they are generally between the branch administration and the central departments: finance, supplies, cataloging, book orders, reference, and circulation. The handling of this whole matter depends, of course, on the librarian. He it must be who is to decide on general policies or go to his board for a decision in cases so important that he feels their action necessary. If the work of departments overlaps in some field where the library's policy has not yet been decided upon and defined, he has no one to blame but himself if the adjustment is difficult. And if policies are defined in advance and pains taken to inform department heads thoroughly of their existence and import, the likelihood of serious disagreement will be considerably lessened. It must not be forgotten also that the success of any plan may be increased or diminished by skill or lack of skill in handling it. I am confident that any of the plans about which I have spoken unfavorably above would work better under a good librarian than the best would work under a bad one. But I forget myself. We librarians are like Kentucky whiskey. Some are better than others, but there are no bad ones. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. 3 kinds of librarians. The human eye is so constituted that it can see clearly but a small part of the field of vision at one time. We have learned by habit to move it about quickly and comprehensively, so that unless our attention is called to the fact, we do not realize this limitation, but it exists. In like manner, it is difficult for the human mind to take a comprehensive view of a subject. We are apt to fix upon some one feature and ignore the rest. In recent times, we have been devoting our attention to the personal element. We talk about the man behind the gun a good deal. I would not underrate him or what he can do, but it is surely necessary to have the gun itself before the man behind it can be effective. In fact, the man per se is about the most helpless of animals. His superiority to the mere brute lies in his ability to use tools, his inferiority in the fact that he can do almost nothing without them. A man with a gun is indeed formidable. A wildcat can do nothing with such a tool, but then he is reasonably formidable without it. I have yielded thus to the temptation to depreciate the personal element somewhat at the beginning of an address in which it is to be discussed, because this defect of the human mind, that tends to fix it upon one feature to the exclusion of others, has of late apparently led many to think that a man is valuable in himself and by himself, without anything to work with or anything to work on. A man is making a failure of his job. The first thought is that he must be replaced. 9 persons out of 10 fail to inquire whether anyone at all could have succeeded under the same conditions. Your cook prepares an inedible meal. You rage and call loudly for a new regime in the kitchen, whereas all the time your competent servant has been struggling with a faulty range, tough meat, and bad flour. Shall we then sit down and refuse to do anything at all unless our tools and our materials are of the best? By no means. One of the chief distinctions between a capable and an inefficient worker lies in the ability of the former to make the best of unpromising conditions. No one can do as well with poor tools and materials as with good ones, but the good worker will turn out a better job with the former than the inefficient one will. These things apply, of course, to the library worker as to all others, especially to librarians in small towns where tools and materials are apt to be not of the best. Among tools we may reckon buildings, books, and all kinds of library appliances. The material is the community on which the librarian, by proper use of her tools, aims to produce a certain effect. Now it is open to such a worker to view her task from any one of 3 different standpoints, to choose, we will say, from 3 different kinds of librarianship. She may be a librarian of the day before yesterday, or of today. The librarian of the day before yesterday is the librarian of a part of the community. Not only does she make no effort to encourage the use of her library, but she distinctly discourages certain persons and certain classes of persons from entering it. This grade of librarian includes as many kinds as there are persons or classes of the community that may be discouraged. Some, for instance, exclude all the poorly dressed or all of inferior social status. Others welcome just these and exclude the well-dressed and well-to-do. The philanthropic donor of a city branch library building once waxed very wroth when she saw a carriage standing in front of the building. Her library, she said, was for the poor, not for carriage people. These ways of looking at things are sometimes an inheritance from former conditions. A subscription library turned into a free public library hesitates to welcome, all at once, the lower strata that have so long been banished from its doors. On the other hand, a public library that has developed from a charitable foundation regards these as its proper users and looks askance at the well-to-do, as in the case of the good lady with her carriage people. When I speak of the exclusion of a class of persons, I do not mean that they are formally kept out or even consciously discouraged. This is why it is so easy to be a librarian of the day before yesterday. That day was a comfortable day, an easy day to be self-satisfied in. It had its libraries for the rich and its libraries for the poor. Some class was always named, even if some were always left out. It may be that the exclusion operates through features that are in themselves excellent. I have seen, in a small community, a library building so fine, with such an atmosphere of quiet good taste, and so ladylike a librarian, that the great public no more dared to enter therein than if a fierce lion had stood in the doorway. I have known libraries, too, in which the books were too good. Certain classes in the community were not intellectually up to them. I have also known libraries that were never used by the foreigners in their communities, or by the coloured people. These latter, strange to say, were largely in the north. The South recognises the Negro and pays him much attention, in its way. It settles his status and sees that it is observed. He has the last 4 seats on the trolley car, and he has his separate library accommodations. In the North, he is on an equality with the white man, in everything but reality. He is welcome to the library in theory, and he does not use it in practice. I fear that in this respect too many of us belong to the day before yesterday. I trust that I have made it clear that the librarian of day before yesterday is not a bad librarian. He or she is just a librarian of day before yesterday. That is all. Now we will step into one of Mr. H.G. Wells's time machines and take a short spin ahead into yesterday. The librarian of yesterday excludes no one at all from his library, for he is within one step of being up to date. He discourages no person nor any class of persons. He stands in his doors with outstretched arms and announces that his library is free to all, that it has books for all, rich and poor, old and young, barbarian, Scythian, bond and free. The selection of books is well thought out and adapted to the community in which it is. The accommodations are ample and fitting. Everyone is welcome. What more could you ask? Nothing at all, provided you are still in yesterday. Yesterday, this sort of library was regarded as the last word in the popularization of the book, and it is indeed a long step in advance of day before yesterday. The librarian's material is before him. He has good books. Is more needed than this? Yea, verily. One may have a nail and a hammer to drive it, also an egg and a pan to fry it. Yet one cannot fry the egg with the hammer. Some selective action is necessary before we can attain the result that we want. A minister, presiding at a wedding in which several couples were to be united at once, read the marriage service and then exclaimed, "I pronounce you men and wives. Now you can sort yourselves." The trouble is that things will not sort themselves. They must have someone to sort them. And this is what is the matter with the library and the librarian of yesterday. They fail to make connection between the man and the book, so that part of the fine collection remains wholly or relatively unused, and part of the community that it ought to serve remains apart from the library, despite the librarian's outstretched arms and his words of welcome. If he had read his Bible, as his great-grandparents used to do, he would have realized that to fill the table at the wedding feast of literature and life, a simple invitation sufficeth not. We must go out into the highways and hedges and compel them to come in. The attitude of passive expectancy, of ability and willingness to serve those who come, was well enough for yesterday, but not for the new library day that has dawned in these United States of America. Apparently the library dawn moves eastward as the physical day moves westward, for over in the mother country only a few lofty peaks are yet gilded by its sunshine. Even in our own land there are gorges where the dusk lingers. There are even grottos where darkness will always be. But we are mostly in the light. We realize that if we have a book on the dyeing of textile fabrics, and if there is an unheeding man in our community who would be helped by that book, all the complacent receptivity that we can muster will not suffice to bring them together. And with this knowledge comes an awakening of conscience. Long ago we stopped crying out, "Am I my brother's keeper?" We realize that as members of the community, we must bear our share of responsibility for what is done in the community, and that collectively we must take measures for the community's welfare. Each of us is a Roman dictator, in that it is our business to see that the Republic suffers no harm. Thus, the community appoints special officers to look out for the interests of its members in certain directions. We public librarians are such officers. We are proud of saying that we stand on the same plane as the teachers in our schools and the professors in our colleges. Nay, even a little higher, for the facilities for education over which we preside are offered long after school and college years are over. Now the teacher does not stand in the doorway and announce that she is willing and ready to instruct all who may so desire in reading, writing, and arithmetic, that she has a well-equipped schoolroom, blackboards, globes, and textbooks for all who will take advantage of them. Not so. The community goes out and compels its members to take advantage of all these things. In like manner also, the community makes all sorts of laws for its own preservation and betterment. It does not say, "See, here are good laws, come ye who will and obey them." On the contrary, it goes out into highways and hedges and sees that all its members obey. I would not push this analogy too far. No one expects that the community will require that everyone within its borders should use the public library so many times a month, or indeed that it shall be used at all. The nature of the institution precludes such compulsion, but it should require that every effort be made to see that no section of the books on the library shelves shall lie idle, and that no section of the community shall fail to use books, either through ignorance or through doubt of a welcome. The librarian should say, "Here is an unused book. Is it without value in this community? Then let it make place for a better. Has it value? Then why is it not used? Somewhere in this community is the man, woman, or child who, whether realizing it or not, would derive pleasure or profit, or both, from reading it. It is my business to seek out that person." Again, here is a man who does not read books. Is this because no book would appeal to him? Impossible. He may think so, but there lives no one to whom the soul of some fellow man, speaking through the printed page, will not bring a welcome message. Is there such a book on my shelves? If so, it is my business to get it into that man's hands. If not, I must buy, beg, or borrow it as soon as I may. When the librarian has begun to talk in this fashion, lo, the dawn is shining. He is a librarian of today. The librarian of today frowns on no one, discourages no one, and he stands not passively at his door with open arms. He walks through his library. He walks through his town. He knows the books in one and the dwellers in the other, and he knows both in their relationships, actual and possible. If there are disused books on his shelves or non-readers in his community, it is not because he has made no effort to bring them together. His failures are not those of negligence. The other day, sitting in a stalled trolley car, my eye fell upon a street cleaner, and I began to watch him with interest. He was busy, apparently, I was going to say, but that does him injustice. He was really busy. While I watched him, and the car was delayed for some little time, he was constantly at work, pushing over the asphalt the broad scraper that was intended to rid it of dust and refuse. And yet he did not clean the street, for he took no account of the inequalities of its surface. These required intelligent adaptation of his movements at every instant, and to this he paid no attention. He went through the motions. His actual expenditure of physical energy was probably as great as if he had mixed a little brain work with it, but it failed to accomplish what it ought, simply from that lack. And yet it would have been difficult for any overseer to give him orders that would have bettered the matter. It would have been hard to point out at any given instant his errors of commission or of omission. The only way in which one could tell that he was not doing his work properly was by the result. He was put there to clean the street, and the street was not cleaned. So with the librarians of yesterday and the day before. They are hard workers, not idlers. They have the tools, and they go through the motions. They may tire themselves out with their labour. Their library buildings may be attractive and clean, their technique perfect, their books well selected and in good order, their catalogues excellent. It is hard to point to any one thing that they are doing incorrectly or that they are omitting. And yet we must judge their work by its fruits. They are put into a community of actual or potential readers in charge of a collection of books. What are these for, if not to be read? yet many remain untouched. For what purpose have the schools taught the townspeople to read? Thousands of them make no good use of that knowledge. To the librarian of today, the non-realization of this and the lack of effort to remedy it mean failure. In order to make a little more definite our ideas of these three kinds of librarians, let us consider one or two very practical problems and see how each would probably view them and act upon them. First, the library circulates no books on plumbing. For the librarian of the day before yesterday, this is no problem at all. Probably his library has no books on plumbing. His library is not for plumbers, and he has never suspected that it could be. As for the plumbers in his community, they too have never considered the possibility that they might learn something of their work from books in a public library. They are therefore silent and uncomplaining. Peace reigns, and there is a general state of satisfaction all round, the satisfaction of blissful ignorance and of the day before yesterday. The librarian of yesterday, on the other hand, sees the problem clearly and is concerned about it. He has good books on plumbing, and nobody reads them. Evidently, the more advanced grade of the librarian has not affected the plumbers. They still remain in ignorance of the public library. But what is he to do? Here is the library, here are the books, here is the librarian, ready and willing to distribute them to all who may come. If the generation, or any part of it, is so wicked and perverse that it comes not, what is there to do? What indeed? And so library and community remain in the twilight of yesterday, just before the dawn. The librarian of today not only sees the problem and is concerned about it, but he proceeds to do something. Just what he does or how he does it is of far less consequence than the fact that he sees action in the matter to be necessary and possible. He may go personally and interview the plumbers. He may send them lists. He may get permission to address the plumbers' union. He may do one or many of 1,000 things to remedy matters. And although it is certain that what he does will not be completely effective, it is equally certain that it will have some good effect, which is the main thing. Problem second. Examination of the registry list shows that there are practically no card holders in a certain part of the town. As in the former case, this is no problem at all to the day before yesterday librarian. Its existence would in general not appear to him, certainly not as the result of any kind of statistical investigation. If he were informed of it, he would regard the fact with complacency. The library is for readers, and if certain persons are non-readers, they had better keep away. Nothing could be simpler. The librarian of yesterday, on the other hand, feels that all is not right. It is certainly too bad that when library privileges are offered free to all, so large a portion of the community should fail to take advantage of them. The library stands ready to help these people if they will only come. Why don't they? The librarian of yesterday thus stops with a question. The librarian of today proceeds to answer it. He finds out why they don't come. He may discover one or more of any number of things. Whatever may be the causes, they are sure to be interesting, at least to him, for the today librarian is a born investigator. It may be that the non-readers are literate, but take no interest in books. Perhaps they say they have no time to read. Possibly the library has not the kind of books that they like. They may be foreigners, reading no English, and the library may have no books in their tongue. Whatever the trouble may be, the librarian of today sets about to remedy it. He may not succeed, but it is the diagnosis and the attempt at treatment, not its success, that constitute him what he is. Problem third. The reading done through the library is trivial and inconsequential. The fiction drawn is of low order, and there is little else to read. The way in which this will affect the three types of librarian may be predicted at once. The librarian of the day before yesterday heeds it not. The librarian of yesterday heeds and perhaps worries, but does nothing. The librarian of today finds out the trouble and then tries to remedy it. And so it goes. You may construct other problems for yourselves and imagine their solution or lack of solution. Now, it is obvious that there are great and evident objections to being a librarian of today and corresponding advantages in being one of the other kinds. In the first place, the today variety of librarianship involves brain work, and it is always difficult to use one's brain. We saw that in the case of the street cleaner. Then this kind of librarian must be always looking for trouble. Instead of congratulating himself that all is going smoothly, he must set out with the premise that all cannot be going smoothly. There must be some way in which his books can be made to serve more people and serve them better, and it is his business to find out that way. Then the today librarian must use his statistics. The librarian of the day before yesterday probably takes none at all. The librarian of yesterday collects them with diligence, but regards any suggestion that they might be of use somewhat as the lazy wood sawyer did the advice that he should sharpen his saw. "I should think I had a big enough job to cut up all this wood," he replied petulantly, "without stopping to sharpen saws." The librarian of yesterday has trouble enough in collecting and tabulating his statistics without stopping to use them, to make any deductions from them, to learn where the library machine is failing and where he should use the wrench or the oil can. All these things and many others make it easier for the overworked librarian to drop back into yesterday or the day before. It should be borne in mind, however, that the difference between the three types of librarian is not so much difference in the amount of work done as it is in attitude of mind. The librarian of today does not necessarily expend more energy than the librarian of day before yesterday, but it is expended in a different direction and with a different object. It is to be feared that some librarians of small libraries allow themselves to become discouraged after reading of the great things that have been accomplished by large institutions with plenty of money to spend. The circulation of millions of books yearly, the purchase of editions by the tens of thousands, the provision of exhibitions for the children, the storytelling by professionals, the huge collections on special subjects, technology, art, or history. It almost seems as if success was simply a matter of spending, and as if without money to spend, failure should be expected as a matter of course. On the contrary, all that the money does is to make possible success on a large and sensational scale. Without the proper spirit and the proper workers, the result might be failure on a scale quite as sensational. And an enthusiastic spirit, a high aim, and unflagging energy. These are things that no money can buy, and that will bring success on the small scale as on the large one. We are fortunate, we who have charge of libraries and are trying to do something worthwhile with them, that there is perhaps less of the spirit of pure commercialism among us than among some other classes of workers. For this, in part, we have to thank our inadequate salaries. People who desire to work simply for the material reward will select some other field. We are glad to get our reward, we certainly earn it, but I venture to say that in the case of most of us, there is also something in the work that appeals to us. And that something is the thing that, pushed to its furthest extent, will bring the dawn of today into the most backward library. It is not a very inspiring thing simply to sit down and watch a pile of books, hardly more so, I should think, than to take care of a pile of bricks or a load of turnips. Interest, enthusiasm, inspiration come with realization of the fact that every one of those books has a mission, and that it is the librarian's business to find what it is and to see that it is performed. In the large, wealthy institution, this duty may be accompanied by the expenditure of vast sums, and may be performed with the aid of things that only large sums of money can buy. In the small library, there may be but a single librarian and only a few dollars to spend, But, just as in the case of a city librarian with an ample salary, she has open to her the choice of those 3 types of librarianship: the day before yesterday, yesterday, and today. And how about the librarian of tomorrow? Perhaps it may be as well to leave him or her for future consideration, but I cannot help saying just a word. May it not be that in the days to come we shall have enough civic pride to do whatever we may find to do, in our libraries or anywhere else, not with our eyes fixed only upon the work itself, important as that may be, but with a broader viewpoint of its effect upon the whole community? May it not be that this librarian of tomorrow will ask not, "Will it raise my circulation?" or even, "Will it improve the quality of my reading?" but, "Will it better the reading that is done in this community?" That librarian will not rejoice that his library circulation of good novels has dropped, when he realizes that twice as many bad novels are bought and read outside. He will be pleased that the children in his library have learnt to wash their hands, but chiefly because he hopes that what they have learned may react upon the physical cleanliness, and perhaps on the moral cleanliness too, of the community. Much as he will love the library, he will love it as an agency for the improvement of the community in which he lives and works, and he will do nothing for its aggrandizement, expansion, or improvement that involves a change of the community in the opposite direction. We shall not see one library rejoicing because it has enticed away the users of some other library. We may even see a library rejoicing that it has lost its readers in Polish history, we will say, when it becomes known that they have gone to another library with a better collection in that subject. I confess that I am looking forward to the day when we shall take this view, when the adage, "Every man for himself and the devil take the hindmost," may be forgotten among institutions in the same town. The policy that it represents makes for high speed, perhaps, but not for solidarity. In a fight such as we are waging with the forces of ignorance and indifference, we should all keep shoulder to shoulder. This is why the librarian should say, "I am a citizen. Nothing in this city is without interest to me." That is why he should be a librarian of today, and why he may even look forward with hopefulness to the dawn of a still better tomorrow. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. School Libraries and Mental Training. Is it more important in education to impart definite items of information or to train the mind so that it will know how to acquire and wish to acquire? To ask the question is to answer it, yet we do not always live up to our lights. In the older methods, the teacher, or rather his predecessors, decided what it would be necessary for the child to memorize, and then he was made to memorize, while still without appreciation of the need of so doing. We are perhaps in danger today of going to the other extreme. We require so little memorization by the student that the memory, as a practical tool of everyday life, is in danger of falling into disuse. It is surely possible for us to exercise our pupils' memories, to develop them, and to control them, without giving them the fatal idea that memory is a substitute for thought, or that the assimilation of others' ideas, perfect though it may be, will altogether take the place of the development of one's own. There are still things that one must learn by heart, but since they must be retained below the threshold of consciousness, it is well that if possible they should also be acquired below that threshold. The problem of consciously learning a quantity of items of any kind and then relegating them to one's subconsciousness in such a way that they will be available at any given time is not, of course, impossible. Most of us have at our disposal many facts that we have learned in this way, but I venture to assert that most of us have lost a large proportion of what we thus acquired. Now a man never learns by rote the names of his relations, the positions of the rooms in his house, the names of the streets in his town. He has acquired them subconsciously as he needs them. When the human mind becomes convinced of the need of information of this kind in its business, the acquiring comes as a matter of course. In a language, the paradigms may be learned unconsciously when the pupil sees that they are necessary in order to understand an interesting passage. The multiplication table and tables of weights and measures require no conscious memorization, or at least such memorization may be undertaken voluntarily as a recognized means to a desired end. I say these things may be done. I am sure that they are in many schools. I am equally sure that they were unheard of in my own boyhood, that is, as recognized methods in teaching. Of course, in spite of schools and teachers and methods, a vast amount of information and training has always been acquired in this way. I do not remember ever learning to read as a set task. I am sure that none of my children ever did so. We recognized the desirability of knowing how. We wanted to learn, and so we learned. That is all. Of course, our teachers and parents and friends helped us along. Is not this what the school is for? To make the pupil anxious to learn and then to help him? When all schools are conducted on this principle, we should be very happy, but apparently it is not so simple as it would appear. What we should try to approximate, at all events, is an emancipation from the thraldom of unwillingness on the part of the pupil, to bring it about that he shall desire to learn and will take what measures he can to do so, gladly availing himself of what help we can offer him. I have said that what we need is to stimulate the pupil's desire and then to satisfy it. I have known teachers who were competent to do both, who could take an ignorant, unwilling pupil and make of him an enthusiast, thirsting for knowledge in a few weeks. We all know of the ideal university whose faculty consisted of Mark Hopkins on one end of a log. I am sorry the creator of that epigram put his teacher on a log. There are plenty of logs, and from this fact, too many persons, I am afraid, have leaped to the conclusion that there are also plenty of Mark Hopkinses. I have fear that one trouble with educators is that, hitching their wagons to stars, they have assumed the possibility that terrestrial luminaries also are able to raise us to the skies. If we had 1,000,000 Mark Hopkinses and 1,000,000 boys for them to educate, we should need only a sufficient quantity of logs. We should be forever absolved from planning schoolhouses and making out schedules, from writing textbooks and establishing libraries. As it is, we must do all these things. We must adopt any and all devices to arouse and hold the pupil's interest, and we must similarly seek out and use all kinds of machinery to satisfy that interest when once aroused. Of these devices and machines, the individual teacher, with or without his textbooks, lectures, recitations, laboratory work, and formal courses, is only one, and perhaps in some cases not the one to be preferred as the primary agent. Among such devices, I believe that a collection of books, properly selected, disposed, and used, can be made to play a very important part, both in arousing interest in a subject and in satisfying it. In other words, in teaching it properly. And first, let us see what it may do to stimulate a general interest in knowledge. Of late, I have seen cropping out here and there what seems to me a pedagogical heresy, the thesis that no kind of training is of value in fitting the pupil for anything but the definite object that it has in view. We can, according to this view, teach a boy to argue about triangles, but this will not help him in a legal or business discussion. We may teach him to solve equations, and he will then be an equation solver, nothing else. We may teach him to read Greek, and he will then be some sort of a Greek scholar. but his reaction to other attempts to teach him will not be affected. Anything like a general training is a contradiction in terms. If this is true, a great part of what I am saying is foolish, but I do not believe it. Doubtless we have exaggerated the effect of certain kinds of training. The old college graduate who, having been through 4 years of Latin, Greek, and mathematics, considered himself able with slight additional training to undertake to practice law or medicine or manage a parish, was probably too sanguine. Yet I refuse to believe that a man's brain is so shut off in knowledge-tight compartments that one may exercise one part of it without the slightest effect on the others. I cannot now write with my toes, but I am sure that I could learn to do so much more quickly because I know how to use my fingers for the purpose. And it is indubitable, I think, that the best general preparation for mental activity of whatever kind is contact with the minds of others, early, late, and often. It tones up all one's reactions, makes him mentally stronger, quicker, and more accurate. Some children get this at home, where there is a numerous family of persons who are both thoughtful and mentally alert. Some meet at home, besides members of the family, visitors who add to the variety of their contacts. Few get it in school with much variety, and it is futile to expect most of our children to get it anywhere directly from persons. This being the case, it is wonderfully fortunate that we have so many of the recorded souls of human beings between the covers of books. With them, mental contacts may be numerous, wide, and easy. To interest a man in a stretch of country, take him up to a height whence he may overlook it. There is a patch of woods, there a hill, there is a winding stream. He will see in imagination the wild flowers under the trees, the wind-swept rocks behind the hill, the trout in the stream. He will wonder, too, what unimagined things there may be, and he will long to find out. To interest a pupil in a subject, turn him loose in a room containing 100 books about it. He will browse about, finding a dozen things that he understands and 100 that he does not. He will get such a bird's-eye view that his stimulated imagination will long for closer acquaintance. And if you want to interest him in the world of ideas in general, turn him loose in a general library. The things that he will get are not to be ascertained by an examination. They are intangible, but the results are not. In an illuminating article on the events just preceding the present European war, Professor Monroe Smith holds that it was precipitated chiefly by bringing to the front at every step military rather than diplomatic considerations. The trouble with military men, he says, is that they take no account of imponderables, by which he means public opinion, national feeling, injured pride, joy, grief, all those things, intellectual and emotional, that cannot be expressed in terms of men, guns, supplies, and military position. I have been wondering whether some other technically trained persons, educators for instance, do not tend toward a similar neglect of imponderables, measuring educational values solely in terms of hours and units and the passing of examinations. It is a fault common to all highly trained specialists. The Scripture has a phrase for it, as for most things. Ye neglect the weightier matters of the law, judgment, and faith. These, you will note, are to be classed with Professor Monroe Smith's imponderables, whereas mint, anise, and cumin are commercial products. At least one noted educator, William James, did not make this error, for he bids us note that the emotional imponderable, though he does not use this word, possesses the priceless property of unlocking within us unsuspected stores of energy and placing them at our disposal. I thank thee, Roderick, for the word, says Fitzjames in The Lady of the Lake. It nerves my heart, it steels my sword. One would hardly expect to find educational psychology in Scott's verse, but here it is. The word that Roderick Dhu spoke, I forget just what it was, but I think he called his rival a bad name, unlocked in Fitzjames an unexpected store of reserve energy, and the result, as I recall it, was quite unfortunate from the Gaelic point of view. We cannot afford to neglect the imponderables, and it is their presence and their influence that are fostered by a collection of books. If you will add together the weight of leather, paper, glue, thread, and ink in a book, you will get the whole weight of the volume. There is naught ponderable left, and yet what is left is all that makes the thing a book, all that has power to influence the lives and souls of men, the imponderable part, fit for the unlocking of energies. I would not have you think, although I believe this to be at bottom a matter of principles, that it is not possible to apply these principles very directly and concretely in the daily practice of an educational institution. I desire to call your attention for a moment to the testimony of one who has had great experience and practice in the administration of a collection of books in such an institution and in their use for the purposes already outlined. Mr. Frederick C. Hicks, Assistant Librarian of Columbia University, New York City, from whose recent review article on this subject I propose to quote a few paragraphs. Mr. Hicks is writing primarily of college instruction, but as he notes in the first paragraph that I shall quote, what he says applies with equal cogency to the secondary school. He writes, quote, "The general tendency in all instruction today, including even that in preparatory and high schools, is from what may be called the few book method to the many book method, a recognition of the power of the printed page for which librarians have always stood sponsor. The lecture, note-taking, textbook, and quiz method of instruction is fast passing away in undergraduate as well as in graduate study. Textbooks are still in use in undergraduate and Master of Arts courses, but they have been relegated to a subordinate position. Emphasis is laid on work done in the assimilation of ideas gathered from many sources, rather than upon memorizing the treatise of one author. Necessarily, references are chiefly to easily accessible works of secondary authority, and reading instead of research is the objective. From the library point of view, the growth of the laboratory or case method of instruction appears to be an independent phenomenon. It should be noticed, however, that coincident with it is the general tendency to adopt a policy of teaching each subject with emphasis on its relations to other subjects. Most universities now give courses for which no textbook is available. For instance, Professor Frederick J. Turner of Harvard University announces in a syllabus of 116 pages that there is no textbook suitable for use in his course on the history of the West in the United States. He thereupon gives citations to about 2,100 separate readings contained in 1,300 volumes, and says that his course requires not less than 120 pages of reading per week in these books. Professor James Harvey Robinson's course in Columbia University on the history of the intellectual class in Western Europe has no textbook, and the reading for a class of 156 students is indicated in a pamphlet of 53 pages containing references to 301 books. Illustrations could be taken from almost any subject in the university curriculum." End quote. This is essentially a teacher's view. Listen now to that of a public librarian, Mr. John Cotton Dana of Newark, New Jersey. He says, quote, "In our high schools, we spend literally millions of dollars to equip laboratories, kitchens, carpenter shops, machine shops, and whatnot to be used by a small part of the pupils for a small part of the short school day. This is partly because so to do is the fashion of the hour, partly also because the products of work in those shops, kitchens, and laboratories can be seen, touched, and handled, are real things even to the most unintelligent. For books, the essential tools of every form of acquisition, we spend, outside of textbooks, a few paltry thousands. The things a child makes we can see, and we are impressed by them. The knowledge he gains, the power of thought he acquires, these cannot be made visible and are not appreciated by the ignorant. They can only be certified to by the teacher and demonstrated by the student's words and deeds as he goes through life. Mastery of print is mastery of world knowledge. Our young people do not have it. Surely they should be led to acquire it, and where better than in the high schools? To aid them in this acquisition, the high schools should have ample collections of books, and these collections of books should become active teaching organisms through the ministrations of competent librarians. Of all teaching laboratories, there is one which is plainly of supreme importance, that of books." End quote. I trust that you are with me so far, for I am about to make a further advance that experience teaches me is very difficult, except for librarians. I am going to urge that your collection of books, when you have made it, be put in charge of one who has studied the methods of making the contents of books available to the reader, their shelving, physical preparation, classification, cataloging, the ways in which to fit them to their users, to record their use, and to prevent their abuse. This means a trained librarian. In all departments where expert knowledge and skill are necessary, it is difficult to explain to a non-expert the reasons for this necessity and exactly in what the expert knowledge consists. We are so accustomed to accept the fact in certain departments that it passes there without question. Unfortunately, that is not the case with the selection and administration of a library. Most persons understand quite well that special training is necessary before one can practice law or medicine or engineering. No one would undertake to drive a motor car or even ride a bicycle without some previous experience. But it is quite usual to believe that a collection of books may be administered and its use controlled by totally untrained and inexperienced persons. A retired clergyman, a broken-down clerk, a janitor, perhaps. I once asked a young woman who came for advice about taking up library work what had inclined her toward that particular occupation. She was quite frank with me. She said, "Why, my father and mother didn't think I was good for anything else." This estimate of the library is by no means confined to the parents of would-be library workers, and even where it is recognized that some training and experience are necessary in administering a large public institution, there is a lingering feeling that a comparatively small collection, like that in a school, needs no expert supervision. The fact that there are in a school plenty of experts in other lines seems to have been not without its effect on this attitude. Why, Professor Smith is one of the best chemists in the state. Miss Jones is an acknowledged authority on Oriental history. Do you mean to tell me that either of them would not make a perfectly satisfactory librarian? Which is something like saying, Mr. Robinson is our foremost banker. Should he not be able to superintend the dyeing department in a textile mill? Or, Reverend Mr. Jenkins is our most eloquent pulpit orator. He can surely run the 2:15 express. Are my metaphors too violent? I think not. We are dealing here with imponderables, as I have said, but the most imponderable thing of all, and the most potent, is the human mind. To wield, concentrate, and control our battery of energies, we want a correlated energy, one whose relations to them all are close and one who knows how to pull all the throttles, turn all the valves, and operate all the mechanism that brings them into play. It takes 2 years of hard work nowadays for a college graduate to get through a library school, and it should not be necessary to argue that during these 2 years he is working hard on essentials and is assimilating material that the untrained man, however able, cannot possibly acquire in a few months' casual association with the library or from mere association with books, no matter how long or how intimate. You will pardon me, I am sure, some further quotation from Mr. Hick's illuminating article. After calling our attention to the fact that the effort to meet changing conditions in instruction is purely technical, he goes on, quote, "The librarian stands in the position of an engineer to whom is presented a task which, by the methods of his profession, he must perform. Numerical growth, expansion, addition of new schools and new subjects, and the introduction of the laboratory method by which books are made actual tools for use, all mean to the librarian more books, larger reading rooms, and more of them, a large staff specialized and grouped into departments, the supervision of a complicated system, and capable business administration. These are all technical matters and are of sufficient magnitude to require all of the time and strength of those to whom they are entrusted. In a reference library, open shelves, whether in department libraries or in the general library, require much high-grade library service. The reference librarian becomes a direct teacher in the use of books and gives constant assistance not merely in finding separate books, but in dealing with the whole literature of a subject. The whole development from the few book method to the many book method presupposes a system of reserved books. By this expression is meant the placing of a collection of books behind an enclosure of some kind from which they are given out by a library assistant for use in the room. The reserve collections, continually changing in accordance with the directions of instructors, are in reality composite textbooks. The mere clerical work of maintaining an efficient reserve system is large, its success being dependent upon intelligent cooperation between the teaching faculty and the library, but it involves also a technical problem to be solved by the librarian. What relation does the number of copies of a given reserve book bear to its use? To put the question concretely, how many copies of a book are required to supply a class of 200 students, all of whom must read 30 pages of the book within 2 weeks? End quote. I like so much one of Mr. Hick's expressions that I desire to emphasize it at the close of what I am saying. A library, used for teaching purposes in a school, is indeed a composite textbook. It ensures contact with a composite instead of a single mind. The old idea was that contact of this kind always resulted in confusion, in mental instability. There was a time when the effort was to protect the mind through life from any such unbalancing contact. The individual was protected from familiarity with more than one set of opinions, religious, political, social, philosophical, scientific. He was taught facts as facts, and no emphasis was placed on the more important fact that there are degrees of certainty and points of view. The next step was to give the individual a free head after the formal processes of education had terminated. Getting out of college was like escaping from a box where one had been shut up with Presbyterians and free traders and catastrophists and Hegelians, or their opposites, for the contents of all the boxes were not alike. Now we set the boy free when he enters college, and we are beginning to give him a little fresh air in the high school. Why not go back to the beginning? Why not, at any rate, avoid the implication that there is the same hacking behind all that we teach or tell? Some teachers and some parents have made this plan succeed. One of them is Mr. H.R. Walmsley, who writes in the Volta Review, Washington, April 1915, on How I Taught My Boy the Truth. Says he, quote, I pondered over these things and determined that I would never tell a falsehood to my child, that I would tell him the truth upon every subject, and that I would not evade or refuse to answer any question. I kept my resolution and have obtained most excellent results. The child doubted nothing I told him. He knew that as far as I was able, I would reply truthfully to any question he might care to ask. In answering him, I was always careful to qualify my statements thus: this is so, I believe so, it is believed to be, it is claimed to be, those who should know say, etc. So he knew the basis from which I spoke. Throughout his life, when he was told anything that looked doubtful, he would say, I will ask Father. End quote. This plan is practicable from the child's earliest years. As soon as he learns to read, we may begin to supplement it by reference to original documents. This means a library at the very beginning, and at high school age it means a large library. It need not all be in the school. In the smallest towns there are now respectable public collections. The school may confine itself to the subjects in its own curriculum. But whatever we do, let us not teach the child with the implication of equal authority, that twice 2 is 4, that material bodies are composed of molecules, and that the Tories in the Revolution were all bad. Tell him that there are other aspects, if they exist, and as soon as he is able, let him examine those aspects. He will be able far sooner than some of us are willing to admit. We librarians feel somewhat strongly on this matter because our own institutions possess by their very nature that form of neutrality that exposes both sides without advocating either. It seems to be assumed by some persons that neutrality means ignorance. Of course, ignorance is one method of ensuring it. If a fairy story opens with the announcement that the king of Nawaria is at war with the prince of Sambodia, you cannot take sides until you know something about the quarrel. The trouble is that we do not live in fairyland. In my home city, the school authorities have been trying to cultivate this kind of neutrality by cautioning principals not to discuss the European war with their pupils. What is the result? One of my branch librarians says in a recent report, "I have been greatly interested by the fact that the high school boys and girls never ask for anything about the war. Not once during the winter have I seen in one of them a spark of interest in the subject. It seems so strange that it should be necessary to keep them officially ignorant of this great war because the grandfather of one spoke French and of another German." With this, I thoroughly agree. I am not sure that I do not prefer a thorough and bigoted partisanship to this neutrality of ignorance. Better than both is the opportunity for free investigation with enlightened guidance. The public library offers the opportunity for the fullest and freest contact with the minds of the world. We try to give guidance also, as we can, but we have not the opportunities of you teachers. Guidance is your business and your high privilege, and if some of you in the past guided as the jailer guides his prisoners for a walk around the prison yard with ball and chain, let us be thankful that this oppressive view is giving place to the freer idea of a guide as a counselor and friend. Such guidance means intellectual freedom. Freedom means choice, and choice implies a collection from which to choose. This means a library, and the school library is thus an indispensable tool in the hands of those teachers to whom education signifies neutral training, the arousing of neutral energies, and a control of the imponderables of life, those things without physical weight which yet count more in the end than all the masses with which molecular physics has to deal. End of section 25. Section 26 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Library and the Businessman. The electricians have a word that has always interested me. The word and the thing it signifies. It is hysteresis, and it means that quality in a mass of iron that resists magnetization, so that if the magnetizing force is a moving one, the magnetism always lags a little behind it. We see this quality in many other places besides magnetic bodies, the almost universal tendency of efforts to lag behind their causes. I like to watch it in the popular mind, the failure to catch on quickly, the appreciation that comes just a little after the thing to be appreciated, lag everywhere in apprehension, in knowledge, and the realization of a situation. Everywhere hysteresis. Of course, sometimes the lag is great and sometimes it is slight. It may be affected by physical distance, as when the European thinks that Indians camp in the suburbs of Pittsburgh and that the citizens of Indianapolis hunt the buffalo of an evening, or it may be a function of mental distance, as when the Wall Street financier fondly imagines that this country is still populated chiefly by lambs, as it undoubtedly was 50 years ago. I like to watch it as it affects the idea of the public library as some people hold it. Now, of course, without progress, change, motion of some kind, there could be no lag. In a permanent magnet, there is no hysteresis. If the Indians and the buffalo were still with us, the European would be thinking the truth. If we had not learned that the gold brick and the green goods were frauds, we could still be fleeced. And if libraries were still what they were 50 years ago, there would be no lag in the ideas that some people hold about them. Libraries have changed. Some of you know it, and some of you do not. Libraries have changed in the kind of printed matter that they collect and preserve, and the kind of people to whom they make their appeal, in the way in which they try to make the former available to the latter. They have utterly changed in their own conception of their status in the community, of what they owe to the community, and how they ought to go about it to pay the debt. The old library was first and foremost a collection of material for scholars. The new is for the busy citizen, to help him in what he is busy about, to make it possible for him to do more work in less time. It has taken some time for the library to see itself in this light, but it has taken the great body of our citizens still longer to recognize and act on the change. Else I should not be talking to you today about the library and the businessman. The modern library is concerned, much more largely than the old, with contemporary relations, with what is happening and what is just going to happen. It sympathizes with the men who do things. It tries to let them know what is going on about them and to assist them in what they are attempting, whether it be to achieve a worldwide peace or to devise a new non-refillable bottle. The library has placed itself in a position where it can do this better than any other institution, for it is essentially nonpartisan. Probably it is our only nonpartisan institution. Mr. Bryan's impartial government newspaper has not yet printed its first number. The school must take sides, for it deals solely with children. The library alone can store up material on all sides of every mooted question and offer it to him who reads, without in any way taking sides itself. It may run the risk of misconception. We had a big exhibit of war pictures last year. The pacifists protested. It was very dreadful, they said, to see a library encouraging the militaristic spirit. This year we have a peace exhibit prepared by the Union Against Militarism. The preparedness people are horrified. They hate to see a library siding with those who would drag our country in the dust of humiliation. The trouble with all these good people is just hysteresis, lag. It may have been 50 years ago that a portrait of a monarch in a library meant that the institution was for him, body and soul. Now it means simply that he is an interesting contemporary thing. Display of a cartoon representing Woodrow Wilson doing something disgraceful does not imply on our part detestation of the president, but only a willingness to let the public see a good bit of drawing, or perhaps to show them how some part of the community is thinking and feeling. It is all a part of our efforts at up-to-datedness, our struggles to brush off the dust and sweep away the cobwebs of medievalism. As an incident of these struggles, we have discovered the existence of the businessman. We have tried to find out what he is driving at, and to help a little, to stock the kind of information that he wants, and to help him get at it. An obstacle in the way has been the fact that much of what he wants is to be obtained best from material that the older libraries knew nothing of and would have despised had they known it, partly printed matter that had no existence in those days, like the huge trade catalog and the informative railway folder, partly material that was ignored because it had no connection with scholarly pursuits, timetables, statistical schedules, directories, lists of names and addresses, commercial publications, maps, information regarding trade routes and conditions. If the scholar of 50 years ago wanted to be set right about a Greek preposition or to find the color of Henry VII's hair, he knew where to go. The library was the proper and inevitable place for such data. He brushed the dust from a pile of books and proceeded to look them up. But if he wanted to know the quickest way to ship goods to Colombo, Ceylon, or the comparative exports of cereals from Russia during the last decade, or the design of the latest machine for effecting a given result, did he go to the library? Remember that this is supposed to be 50 years ago. I am afraid I must confess that I don't know where he went. I fear that in most cases he didn't go at all, for businessmen as well as libraries have grown in the last half-century. but I am quite sure that he went nowhere near the library. The reason was that printed information of this kind either did not then exist or was thought improper for collection by a scholarly institution. If anyone had asked for it, I know what the librarian would have said, for the same thing is occasionally still said by librarians, and I hear it at department stores and everywhere else where there is distribution of objects necessary to our lives. They would have said, "There has been no demand for it, so we don't need to keep it." Demand for it? Of course not. Is there any demand for fish in a sandbank or for free trade arguments in a stand-pat Republican newspaper? People go for things where they know the things are to be found, and they knew well 50 years ago that none of these things were to be found in a library. The sad thing is that although the libraries have reformed, hysteresis is still getting in its deadly work. There is a lag of apprehension and appreciation among our businessmen, many of whom think the library is still the same old dusty cobwebby institution of 1850. Take my word for it, it is not. It stocks all the things that the librarian used contemptuously to call biblia a biblia, books that are no books, city directories by the hundred, trade maps, commercial information, trade catalogs, advertising folders, railway announcements, hundreds of things that will answer the questions that every businessman wants, or ought to want, to know. We or any other library may not have precisely what you want. We are not yet perfect, and we have much to learn. But we are buying and putting at the businessman's disposal the kind of material that will help him in his business. The modern library is democratic, not autocratic. It does not hand you down a volume from a very high shelf and tell you that is exactly what you want, and you mustn't ask for anything else. It says, we are the agents of a cooperative concern. For convenience sake, just as in the case of the public schools, you conclude to tax yourselves to maintain a public collection of books instead of having to form private collections of your own, smaller and vastly more expensive. We are in communication with every one of you by telephone. The machine for which you have paid is all ready to work, stoked and cleaned and oiled. Why don't you press the button? Those who don't are just suffering from hysteresis, lag of apprehension. They think the library is what it was in 1850. They are behind the times. Am I not afraid that if all the businessmen should press the button at once, the library would be swamped? There would be a little swearing at first, I fear, but ultimately there would be a realization that a library built and stocked and manned to serve perhaps 50 businessmen at once cannot serve 500 or 5,000. There would be pressure on the legislature. We should have the necessary funds, and in short order, we should be serving our 5,000 as smoothly as we served our 50. Now let us get down to something concrete. Just what information are we prepared to give to business and industrial houses? Here are some actual questions asked lately and answered in our reference departments, many of them by telephone. The uses of lye and baking powder, history and development of the plow, substitute for such commercial products as dyes, sealskin, fertilizers, etc., receipts for preparing in the wholesale manner mustard and salad dressing and for bottling olives, methods of installing a refrigerating plant, addresses of the manufacturers of toys in the United States, how far from the curb may vehicles be parked in St. Louis, names of manufacturers of bottled buttermilk, dates of traffic legislation in England, names of the officers of the Wabash Railroad, how to calculate the depreciation in shop fittings and taking inventory, change in prices in Wall Street for the last year, history of speculation in the 16th century, examination of the State Board of Pharmacy relating to the laws of the state of Missouri on the sale of narcotics, pictures for advertising posters such as a Pullman Porter, hops used in a Bevo ad, two dogs playing for the title page of a piece of music entitled Puppy Love, designs for book covers, posters, letterheads by the million. I think I hear someone say, "Do you call that library work?" One man at a telephone and a pile of circulars at the other end? Yes, I do. Didn't I tell you that libraries had changed? When Archbishop Glennon first visited our new building, he walked into the magnificent central hall and, looking around him, said, "Where are the books?" The books were all in their places, but they were not in the delivery hall. The books in a library are quite as important as ever. There could be no library without them. They are the library. But we are laying more and more emphasis on the man behind the book. In 9 cases out of 10, he is a woman, and increasingly often he is at the end of a telephone wire. We find that information slips over a telephone wire quite easily. It saves the businessman an annoying trip, and sometimes it saves our assistant from hearing all about the businessman's last attack of sciatica. Not always, for sufferers have been known to seek sympathy even by telephone. The more they do it, the more trunk lines we have to pay for, so the telephone company doesn't mind. But it is true that in meeting the businessman's needs, the library is assimilating itself more and more to a huge information bureau. This is the case especially at our municipal reference branch in the City Hall, where we have few books, properly so called, many reports, pamphlets and clippings, properly indexed, and a great deal of manuscript material, gathered by correspondence in answer to queries and waiting for more queries on the same subject. It matters little whether what you want is bound between covers or slipped into a pamphlet case or slipped into a manila envelope. It really matters little whether it is printed at all, so long as it is indexed so that it can be found quickly. We may perhaps look forward to the day when all the bound books in the library will be for home use and will give information at second hand, too late for the businessman to act promptly on it. The real sources of up-to-date knowledge will be, as they often are now, manuscript letters, circulars, newspaper clippings, and trade catalogs. With their inevitable index, they form a huge encyclopedia, absolutely up-to-date. The printed encyclopedia in umpty 7 volumes is lucky if it catches up with year before last. It may do for your private library where the skillful agent has induced you to put it, but it is worthless in the businessman's collection, except on the rare occasions when he wants the life of Epictetus or the location of the Dobruja. For the businessman, we want this morning's material. Shall we deny it, collectively, the name of a library just because the bookbinder has not been at work on it and in many cases will never get the chance? Not that the businessman may not read books if he wants them, books on commerce, the industries, transportation, salesmanship, advertising, accounting. He may have them sent to his home if he likes, with no more trouble than sitting down again to his telephone. We use Uncle Sam's messenger service, his parcel post. The only annoying thing about it is that he will not deliver COD, and we are accordingly forced to ask for a postage deposit in advance. Anything you choose, from the postage on one book, one way to several dollars. We will notify you when the money is used up. This combination of telephone and parcel post seems to me the ideal of library service when you can name the book you want and don't care to be merely browsing along the shelves. If the book is out, you will be put on the waiting list and will get it automatically when your turn comes. Why does not every citizen of St. Louis avail himself of this easy service? Hysteresis, I suppose, thinking of the old library of 1850 and neglecting that of 1917. Or perhaps it is that provoking little advance payment. Pay beforehand may be a poor paymaster, but those who work with Uncle Sam have to make his acquaintance. So much for the information to be obtained from the library by businessmen. You are advertising men. Your business is the dissemination of information. Your boast is that it is your business to tell the truth, and I believe it. How can the library help you tell it? Well, I believe the library to be the greatest publicity field in the world, largely a virgin field, for you men, like everybody else, have got the hysteresis. You are suffering from brain lag, not brain fag. You think the library is back where it was in 1850, when it was the last place in the world where any sane man would go for publicity. It was a good place to hide. They tell the story of a library in Philadelphia, a beautiful old mausoleum, where an escaped criminal once stayed in its public reading room for 3 days before the police found him. We don't covet that reputation. The modern library, I repeat, is the very best publicity field in the world. First, as we have seen, it is absolutely nonpartisan. If you get your publicity material into the library, it is because the library thinks it is good for something, not because you have some kind of a pull. Next, the people who frequent the library are intelligent. Publicity there is like that obtained from a high-class periodical. It is gilt-edged. Last and not least, the publicity given by the library is incidental. It accepts your publicity material and makes it available, not because it wants to boom your product at the expense of some other, but because it thinks that your material contains something of value to the businessman. In most cases, its publicity is general, not specific. You know that splendid Eastman ad, "There's a photographer in your town"? That makes a thrill run down my spine whenever I see it, just as Tchaikovsky's Sixth Symphony does, or Homer's description of Ulysses fighting the Cyclops. And for the same reason, it is a product of genius. Advertising is more and more bending this way. Why couldn't we have seen it before? For the same reason that we can't all write plays like Shakespeare's or compose Wagner's operas. When two shoemakers, Smith and Jones, had little shops opposite each other, Smith's chief idea of advertising was to tell what trash Jones was making, and Jones to assure people that nothing good could come out of Smith's store. What was the result? The same that induced the darky to say after he had heard the political orators, "If both these fellers tells the truth, what a pair of rascals they must be." The net effect was to put people's minds on the worthlessness of the product instead of its excellence. Nowadays, Smith and Jones are getting together, even if they haven't been gobbled up by the trust, and are assuring people that shoes are good things to have, that we ought to wear more of them, more kinds, and better quality. The result is to fix the public mind on the excellence of shoes, and both Smith and Jones sell more of them than under the old method. The library is willing to boom shoes for you, and labor-saving machinery and food products, and textiles and seeds and lighting and heating devices. It does this to some extent without your cooperation, by the books that it places on the shelves. But no one who knows will go to a book for up-to-date information of this sort. If you want a description of the very latest device for any purpose, go to the publicity material of the concern that makes it. We trust to you admin and your campaign for truth in advertising that it is no fake. Here is where you can help us and help your clients by so doing. We stock every bit of good, informative publicity that we can find. We miss much of it. You can help us get it all. Your clients will get more publicity and better publicity for nothing than they have often bought for hundreds of dollars. Perhaps it is another effect of hysteresis that makes us afraid of anything that is offered free. You remember the story of the man who all day long, on a bet, offered sovereigns unsuccessfully in exchange for shillings on London Bridge. If we were allowed to charge for our privileges, I believe we could turn ourselves into a money-making institution on this count of publicity alone. I believe that it would be profitable for publishers to pay us for putting their books on our shelves. If we charged for the space we are giving to trade catalogs, circulars, and other publicity material, the issuers, I am sure, would not wait for us to ask for what they print. We have been trying for several years to get framed pictures of St. Louis industries to hang in our business and industrial room. If we had asked $50 per for the privilege of using space on the walls of a public institution, I am sure we could have had it. But since we offer that space absolutely free of charge, a sovereign for a shilling, we can't get what we want. This is special publicity too, not general. There are some other cases where something about a piece of special publicity makes it so valuable to us that we display it, letting the advertiser get his advantage as a side issue. Within the last few years, we have put up boldly in our art room big glaring poster ads of beer, cigars, and breakfast foods. How much could one of you have extorted from an advertiser if you had made him believe that you had some kind of a pull that would enable you to placard his wares not on Smith's fence or Jones' barn, but actually on the inside of the St. Louis Public Library? Now, these posters were displayed, of course, not as inducements to smoke Fatimas or to drink Satanet, but because they were good and interesting commercial art. We believe that more people see the art on the fences than that in the art museum, and we want to do our part toward making it good. It has made great strides of late, as I think you will acknowledge. But answer me this, was not that valuable publicity for these products? Will not the knowledge that similar publicity may await the manufacturer who gets out a good poster work out to the advantage of all concerned? You know those articles in System, of course, telling what the writer would do if he were an undertaker or a druggist or a farmer? Well, if I were an ad man, I would get up an exhibition of St. Louis-made commercial art, advertising St. Louis products, and offer it to the public library. We will display it, our only condition in each case being that it is artistically worth display. Your clients will have their products advertised gratis in a place where space could not be bought for $1 million a square foot. You will gain in reputation as a man who puts over big things. We shall get an interesting display of commercial art, and better than all else, an impulse will have been given toward improved quality in the poster art of St. Louis. This is only one instance of the fact, which I believe to be a fact, that there is almost no kind of advertising that cannot be done in a live, modern public library, if one only goes the right way about it. Many go about it quite the wrong way and do not succeed. We do not assist Mrs. Smith to get piano pupils by placing on our bulletin boards a scrawled announcement. We are not willing to distribute by the million small dodgers announcing that Jones' clothes wringers are the best. We do not allow Robinson to lecture in one of our assembly rooms in order to form a class in divine healing from which he and he alone will profit. Publicity furnished by us must be incidental, as I have said, or it must be general, but I believe it to be all the more effective for this, and I invite your attempts to make more frequent and better use of it in such ways as I have suggested. Study the business and industrial material in our applied science room, or the commercial art material in our art room. Examine the collection of travel folders on display in our delivery hall. See our bulletin of daily attractions in St. Louis, entered months ahead when we can get the information, and see whether you do not agree with me. Now let me remind you that you are paying for all this service, whether you make use of it or not. You are members of the best club in St. Louis. I don't mean the Advertising Men's Club, good as it is. I mean the Library Club. The tax gatherer collects the dues. If you are not a taxpayer, you pay just the same, the burden being passed along to you in some of the many ways familiar to economists. The dues amount to about 3 cents a month for each inhabitant of St. Louis. Not excessive. The club has the finest clubhouse in the city, the most comfortable reading and study rooms, the finest and most useful books, the most intelligent and helpful attendants. You may have to belong to other clubs that you do not use. This, at least, it would be folly to neglect. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. Poets, Libraries and Realities, Part 1. We are met to dedicate a temple of the book on the birthday of a man who did more than any other American, perhaps, to bring the book to the hearts of the masses. All poetry, all song begins with the people, in the mouths of humble singers. Elaboration, refinement, unintelligent imitation carry them both away from popular appreciation until finally someone like James Whitcomb Riley brings them back. Great poetry is always about familiar things. Homeric epics tell of the kind of fighting that every Greek knew at first hand. The shepherds and shepherdesses of the earliest pastorals were the everyday workers of the fields. It was only at a later date the epic and pastoral grew artificial because the poets did their best to keep them unchanged, while the things of which they told had passed away. Only when the poets forget the stilted symbols which once were real and discover that they themselves are surrounded by realities worthy of verse, does poetry again become popular. It is this phenomenon that we are witnessing today. Everyone who has had occasion to keep in touch with popular taste will tell you that the increased love for poetry shown in the publication of verse, the purchase of it, the study of it, the demand for it at public libraries is nothing less than astounding. That this represents any sudden change in the public, I cannot believe. The public has always loved verse. The child chants it in his games. He drinks it in greedily at his mother's knee. He begs for it, even when he cannot understand it, just for the joy of its rhythm, its lilt. But when the great poets go to the abodes of the gods, or to regions as far away in aesthetics or metaphysics for their subjects, they carry their product beyond public appeal. When our great verse is all remote, and the familiar things are left to folklore and ragtime, then folklore and ragtime will monopolize public attention and fill the heart of the people. It is this feeling on the part of many poets that the familiar things of life are beneath their notice that has made poetry so long unpopular. The feeling is quite unjustified. All the great elemental things are also among the most familiar: birth, death, love, grief, joy, in human experience, in the outer world, day and night, winter and summer, storm, wind and flood. And affiliated with these are all the little everyday things of which Riley sings: the bathing urchins, the ragged farmhand, the old tramp, the little orphan girl with her tales of fright, the rabbit under the railroad ties. When the modern reader first read in verse about such things, there was a rush of red blood to the heart, with a recognition of the fact that verse had come down from Olympus to earth, and that after all, earth is where we live, and that life and its emotions and events are both important and poetical. I am not denying the poetry of romance, but we should remember that this too has its roots in reality. Even the most imaginative works must be based, in the last analysis, on the real. Take, for instance, such works as Poe's. Poe despised realism. His best work is about half imagination and half form. Yet when he succeeds in rousing in us the mingled emotions of fear and horror on which so many of his effects depend, he is using for his purposes what was once a defensive mechanism of the human organism, causing it to shrink from and avoid the real things, wild beasts, enemies, the forces of nature, that were striving continually to overwhelm and destroy it. Without the survival of this defensive mechanism of fear and horror, Poe's tales would have no dominion over the human mind. In fact, the main difference between what we call realism and romanticism is that while both have their relations with the real facts of life, the facts on which romanticism depends are unfamiliar, distant and distorted, while realism deals with that which is near at hand and familiar. Knights in armour, distressed damsels, donjon keeps and forests of spears were once as everyday affairs as aeroplanes are now, or gas attacks, or the British tanks. These all have in them the elements of romance, and when they too have passed, as God grant they may, they will doubtless take their place in the equipment of the poetical romanticist. Not these realities that pass, but those that are with us always, are the ones that inspire verses like Riley's. Those who love to study group psychology and who realize that we have in the motion picture audience one of the most wonderful places to observe it that ever has been vouchsafed to mortals, may see every night the hold that this kind of realism has over the popular mind. Armed hosts may surge across the screen, volcanoes may belch, and catastrophe may be piled on catastrophe. The eyes of the spectators may bulge, and their mouths may gape, but they remain untouched. But let a little dog appear with his tongue out and his tail a wag, let a small babe lie in its cradle and double up its tiny fists and yell, and at once you have evidence that the picture has penetrated the skin of the house and got down to the quick. Homely realities make an appeal that neither the knights in armour of the 14th century nor the tanks in armour of the 20th are able to exert. Gilbert, who wrote many a truth in the guise of jest, never said a truer thing than when he made Bunthorne proclaim that in all nature's works something poetic lurks, even in colocynth and calomel. That is the poet's mission, to show us the poetry in the things that we had never looked upon as within poetry's sphere. They are all doing it now, Noyes, Masefield, and all the rest, and the public has risen at them as one man. If James Whitcomb Riley were here today, I should take him by the hand and say, "Beloved poet, you have known how to touch the great heart of the people quickly and deeply. That is what we must all do if we are to succeed. We librarians must do it if our libraries are to be more than paper and glue and leather. Teach us the way. Our libraries are closer, far closer to the people today than they were 50 years ago. They can never get as close as an individual voice like Riley's, for they are a combination, not even a harmonious chorus, but a jumble of sounds from all regions and all ages. Yet we must not forget that in every instrument of music there is a potential mass of discord. The skilled player selects his tones and produces them in proper sequence and rhythm, and lo, a sweet melody. So the librarian may play upon his mass of books, selecting and grouping and bringing into correspondence his own tones and the receptive minds of his community, until every man sees in the library not a jumble, but a harmony, not a promoter of intellectual confusion, but a clarifier of ideas. In some such fashion it is allowed him to get close to the minds and hearts of his community, as Riley did to his readers. We are realizing today, we of the library world, that it is a poor instrument that yields but one tune, and a poor player who is able to produce only one. The librarians of the early days were of this kind. So were their libraries. The tune they played was the tune of scholarship, a grand old melody enough, and yet with the right keyboard one may play not only fugues and chorals, but the waltz and even the one-step. The scholar will find his refuge in this great building, but here also will be a multitude of functions undreamt of in the early library day, the selection of literature for children and their supervision while they use it, cooperation with the schools, the training of library workers, the publication of lists and other library aids, helpful cataloguing and indexing, the provision of books and assistance for special classes, such as engineers, businessmen, or teachers, a staff and facilities for all kinds of extension work, filling the space around the library as a magnet's field of force surrounds its material body. A modern library is a city's headquarters in its strife against ignorance and inefficiency. Its working force is a general staff, books, ammunition for the fighter, and food for the worker. Of the poet, I have said that his ability to gain the public ear and to reach the public heart is closely bound up with the portrayal of realities. This is true also of the library. Every step of its progress from a merely scholarly institution to a widely popular one has been marked by the introduction of more red blood, more real life into its organism. The frequenter of the older library went there to find books on the pure sciences, on philosophy, in the drama, in poetry. These we of today in no wise neglect, but we entertain also those who look for books on plumbing, on the manufacture of hats, shoes, and clothing, on salesmanship and cost accounting, on camping and fishing, on first aid to the injured, on the products of Sonoma County, California. Our assistants take over the telephone requests to furnish the population of Bulgaria, the average temperature of Nebraska in the month of June, plans for bungalows not to cost more than $1,750, pictures of the Winter Palace in Petrograd, 60 picture postals of Baltimore for a reflectoscope lecture, a copy of a poem beginning, "Oh, beauteous day," the address of the speaker's uncle who left Salem, Massachusetts, for the West 26 years ago. Every one of these queries throbs with the red blood of reality. Few of them would have been considered within the library's scope 50 years ago. Books are written nowadays about all such subjects, whereas in the earlier day, the knowledge of these things and the ability to write of them did not reside in the same person. So the library's progress toward the realities is but the expression of that same progress in literature, using the word in its widest sense to signify all that may lurk between the covers of a book. The contemptuous name of Biblia e Biblia, books that are no books, which the earlier writers bestowed upon dictionaries, directories, indexes, lists, and the like, is disregarded by the modern librarian. He prizes a list of all the grocers in the United States. He points with pride to his collection of hundreds of telephone directories. He has names galore in alphabetical array, indexes to places, persons, pictures, events, and books. All these things are as much a part of his library as the Iliad of Homer or the dramas of Calderon. But the librarian does not stop here. He conceives that it is his duty to deal not only with books, but with what we may call adjuncts to books, things which may lead to books those who do not read, things that may interpret books to those who read, but do not read understandingly or appreciatively. Some of our brothers beyond the sea have criticized us American librarians for the freedom, nay, the abandon, with which we have thrown ourselves into the search for such adjuncts and the zeal with which we have striven to make use of them. It has been our aim of late years, for instance, to make of the library a community centre, to do everything that will cause its neighbours to feel that it is a place where they will be welcome, for whatever cause, and that they may look to it for aid, sympathy, and appreciation in whatever emergency. If the life of the community thus centres in the library, we have felt that the community cannot fail ultimately to take an interest in the library's contents and in its primary function. The branch libraries in many of our cities are such local centres. Here one may find the neighbours round about holding an exhibition of needlework, the children dancing, the young men debating questions of the day, the women's clubs discussing their programmes, the local musical society rehearsing a cantata, Sunday schools preparing for a festival, the ward meeting of a political party. In one of our own branch libraries, in a well-to-do neighbourhood, the librarian said to one of the young men at a social meeting, "I'm curious to know why you come here. You could all afford, I know, to rent a larger and better hall, or you could meet in your own homes." The young man looked at her with surprise. "Why," he said, "we like this place. We all grew up in this library." I confess that this anecdote sends a little thrill of satisfaction through me every time I tell it. What could a librarian desire more than to have his neighbourhood grow up in his library, to have the books as their roommates, to feel that they would rather be in that one spot than any other? On what a point of vantage does this place him! How much more readily will his neighbours listen to the good genius of a much-loved spot than to the keeper of a jail? Just here, of course, is the strong point of the so-called Gary system, which has so much in common with our modern library ideas. Whatever may be its faults, it at least makes of the school what we librarians have long sought to make of the library, a place that will be loved by its inmates instead of loathed. This once gained, there is hardly any result that we may not bring about. End of section 27. Section 28 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. Poets, Libraries and Realities, Part 2. And now let us consider at least one thing more that we may gain from this intimate contact with the life of the community around us. Formalism has been the death of art, of literature, of science in many an age. It has atrophied an entire civilization, as it did in China. It paralyzed Egyptian art. It would have paralyzed Greek art if the Greeks had not had the vitality to throw it off. Art, literature, and science are never sufficient unto themselves. They must all drink continually at the fresh springs of reality. To move up to date with our metaphor, they must all get fresh current from the feeders of nature if the trolley wire is to be kept live and the motor running. Those perennial currents that Ampere conceived of as chasing themselves round and round the molecules of matter could keep going only in the absence of resistance, and that is something that we may imagine or talk about, but that does not really exist. Every electric current will stop unless a continuous electromotive force is behind it. Every river will dry up unless fed by living springs. All art, all literature, all science will shrivel out of existence, or at any rate out of usefulness, if those who practice it think that all they have to do is to copy some trick, some method, some symptom perhaps of real genius of their predecessors. Aristotle was a real scientist, though his outlook was not ours. But those who kept on copying Aristotle for centuries and would not believe what they saw with their own eyes unless they could confirm it with a passage from his writings, they were no scientists at all. We have recovered from their formalism as Greek art recovered from the formalism of the lions of Mycenae. Who shall say that James Whitcomb Riley did not do just this when he chose to abandon the stock in trade of the standard poets and put into verse what he saw about him here in Indiana? It is not beyond the possibilities, of course, that his own fresh point of view may one day succumb to formalism, that his little orphaned Annies and his ragged men may become familiar to posterity through the work of a school of copyists who prefer to write about an Indiana that they never saw in a period when they never lived, instead of going themselves to the fresh inspiration of the realities about them. Now, of course, the current, or the river of art or poetry, must run a little while by itself. It cannot be all spring. Only, the fresh inspiration must not be delayed too long, lest the current or the river be dried. In a recent article on current British novelists, one of our own most gifted writers, Mrs. Jerrold, said with some truth that the stories of the younger realists in England, Compton Mackenzie, Oliver Onions, Hugh Walpole, Gilbert Cannon and their kin, are so similar in subject, treatment and style that they might almost be interchangeable. She wittily develops the idea of a syndicate, the British Novelists Limited, in which one writer is told to do the descriptions, another the character drawing, and a third the thrills. Mrs. Jerrold is hardly fair here. These young men are almost the first writers in the English language to do just what they are accomplishing. They are by turns engrossing and boresome, but they are like the boy who has, all by himself, picked out a succession of chords on the piano. The harmony thrills him, but he is in danger of keeping it up so long that he will drive his hearers daft. When our British realists have overworked their new vein, their sales will fall off, and their publishers will see that fresh ore is brought to light ere more of their work reaches the public. How shall we ensure that this new ore shall be at hand? The jungle cleared, so that there may be a fresh vista. I may be taking too much upon my chosen profession, but I cannot help thinking that this is one of the tasks with which we librarians shall have to grapple. We have ourselves, as we have seen, come lately into more intimate touch with the realities about us. Can we not put into literature what we are taking from life, and so act as the feeders that shall keep civilization from drying up or turning to stone? This is perhaps a startling idea. A book is a record. In the nature of things, there is no progress in a record, and we are the keepers of the records of civilization. How then shall we be also founts of inspiration? In this way, records stand, but the things that they record progress. We must go to the library to find out where humanity stands on the road and what lies before us. If our public comes to us naturally to read these records, and if our writers know this and write for a public interested in reality, the library has done its part. Before this linkage can function truly, we must have authors who realize that there is a special library public and who write for it. We are told that the English publishers, before they accept a manuscript, ask, "How many will the circulating libraries take?" They mean the great commercial subscription libraries like Moody's and Smith's. The patronage of these libraries is more important to them than that of the public at large, or at any rate they feel that they can rely upon it as an indication of what that of the public at large will be. There is a library public that they recognize and respect. We have nothing in the United States to correspond to Moody's and Smith's. Our great circulating libraries are our free public libraries. Do authors or publishers or booksellers recognize the public library as a force to be reckoned with, either apart from other readers or as indicative of what other readers will think or do? I once made an investigation of this question, and I was compelled to acknowledge, as I am still forced to admit, that there is no such recognition. Neither author nor publisher consciously do anything different, because there are public library readers, from what he would do if all our public libraries were wiped off the face of the earth. My hope for the future lies in a justified suspicion that though neither is consciously affected, both do recognize the library public unconsciously and indirectly. Both would admit that their output has been affected by the great extension of the reading public and its consequent alteration in quality. A discussion of the exact effect would lead us too far afield. The point is that the literary product has been changed by a change in the numbers and qualities of the reading public, and that this change has been brought about in no small degree by the establishment and popularity of public libraries. Possibly it is not too much to expect that this unconscious recognition will give place to a conscious one, and that the producers' mutual influence bring each other into more frequent contact with reality. Now there may be some here who, wondering at my classification of the Hoosier poet, are saying to themselves, "Was Riley also among the realists?" And I ask in turn, why has realism come to connote a proportion of things that do not enter at all into the lives of most of us? We have all known and loved the old swimming hole. How many of us are familiar with the man who commits suicide, not to end an intolerable situation, not in a frenzy of grief or remorse, but just to see what will happen? Yet when a Russian writes about such anomalies as this, our critics say, "What wonderful realism!" If realism is anything, it must surely be real. There is morbidity in life. We cannot avoid it or overlook it. But is there anything in life that corresponds to 99% of morbidity? Not in my life, nor in yours. For you and me, Riley is a realist. God forbid that he may ever be anything else. There is something in the situation of this city in which we are assembled that encourages men to look life straight in the face. Those who dwell amid rocky heights and caverns may be excused for looking behind them when they walk, and for trembling at shadows. The sailor between whom and eternity there stands only a 2-inch plank may live largely among unrealities. But the man of the open prairie, with God's solid earth stretching away north, south, east, and west, and God's free air above and about him, stands firmly and sees clearly. What interests him is the present and its necessary relationships with the future, with only so much of the past as is able to consolidate these relationships and illume them. Here, as one would expect, is growing up a school of representative artists, working some with the pen and others with the brush, whose aim and whose high privilege it is to record those relationships on canvas and on the printed page, each in his own fashion, of course, for a love of the outer realities can never do away with that supreme inner reality, a man's own self, that which looks out upon the world and sees that world through its own spectacles. It is the triumph of all art that, faithfully as it may represent what it sees, its representations will still be, in large part, functions of the artist's own mood, so that the same scene, the same event, portrayed by different writers or different painters, may arouse in us emotions as varied as joy, grief, or mere restfulness. And of course, though we may praise James Whitcomb Riley, portraying what he saw about him, there would be little to praise if he were not at the same time portraying James Whitcomb Riley, and if that portrayal were not worthwhile. I like to think that what we librarians are doing is in some measure akin to the work of the artists of pen or brush, though perhaps in a secondary way. The writer interprets reality. We interpret the writers themselves. Here is a case where we cannot have too many middlemen, for each, instead of piling up cost to the consumer, piles up the value of the product. How many men could sit in a country churchyard at evening and see unaided what Gray saw? Gray in his elegy records that churchyard and himself as well. But how many men does Gray fail to reach? How many, whom he would rejoice or comfort, never heard him? And to Gray, in this query, let us add the names of all the good and great in literature. Here is where the librarian steps in. He presents Gray and Gray's fellow artists in words to his public. Years ago, the library was merely a storehouse, and the librarian the custodian thereof. Today, the library is a magazine of dynamic force, and the librarian is the man who exerts and directs it, who persuades the community that it needs books, and then satisfies that need, instead of waiting for the self-realization which too often will never come. Does not the librarian in some fashion interpret life and nature to his public, through books in general, even as the writer interprets them through one particular book? This may seem fantastic, but I like to think that it is true. The October air in these autumn days is full of megaphonic voices, each insisting on its right to be heard above all the others. We are urged to enlist in the British Army, to buy Liberty bonds, to build huts for the YMCA and the Knights of Columbus, to work for the Red Cross, to buy tobacco for the soldiers, and at the same time to support all our local charities and pay our club dues as usual, not neglecting to respond to the calls of the tax collector. We librarians have ourselves used the megaphone to some purpose, having, as you know, raised $1 million to establish and maintain camp libraries, giving our soldiers the same public library facilities that they enjoy at home. But in the midst of all this distracting chorus, let us not forget that our normal lives must function as usual, despite the abnormalities that surround and interpenetrate them. The opening of this noble library building and the character of this assembly are proofs that we intend to live as usual, even amid so much that is unusual. I see no limit to the usefulness of this building and of the institution whose home it is to be. The house is new, but its occupant has been long and favourably known to your citizens. Indianapolis has library traditions and is what we librarians call a good library town. Your library has had good leadership, and it is to continue, adding the force and freshness of the new to the strength and experience of the old. The memory of your dearly loved poet will be brought to the mind of each library user by the children's room that bears his name, by the land that he gave to enlarge its site, by this enduring portraiture, by 1,001 things, none the less cogent for being intangible. I look to see this library, in the home city of James Whitcomb Riley, grow into a place in the public heart comparable with that which was attained by Riley himself. It should be loved for its broad-minded humanity, for its sympathy with mankind, especially with little children, for its readiness to rejoice with those that do rejoice and weep with those that weep, for its quick response to the personal and spiritual needs of every reader, and above all for its firm hold on the realities of life and its appreciation of life as something that is lived on the farm, in the city street, in the office, the school, and the club, not in the clouds, not in fog and mist, not with the improbable or the impossible. That it will do and be all these things we may be confident. Riley, the well-beloved, is gone. His memory lives on. Let it live with peculiar force and vividness in this library, in its attitude toward those whom it serves, in the affection which they in turn feel toward an institution that has long been, and will long continue to be, a centre of literary, civic, and intellectual force in the city where Riley lived and wrote. End of Part 2. End of Section 28.
Section 29 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Church and the Public Library. The years immediately succeeding the Great War are to witness great progress in teamwork. The war is teaching us to get together, and it is impossible to believe that the lessons we are now learning will be suddenly and totally forgotten with the advent of peace. The world is full of institutions, associations, corporate bodies of all kinds, founded on a knowledge of what may be accomplished by the cooperation of individuals. But the cooperation of these bodies themselves, one with another, has been faulty until recently. The public library is cooperative in its very essence. Its business is to help others. Were there no public for it to serve, its very necessity for existence would go. In the older days it merely sat with folded hands, ready to serve. Of later years it has become a compelling force, reaching out into the community by 1,000 tendrils and attaching them to whatever individual or body of individuals seems to be in need, often without knowing it, of library service. The public library's relations with the schools, with the businessman, with the industries, with the military service, you will find these all discussed over and over again, not only in the technical magazines devoted to library work, but in the public press. And yet we look in vain for a discussion of the public library's relations with the church. Why is this?
The church itself is in the cooperative class with the library. It exists to help mankind. Without a humanity to help, and a humanity weak and fallible enough to need help, its mission would be over. In studying this question, I find an unaccountable timidity on both sides. On the one hand, librarians and libraries seem to be shy of religion. They rarely purchase religious books in any systematic way. They are afraid of denominational literature, both books and periodicals, apparently on the ground that those presenting the view of one religious body might be objected to by other bodies. Some libraries refuse to subscribe for any denominational papers, but will accept them as gifts. Many libraries refuse to allow the holding of religious meetings in their buildings, probably for a similar reason. On the other hand, the churches, as churches, seem often to ignore the existence of the public library, even when their members use it constantly. They maintain libraries of their own in their Sunday schools for their young people, and these libraries, I am sorry to say, are often far below standard. They rarely show interest in the public library's collection of books, not seeming to care whether the library does or does not contain their own denominational literature. There are some noteworthy exceptions. The Roman Catholics are aware of the library and seem to appreciate its value as a publicity agent and an educator. They are concerned when it contains books of which they disapprove, and are anxious to put on its shelves works that will interest their own people. Of late they have published in several of our large cities lists of books in the public library written by their Congregationalists, or for some reason of special interest to them. These lists have usually been prepared with the assistance of the library staff and paid for and distributed either by a special committee or by some denominational body such as the Knights of Columbus. That they have a sympathetic attitude toward the library is shown not only by these facts, but by the fact that libraries in several cities, organized specifically as church libraries, have been turned over to the local public library as branches. Another religious body that appreciates the aid of the public library is that of the Christian Scientists. This church has committees specially charged with seeing that public libraries are supplied free of charge with its literature. During the present Luther anniversary, there has been some activity on the part of the Lutheran churches to see that libraries are supplied with material bearing on their organization and doctrines. With these exceptions, I have not met, during my library experience of a quarter of a century, with the slightest interest on the part of religious bodies regarding the book collection of a public library, either about what it contained or what it did not contain. Occasionally, however, a church library has been transformed into a public library branch. In New York, there are 3 branches that began their existence as parish libraries of Protestant Episcopal churches. Doubtless there are instances in other cities of which I have no knowledge. I am sure that more active cooperation between the public library and the various religious bodies would benefit both and through them, the public. In the first place, the library should devote more attention to its collection of religious books, and it would do so if those interested showed their interest actively. There is much material of great value to teachers in Sunday schools that should find a resting place in the library. In a town where there are, say, a dozen Sunday schools, it may be quite impossible for each to buy several sets of commentaries, concordances, works of travel and description, etc., but they might well club together for the purchase of this material and give it to the library or deposit it there, where it would be at the service of all. In larger towns, where the library fund is greater, united effort on the part of the churches would doubtless result in the expenditure of part of the book money for this purpose. Librarians are anxious to serve the public. If they can be shown that the public wants books of one kind rather than another, they are only too glad to respond. They do not like to buy books in the dark, but the apparent indifference of the public often forces them to do so. Such works as these are of common interest to all Christians, but in addition, every library ought to contain a certain amount of denominational material. The library is not, except possibly for some occasional reason, interested in propaganda, but facts about the Methodists or the Baptists are surely of as much value and should be preserved with as much care as facts about a constitutional convention in Nebraska or the proceedings of a plumbers' association in Salem, Massachusetts. Every good library should have one standard work on the history of each of the prominent religious denominations, especially those that are strong in its hometown. It should include the biographies of its principal divines and laymen. There should be also its yearbook, renewed annually, its official confession of faith and statement of organization, its liturgy, if it has one, its official collection of hymns. Its chief periodical should be on file. I do not know of any library that makes a specialty of obtaining this material and seeing that it is all up to date. Most librarians would exclaim that their meager funds would not stand the strain, and that besides there has never been the slightest demand for such material. There is a demand for all the latest novels by Harold Bell Wright, Robert W. Chambers, and Marie Corelli, and so these are purchased. Here is where the indifference of most of our religious bodies toward what the library does or does not contain is bearing legitimate fruit. Does your public library contain reference material that is of interest or ought to be of interest to your co-religionists? If not, whose fault is it? Extending our inquiry beyond reference material, we may next assert that there are many semi-popular books of a denominational character, sermons by a favorite divine, advice to young people, words of comfort to those in trouble, which it is to the interest of Christian people to see more widely read. The libraries will never waste their money in the purchase of these if they are to remain idly on the shelves. They will buy freely in response to a demand. Whose fault is it that the demand does not materialize? I have said that such a demand might easily divert part of the library's book fund, now devoted to other purchases. But the churches could afford to buy these books and present them to the library if they would cease to duplicate the library's work in directions where such duplication is useless. Why should a Sunday school library buy stories for old or young? There was good reason for it in the day, now far distant, when the public library was non-existent and the Sunday school was the only general source of decent books. Even in that day, the Sunday school library largely bought trash, the kind of wishy-washy, mock-pious stuff turned out by hack writers at the rate of several volumes per day. The rapid rise of the public library is doubtless due, in part, to the neglect of its early opportunities by the Sunday school library. But no one can say that the public library has not risen to the occasion. The very best part of its collection, the most carefully selected, the most conscientiously distributed, is that which contains its books for children. We have schools for the training of children's librarians, and we give their graduates special charge of rooms for children in our library buildings. There is no reason now why any church should maintain a library of general literature for any purpose whatever. I have alluded above to the library's value as a publicity agent. As a matter of fact, both the church and the library are the greatest and most valuable means of publicity that we have. Both are unpurchasable. Both reach selected elements of the community, partly the same, partly different. To have an event announced from the pulpit, especially with commendation, gives it a prestige that it could attain in no other way. Similarly, to have something published on the library's bulletin boards, or on slips inserted in each circulated book, or in any one of a dozen ways that have been practiced by libraries, gives publicity of high value. Both the pulpit and the library utilize these methods for themselves and often for outside bodies, but not often for each other. It is rare for a clergyman to mention the public library from his pulpit, although it is occasionally done. It is also rare, though not totally unknown, for a library to give publicity to a church in any of the ways that are proper for this to be done. In particular, every library, especially in a small city where there is no local guidebook, should be a repository of local religious information. Anyone should be able not only to ascertain there the location of any particular church, but to consult its literature if it issues any, if not, to find on file authentic information about it corresponding to that usually put into print, the names of officers, a list of parish organizations, etc. Such things can be had for the asking, and there is usually no one place in a town where they are all assembled. There should be such a place, and that place may well be the public library. Large libraries quite generally collect this material. The smaller ones should follow suit. They will be apt to do so if the church people manifest an interest. If the collection and continual following up of the material involve more work than the smaller staff of the library can do, it ought to be easy to divide it among volunteers from the different congregations, this being the church's part of this particular item of cooperation. It is safe to say that the church and the public library may help each other in at least 6 ways. 1. The substitution of the library's children's room for the Sunday school library in the purveying of general literature. 2. The more careful and more generous provision of religious books in the library, with increased interest on the part of the church in the character of this part of the collection. 3. The offer by the library of facilities for religious meetings. 4. Utilization of religious gatherings in the church to call attention to the library and its willingness to aid and advise. 5. Publicity given in and by the library to the churches and their work. 6. Publicity given in and by the church to the library and its work. As a basis on which cooperation of these and other kinds is to rest, there must be personal acquaintance and confidence between the clergy and the librarian. This is something of which increase will bring further increase, as in the accretions to a rolling snowball. For instance, the pastor of a church must have a certain degree of confidence in the librarian's goodwill and ability to venture to recommend the purchase of a book. The librarian must have the same to be willing to entertain and act upon such a recommendation. But the contact once made, the book once bought, there is ground for increased confidence and acquaintance, and for additional advice, and so it goes. It will be noted that this counsel lays a greater burden on the librarian than on the clergy. It is no great task for any clergyman to make the acquaintance of the librarian. It is quite another thing for the librarian to do the same by each and every clergyman in his city. If the city is large, and the clergy of various denominations are numbered by thousands, it is practically impossible. Recognizing this fact, the clergy should take some steps toward making collective take the place of individual acquaintance. They should invite the librarian to their meetings, and he on his part should be ready to attend and to address them if requested to do so. It should hardly be necessary to warn both parties to such cooperation as this, that the obtrusion of consideration of personal advantage, where this conflicts with public service, will be fatal to its success. For instance, a clergyman who is preparing an address on some rather unusual subject must not expect the librarian of a small city to expend public money for books which will aid him, and him alone, in his work. Fortunately, this particular issue can generally be avoided, owing to the growth of facilities for interlibrary loans. Although the librarian might properly refuse to buy these particular books, he would doubtless offer to attempt to borrow them from some larger library, and this attempt would have a good chance of success. Interlibrary service of this kind is bound to increase largely in the future, and offers a most promising field for the rendering of aid by the smaller libraries to the scholar, literary worker, and investigator, including, of course, the clergyman. The getting together of public library and church has possibly been hampered in the past by an idea, common to both librarian and clergyman, that religious bodies and their work ought to be ignored by all public bodies, and that this is in some way a part of our American system of government and public administration. It is, of course, a feature of that administration to treat all religious bodies with absolute impartiality, but that does not involve ignoring their existence any more than treating all citizens with impartiality involves the ignoring of the individual. One way of being impartial, of course, is to turn one's back equally upon all, but that is not the only way. One may treat one's children alike by starving all of them equally, but our idea of impartial treatment would be better satisfied by an equality of adequate supplies. It is time that the public library and the church stopped the starvation treatment and began to mete out to each other a supply of the aid and goodwill that each has at its disposal. Each has its fight to make against the forces of darkness. Neither is in a position to neglect an ally. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla, Viera. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries, by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Future of Library Work, Part 1. When a railroad train is on its way, its future history depends on which way it is heading, on its speed, and on whether its direction and its speed will remain unchanged. With these premises, one may confidently predict that a train which left Chicago at a given hour on one day will reach New York at a given hour on the next. Of course, something may happen to slow the train, or to wreck it, or even to send it back to Chicago, in which cases our predictions will come to naught. This is what the weatherman finds. His predictions are based on very similar data. Our weather conditions travel usually across the continent from west to east at a fairly uniform rate. If that rate is maintained and the direction does not change, and nothing happens to dissipate or alter the conditions, we can predict their arrival at a given place with a fair degree of accuracy. Those who rail at the weatherman's mistakes are simply finding fault with our present inability to ascertain the causes that slow up storm centers, or swerve them in their course, or dissipate them. When we know these things, and know in addition what starts them, we can give up making forecasts and write out a pretty definite weather timetable, as definite and as little subject to change, at any rate, as those issued by the railroads. My business at this moment is that of a forecaster. We know just where and what the library situation is at present, and some of us think we know where it is headed. If it should keep on in the same direction and at the same rate, we ought to be able to describe it as it will be, say, in 1950. Of course, it may get headed in some other direction. It may slow down or speed up. It may melt away or strike a rock and be irrecoverably wrecked. If I see any chances of any of these things, it is my business to mention them. If my forecast should turn out a failure, no one can prove it until 1950 arrives, and then I shall not care. To begin with, the necessary preliminaries of our forecast. What and where are we now? I have said that I know. Probably you think that you do, but as a matter of fact, our knowledge is neither comprehensive nor accurate. We need a general library survey. We have, as a sort of statistical framework, the figures now printed annually in tabular form in the ALA proceedings, but probably no one would maintain that these do, or possibly could, give an adequate idea of the character or extent of the work that our libraries are doing. Those of us who think we know something of it have gained our knowledge by experience and observation, and neither is extensive enough in most cases to take the place of a well-considered and properly managed survey of existing conditions and methods. In default of a survey, we must, as I have said, fall back upon observation and experience. I can certainly claim no monopoly of these, and what I say in this regard is, of course, largely personal. But it seems to me that the distinguishing marks of library work, as at present conducted, include the following. As you will see, they are all connected and overlap more or less. They are all growth products. They are 1. Size and expense. 2. Socialization. 3. Professionalization. 4. Popularization. 5. Nationalization. First, library work in our country today is large and costly. Extensively, it covers a great territory and reaches a huge population. Intensively, it embraces a large variety of activities, many that one would hesitate, on general principles, to class as library work. Secondly, a large amount of this increase of activity has been of a kind that we are now apt to call social. It deals with bodies or classes of people, and it tends to treat these people as the direct objects of the library's attention, instead of dealing primarily with books, as formerly, and only indirectly with their readers. In fact, the persons with whom the library now deals may not be readers at all, except potentially, as when they are users of club or assembly rooms. Thirdly, librarians are beginning to think of themselves as members of a profession. At first sight, this may seem to be a fact of interest only to library workers and not at all to the public. Its significance may appear if we compare it to the emergence of the modern surgeon with his professional skill, traditions, and pride, from the medieval barber who simply followed bloodletting as an avocation. Professionalism is a symptom of a great many things, of achievement and of consciousness of it and pride in it, of a desire to do teamwork and to maintain standards, to make sure that one's work is to be carried on and advanced by worthy successors. Fourthly, libraries are now conducted for the many, not for the few. It is our aim to provide something for everyone who can read, no matter of what age, sex, or condition. We do not even limit ourselves to readers, for we provide picture books for those who are too young to read. We are transferring the emphasis of our work from books to people. This characteristic is closely connected with what I have called socialization, but it is not the same thing. An institution may deal with all the people without dealing with them socially or in groups, and it may deal entirely with groups without dealing with everybody. The library now does both. Fifthly, the library is now a national institution, at least in the same sense as is the public school. It is national in extent, national in consciousness, if not national in administration. Our own association has played its part in this development. The present war has given it a great stimulus. Those who see no nationalism without complete centralization, and who say that we are not yet a nation because all our governmental powers are not centered at Washington, will doubtless deny the nationalization of the library. They take too narrow a view. We may now combine two or more lines of inquiry. In what direction is the library moving in each of these respects? Is it speeding or slowing up? Is there any reason to look for speeding or slowing up in the future? As regards size and cost, our development has been swift. We cannot, it seems to me, keep up the rate. 20 years ago, the institutions now constituting the New York Public Library circulated 1 million books. They now circulate 10 million. Does anyone believe that 20 years hence they will circulate 100 million? There must be further increase, because we are not now reaching every person and every class in the community. But it will not and cannot be a mere increase of quantity. We must do our work better and make every item and element in it tell. We must substitute 1 book well read for 10 books skimmed. In place of 10 worthless books, we must put 1 that is worthwhile. There are already signs of this substitution of quality for quantity in our ideals. Extension, as opposed to intention, has appealed to many enthusiastic librarians as missionary work. Perhaps the term is well chosen. Some of it is akin to the missionary fervor that sends funds to convert the distant heathen when nominal Christians around the corner are vainly demanding succor, material, mental, and spiritual. We have too much of this in the library. Attempts to form boys' club with artificial aims and qualifications when clubs already formed to promote objects that are very real in the member's mind are ignored or neglected. The provision of boresome talks on rubber culture in Peru and on how I climbed Long's Peak, when members of the community would be genuinely interested in hearing an expert explain the income tax. The purchase of new books that nobody wants when an insistent demand for old standards of sterling worth has never been adequately met. All sorts of forcing from the outside instead of developing from the inside. This kind of thing, like charity, begins properly at home, and the real missionary takes care to set his own house in order before he goes far afield, to fill the nearby demand, when it is good, before attempting to force something on those who do not want it. It is in this direction that our promise of continued progress lies, when we cannot see grounds for expecting great future increase of income. This leads us naturally to discuss what I have called our socialization, which is just beginning. It is running strong, but there is room for a long course, and that course, I believe, it will take. In the first place, we are functioning more and more as community centers, but there is enormous room for advance. We are straggling all along the line, which is one sign of an early stage. Some of us have not yet awakened to the fact that we are destined to play a great part in community development and community education. Others are reluctantly yielding to pressure. Others have gone so fast that they are in advance of their communities. Take, if you please, the one item of the provision of space for community meetings, regarded by some as the be-all and the end-all of the community center idea. It is really but one element, but it may serve as a straw to show which way the wind blows. Some libraries are giving no space for this purpose. Some give it grudgingly, with all sorts of limitations. Others give quite freely. None of us give with perfect freedom. I suppose we in St. Louis are as free as any. In 15 assembly and club rooms, we house 4,000 meetings yearly. Our only limitations are order and the absence of an admission fee. I incline to think that the maintenance of order should be the only condition. If an admission fee is charged, part of it should go to the library, to be devoted to caring for the assembly and club rooms and improving them. There are many community gatherings that can be best administered on the plan of a paid admission. These ought not to be excluded. Most of our restrictions are simply exhibits of our reluctance to place ourselves at the complete social disposal of the community. A community is not a community unless it has political and religious interests. If we are going to become socialized at all, why balk at these any more than we would exclude from our shelves books on politics and religion? I look to see socialization, in this and other directions, proceed to such lengths that the older library ideals may have to go entirely by the board. Some of them are tottering now. I have said that I consider this matter of the use of assembly rooms only one item in what I have called socialization. It may all be summed up by saying that we are coming to consider the library somewhat in the light of a community club of which all well-behaved citizens are members. Our buildings are clubhouses, with books and magazines, meeting rooms, toilet facilities, kitchens, almost everything, in fact, that a good small club would contain. If you say, then they have ceased to be libraries and are something else, that does not affect me any more than when you show that we are no longer speaking Chaucer's language or wearing the clothes of Alfred the Great. When we were trying to explain to the architects of the New York branch buildings exactly what we wanted in those structures and met with the usual misconception based on medieval ideas of a library, one of the most eminent architects in the United States suddenly sat up and took notice. "Why, these buildings are not to be libraries at all," he said. "They are to be reading clubs." He had learned in a few minutes what many of us still see through a glass darkly. An even more important manifestation of what I have called socialization is the extension of occupation groups to which the library is giving special attention and special service. The library has always had in mind one or more of these groups. Once it catered almost entirely to a group of scholars, at first belonging predominantly to the clergy. In later years, it added the teachers in schools and their pupils, also the children of the community. These are definite groups, and their recognition in the rendition of service is a social act. Other groups are now being added with rapidity, and we are recognizing in our service industrial workers, businessmen, artists of various kinds, musicians, and so on. The recognition of new groups and the extension of definite library service to them is progress in socialization, and it is going on steadily at the present time. Just now, the most conspicuous group that we are taking in is that of businessmen. In adjusting our resources and methods to the needs of this group, we are changing our whole conception of the scope of a library's collection. As Mr. Dana has pointed out, we now collect, preserve, and distribute not books alone, but printed matter of all kinds, and in addition, records of other types, such as manuscripts, pictures, slides, films, phonograph discs, and piano rolls. Some of these, of course, are needed to adapt our collection to others than the business group, to educators, artists, or musicians. We shall doubtless continue to discover new groups and undergo change in the course of adaptation to their needs. The recognition of special groups and the effort to do them service has proceeded to a certain extent outside the public library, owing to the slowness of its reaction to this particular need. The result has been the special library. I am one of those who are sorry that the neglect of its opportunity by the public library has brought this about, and I hope for a reduction in the number of independent special libraries by a process of gradual absorption and consolidation. The recent acquisition of some formerly independent municipal reference libraries by the local libraries is a case in point. There must always be special libraries. The library business of independent industrial and commercial institutions is best cared for in this way, but every group that is merely a section of the general public, set apart from the rest by special needs and tastes, may be cared for most economically by the public library. If its service is not adapted to give such care, rapid and efficient adjustment is called for. In a library forecast made several years ago, Mr. John C. Dana stated his opinion that the library as it is, quote, an unimportant byproduct, end quote, is to be of importance in the future, but will then have departed from the, quote, present prevailing type, end quote. Without necessarily agreeing to our present insignificance, we may well accept, I think, this forecast of future growth and change. End of section 30. Section 31 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries, by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Future of Library Work, Part 2. Professionalization, too, has by no means reached its limit. As has been pointed out, it is a symptom rather than the thing itself. It is like a man's clothes, by which you can often trace the growth or decay of his self-respect. Pride in one's work and a tendency to exalt it is a healthy sign, provided there is something back of it. The formation of staff associations like that recently organized in New York is a good sign. So is the multiplication of professional bodies. The establishment of the ALA in 1876 was the beginning of the whole library advance in this country. It was only a symptom, of course, but with the healthy growth of libraries, I look for more signs of our pride in what we are doing, of our unwillingness to lower it, or to alter its ideals. The familiar question, is librarianship a profession? Reduces to a matter of definition. We are being professionalized for the purposes of this discussion if we are growing sufficiently in group consciousness to let it react favorably on our work. One of the earliest developments of a feeling of professional pride in one's work is an insistence on the adequate training of the workers and on the establishment of standards of efficiency both for workers and work. Here belongs a forecast not only of library school training, but of official inspection and certification, of systems of service, etc. Standardization of this kind is on the increase and is bound to be enforced with greater strictness in the future. In our professional training, as in other professions, the tendency is toward specialization. With us, this specialization will doubtless proceed on the lines of facilities for practice. An engineering school cannot turn out electrical engineers if the only laboratories that it has are devoted to civil and mechanical engineering. A specialist in abdominal surgery is not produced by experience in a contagious disease ward. Similarly, we ought not to expect a school remote from public library facilities to specialize in public library work, or a school in close connection with a public library to produce assistants for the work of a university library. Increasing professional spirit among us will demand specialization according to equipment. Popularization, some may think, has already gone to the limit. How can we be more of the people than we are today? Are we not, in sooth, a little too democratic, perhaps? Personally, I feel that a good deal of the library's social democracy is on the surface. Any member of a privileged class will assure you that his own class constitutes the people, and that the rest do not matter. The Athenians honestly thought that their country was a democracy when it was really an oligarchy of the most limited kind. England honestly thought she had popular government when those entitled to vote were a very small part of the population. A library in a city of 500,000 inhabitants honestly thinks that a record of 100,000 cardholders entitles it to boast that its use extends to the whole population. We cannot say that we reach the whole number of citizens until we really do reach them. The school authorities can go out to the highways and hedges and compel them to come in. We cannot. Herein doubtless lies one of our advantages. Our buildings are filled with willing users. It is our business to universalize the desire to read, as the schools are universalizing the ability. But we have not yet done so, and popularization proceeds slowly. I cannot say that I see many indications of speeding up in the rate, although our increase in the recognition of groups, noted above, may have an influence here in future. As groups develop among that part of the population that uses the library least, our opportunity to extend our influence over that part will present itself. One such group is ready for us, but we have never reached it, that of union labor. The recognition of the unions by the library and of the library by the unions has been unaccountably delayed, despite sporadic, well-meant, but ineffective efforts on both sides. No more important step for the intellectual future of the community can be taken than this extension of service. Nationalization has just begun. It is speeding up and will go far, I am sure, in the next 20 years. Our libraries are getting used to acting as a unit. We should not like administrative nationalization, and I see no signs of it. But nationalization in the sense of improved opportunities for teamwork and greater willingness to avail ourselves of them, we shall get in increasing measure. For instance, one of our greatest opportunities lies before us in the interlibrary loan. It knocks at our door, but we do not heed it because in this respect we have not yet begun to think nationally. But having begun national service in the various activities brought to the front by the war, we shall not, I am sure, lag behind much longer. The national organization of the ALA has long provided us with a framework on which to build our national thoughts and our national deeds, but hitherto it has remained a mere scaffolding, conspicuous through the absence of any corresponding structure. The war is teaching us both to think and to act nationally, and after it is over I shall be astonished if we are longer content to do each his own work. Our work is nationwide, in peace as in war, and our tardy realization of this fact may be one of the satisfactory byproducts of this world conflict. Now it is not beyond the possibilities that the library movement, headed right and running free, may still fall because it meets some obstacle and goes to pieces. Are there any such in sight? I seem to see several, but I believe that we can steer clear. If we split on anything, it will be on an unseen rock, and of such, of course, we can say nothing. One rock is political interference. The library has had trouble with it of old, and some of us are still struggling with it. It is assumed by those who put their trust in paper civil service that it has now been minimized. This overlooks the undoubted fact that in a great number of cases, the civil service machinery has been captured by politicians and now works to aid them, not to control them. The greatest danger of political interference in public libraries now lies in well-meant efforts to turn them over to some local commission established to further the merit system, but actually working in harmony with the political machine. Another rock on which we may possibly split is that of formalism. Machinery must be continually scrapped and replaced if progress is to be made. It will not grow and change like an organism. The library itself is subject to organic growth and change, but its machinery will not change automatically with it. If we foster in any way an idea that our machinery is sacred, that it is of permanent value, and that conditions should conform to it instead of its conforming to them, our whole progress may come to an end. I have called this a rock, but it is rather a sort of Sargasso Sea, where the library may whirl about in an eternity of seaweed. Another obstacle, somewhat allied to this of formalism, is the big head. None the less dangerous, because it is common and as detrimental to an institution as it is to an individual. Just as soon as a person or an institution sits down and begins to appreciate himself or itself, to take stock of the services he or it is rendering the community, to wonder at their extent and value, those services are in a fair way to become valueless. The proper attitude is rather that of investigation to discover further possible kinds of service, with the exercise of ingenuity in devising ways to render them effectively. We have occasionally been accused of taking the attitude of self-laudation, but I really do not think there is great danger of an epidemic of this malady. We do not receive enough encouragement. Once in a while, to be sure, someone tells us or tells the public what a great and valuable institution the public library is. But the treatment that we receive is generally mildly humorous, when it is not characterized by downright indifference and neglect. Whenever a book comes into my hands telling of some movement in which I know that the library has borne an honorable part, I always turn first to the index and search for recognition under the letter L. Generally, it is not there. When it is almost always inadequate. If we are attacked by the big head, it will have to be a case of auto-intoxication. Exploitation is another possible rock. I have already alluded to the danger of capture by a political machine, but there are other interests, more subtle and quite as dangerous. Many a useful institution, intended to be nonpartisan, has been captured and used by some interest or other, while remaining nonpartisan on the surface. Our safety, so far, has resided in the inability of most interests to see that we are worth capture. When the drive comes, as I believe it will, our continued safety will lie, not in resistance, but in an equal yielding to all, a willingness to act as the agent for all isms, religious, economic, political, and industrial, without exalting one above another or emphasizing one at another's expense. Something of this we are already doing, and insofar as we succeed in it, we are placing ourselves in a position of vantage from which it will be very difficult to dislodge us. Assuming the truth of all this, and it is something of an assumption, I grant you, what then is our library of 1950 to be? An institution not very much larger or more expensively operated than our present maximum, although with a higher minimum, carried on with a more careful eye to economy, and watching more jealously the quality of its output. It will have 2 units of service, as at present, the book and the citizen, but it will tend to regard the latter as primary, rather than the former, and will shrink from no form of service that it can render him. The higher quality of its work will be reflected in the greater pride of the worker, in a spirit of professionalism that will insist on adequate training and proper compensation, and possibly will use organization to enforce these ideals. It will reach out somewhat further among the people than it does now, although not so much that the difference will be notable. Finally, the teamwork between different libraries will be more frequent and effective, assistants will be exchanged freely, readers' cards used interchangeably, and interlibrary loans will take place easily and often. What effect will these changes have on the desirability of library work as a profession? The only conclusion can be that it will be greatly increased. By this I mean it will be more interesting, more likely to give pleasure to the worker as a byproduct. I do not mean that it will necessarily pay very much better. The most interesting and pleasurable occupations are generally, I think, those that do not pay well in money. One should not expect full payment in both cash and pleasure. The exception is where the acquisition of money is itself the feature of the occupation that gives the pleasure. I do not quarrel with those who pursue this form of pleasure, but they certainly have no business to be librarians or teachers, or artists, or authors, or to engage in any occupation which in itself constitutes to the worker the fullness of life and its illumination. The library profession will make its appeal in 1950, as it does today, to men and women who like to work with and among and through books, who also like to work with and among and through people, who enjoy watching the interplay of relations between the man and the book and using them for the advancement of civilization. This is an intellectual and spiritual appeal, and it is not likely to be replaced by that which glitters on the metallic face of the dollar. In taking leave of our subject, we may go back to our opening simile of the railroad train. The flyer that reaches New York is the same train that left Chicago. Its passengers have not greatly changed, and yet its environment is wholly different, so that the outlook of those within it has totally altered. It is in some such fashion that the library of 1950 will differ from that of today. It will be the same institution with the same staff, but it will have traveled far on the rails of time. Its environment, its outlook will be different, and in its response to that variation it must needs do different things and render a different service. May its motive power never fail, its machinery be kept well oiled, and the crew maintain their strength, intelligence, and sanity. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Elmore Bostwick. Popularizing Music Through the Library, Part 1. The purchase of music by a public library is justified by the assumption that its use is to be somewhat analogous to that of printed speech. The analogy is, in fact, somewhat closer than most persons realize, and its consideration reveals some mistaken ideas about the use of music in a library, and may give rise to suggestions for the improvement of that use. A page of music, like a page of written language, is a record of something whose primary expression is obtained through sound. Anyone who understands the notation in either case may reproduce the sounds. In one case, this is reading aloud. In the other, it is a performance of the music. In the case of the music, the sounds may be made with the voice, or with an instrument, or with one or several of both at once. But this is only an apparent complication and does not affect the principle. The reader, of course, may learn the language, or the music, by heart, and then dispense with the written record. In practice, there are important differences between the treatment of records of speech and music. As sound is readily imagined as well as actually produced, both speech and music may be enjoyed by a reader without making a sound. If the reader of a book cannot do this, he is not regarded as at all skilled. Most of us, I think, do not consider that a person knows completely how to read when he is not able to read to himself, but finds it necessary to make the actual sounds of speech, whether loudly or only under his breath. In the case of music, however, only the skilled musician, as a general thing, is able to read a page of music to himself, as he would read a page of written language. This is especially the case with instrumental music, and with music where there are several parts. An accomplished musician, however, may run over an orchestral score and hear the performance in his mind, with the quality of each instrument brought out, the harmonies and the shading of intensity. We may go a step further as a matter of curious interest. Language is not necessarily connected with sounds at all. A deaf mute, who has never heard a sound and is incapable of understanding what sound is, may nevertheless learn to read. He is, however, unable to appreciate a page of written music, and I do not know how it would be possible to explain to him what it is like, except the rhythm of it, which may be made to appeal to the senses of sight and touch, as well as to that of sound. In general, however, the reader of music must at least imagine the sounds represented by the notation before him. This is not the case with the reader of speech. Anyone who can read fast and well enough may, like the deaf mute, understand what he reads without even imagining the sound of the words. One may even read so fast that the mere speed forbids any thought of the corresponding oral language. Skilled readers may take in a sentence, a paragraph, almost a page at a glance. This is the sole point of difference between reading language and reading music, and it does not greatly concern us here because all that it practically affects is the speed of appreciation. Something that is of greater importance is the difference of purpose usually found between those who read words and those who read musical notes. When we say of a child that he is studying music, we usually mean that he is learning how to sing or to play on some instrument with a special view of being able to perform before some kind of audience. A music teacher, in like manner, is one who teaches his pupils how to play on the piano or the violin, or how to sing. But when we teach a child to read, we are not primarily concerned with his future ability to read aloud or to recite so as to give pleasure to an audience. What we are thinking of is his ability to read rapidly to himself so as to understand what is in books. Looked at in the same way, the main thing in musical instruction would be to teach rapid sight reading, so that the reader should get the ability to become acquainted with as large a number of musical masterpieces as possible. One learns to talk by talking. One learns to read by reading. And the same is true of reading music. And as the omnivorous reader of books always wants to express his own thoughts in writing, so the omnivorous reader of music will want to compose. Neither the one nor the other may produce anything great, but the effort will aid in mental development. As a matter of fact, the child begins to put his thoughts into words before he knows how to read. He is encouraged to do so. No mother ever tried to stop her baby from learning to talk because its first efforts were feeble, halting, and unintelligible. How differently we treat the child's attempts at musical expression. For that is the explanation of many of the crude baby noises that we hear. As the child grows, its expression in this direction is discouraged, and seldom is any effort made at encouragement or development. Is it not a wonder that anyone succeeds in composing original music? How many great poets or novelists should we have if every baby were discouraged in its efforts to express itself in words? If it were never taught to talk and never to read? By the time we librarians are able to exert an influence on the reader, this period is past, but it is still possible to do something. Our first job is to disabuse the public of the idea that enjoyment of music has necessarily something to do with mastering the technique of some musical instrument. The phonograph has done good work in removing this impression, but we should never be content with the phonograph any more than we should consent to do away with all printed books and rely wholly on works read aloud on the Victrola. There will always be pleasure and profit in doing one's own reading, whether in speech or in music. One must understand musical notation, of course, just as one must know the notation of written speech before he can read books. He must also understand a little of some instrument, preferably the piano, though only enough for sight reading, his object being to understand and appreciate the music himself, not necessarily to bring understanding and appreciation to others. I think I have gone far enough along this train of thought to show the principle on which I should select the music for a public library collection. I should form such a collection in precisely the same way as my collection of books. A very large proportion of the books in a public library are properly intended for those who will read them for their own delectation, enjoying and appreciating and profiting personally by what they read. A much smaller proportion are books for study and research. A still smaller number are dramatic or other selections intended principally for recitation or declamation. So in selecting my music, I would acquire chiefly selections for reading. I do not mean elementary reading. One does not limit his language books to primers. I should buy works of all grades of difficulty, but I should always have in mind the primary use of these for sight reading. Comparatively few would be pieces written solely for display, to dazzle the hearer or to show off technique. Few would be pieces whose interest is chiefly historical or academic. I do not say that I should exclude either of these kinds, but I certainly should not include them in greater degree than I should include analogous material in buying ordinary books. Bear in mind, also, that I am speaking of an ordinary public library, of average size, not that of a university library, nor that of a music school, nor a public library so large that it may properly have some of the functions of both of these. Just as it is a conspicuous duty of the library to raise and maintain the level of literary taste in its community, and to keep this fact in mind in the selection of its books, so it is the business of its musical collection to raise and maintain the level of musical taste. My own opinion, which some may regard as heretical, is that taste cannot be cultivated, in literature or art or music, to any considerable extent by study. The study of these things must have to do largely with history and technique, and while a knowledge of these is desirable, it cannot affect taste, though we may imagine that it does. We may reduce this matter to its lowest terms by thinking for a moment of something that depends on the uncomplicated action of an elementary sense, physical taste. If one does not like an olive when he eats one for the first time, that judgment cannot be reversed by studying the history of olive culture. If he dislikes cheese, it will be useless to take him into a cheese factory and explain to him or teach him the technical processes of manufacture. The only way to make him change his mind is to induce him to keep on eating olives, when one of two things will take place. Either his dislike of olives will be confirmed, or it will disappear. As most people like olives when they become accustomed to the taste, the latter result is to be expected. Now, suppose that someone does not care for Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. My contention is that he cannot be made to like it by studying the history of music, or that of this particular selection, nor by analysing its structure, but that he may be led to do it by listening to it repeatedly. As persons familiar with good music do generally enjoy this piece, it is probable that this result will follow. I know that I must now justify this comparison. When I make it, I am accustomed to indignant protest on the part of some of my students. Is it not unworthy to compare the music of the Moonlight Sonata to a mere physical sensation like the taste of an olive? Only as it may be considered unworthy to compare the great and the small, the complex and the simple. Both the taste of the olive and the sound of the sonata have a physical origin and impress the brain through the agency of the sense organs. And, as a matter of fact, I doubt whether the sensation of the music is much more complicated than that of the taste. We know that an acoustic sensation is a unit. When a chorus is singing with orchestral accompaniment, the result is not 100 sound waves, but 1. It strikes the eardrum as a unit, and that vibrates as a unit, so that the impression on the brain about whose mechanism we are ignorant must also be a unit. The popularity of the phonograph enables us to illustrate this familiarly. Examine with a microscope a record of a complicated musical performance, with many voices and many different kinds of instruments, and you will find a single wavy line. When the needle causes the disc to vibrate by following this line, it vibrates as a unit, just as the eardrum does. There is but one disc, yet its vibration enables us to pick out separately the different voice parts and to recognize the separate quality of the stringed instruments, the woodwinds, and the brasses, with the drums, bells, and what-not. When we taste the olive, we get a sort of chemical effect. We do not know what happens as definitely as we do in the case of a musical sound, but the various atoms, each vibrating in its own way, act upon the taste buds of the tongue so that a sensation is transmitted to the brain, transmitted as a unit, just as the sound is. I want to be fair, so I will acknowledge that instead of comparing a single sensation of taste to a sequence of sounds, I should have likened it to a musical chord. To get a taste analogy with a sonata, we should have to use a sequence of taste sensations, possibly that presented by a course dinner. I submit, however, that this does not affect my argument. Let me repeat my conviction, then, that art is primarily a matter of the heart and not of the head, of the feelings and not of the intellect, and that the feelings are trained by personal experience, not by study. One cannot learn to appreciate a poem, or a picture, or a piece of music by examining it historically or structurally, only by experiencing it, and others like it, again and again, and also by experiencing in life the emotions that the art is intended to arouse. Of course, I do not mean to say that knowledge of history and technique is not interesting and valuable. It is highly interesting to know the recipe for the pie and to watch the cook make it, but this does not affect the taste. Knowledge obtained by study does affect ability to reproduce or create. One must know how the pie is made before he can make one himself. One cannot write a poem or paint a picture or compose a song without preliminary study. This should be understood, but it is outside the pale of our present discussion, which relates to the chief purpose of the music collection in a library and of its chief uses. My contention, to repeat, is that it is related to musical art precisely as the purpose of the book collection is related to the art of literature. Now, the present status of the music collection is precisely what that of the book collection would be in a community where the percentage of literacy was small, where a considerable number of persons did not understand the language of the books, even when spoken or read aloud, where those who knew the language understood it only when spoken or read, and where readers were obliged to read aloud before they could appreciate what they were reading. A community, moreover, where teaching generally meant solely teaching how to recite or read aloud acceptably to others, with only enough ability to read to get the sense of an extract and enable the reader to commit it to memory. A librarian set down with a collection of books in such a community would not be true to his vocation if he did not attempt to better this state of things, while admitting the elements of good that it contained. For instance, the imaginary situation that I have described would be quite comparable with a real appreciation and love of good literature. End of section 32. Section 33 of Library Essays. Papers related to the work of public libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Library Essays. Papers related to the work of public libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. Popularizing Music Through the Library, Part 2. In the first place, the librarian would wish to see that all the members of his community were able to understand the language of his books, if not to read it. To remember our analogy for a moment, he would practically fit his books to his people. If they were predominantly French, for instance, he would buy many French books. But one cannot do this with music, for music is a language by itself, for the most part untranslatable into any other. We must assume that in the world to which our imaginary community belongs, there is but one language, and that to understand the books, those who do not know that language must be taught it. School instruction in language is largely limited to reading. Children who go to school understand and talk their language already, having been taught it at home. It is to the homes, therefore, that the librarian would have to look for this instruction, and he would have to bring to bear on parents whatever influence might be at his disposal to make them see its value and uses. Secondly, he would have to see that as many as possible were taught to read the language. This would be the function of the schools. Thirdly, it would be necessary to see that facility in reading proceeded so far that readers would not find it necessary to read aloud, but could, when they desired, read rapidly to themselves. It would be necessary, of course, to show many of the teachers and almost all of their pupils that reading is primarily not to enable the reader to recite to others, but to make an impression on his own mental equipment. It is quite possible for one to learn to read out loud after a fashion in a foreign tongue, without understanding a word of it, but so that listeners may get a fair idea of it. The effect on the reader in this case is absolutely zero. Musically, this kind of community is precisely the one that public libraries have to deal with. Many of our clients do not like or understand music at all, or they care only for the most elementary melodies, harmonies, and rhythms, comparable to the literature that one gets in a child's primer. Of those whose range of appreciation and love is fairly wide, comparatively few are familiar with musical notation and cannot read music. Of those who can read, few can read rapidly and with assurance, and fewer still can read without audible utterance, that is, they cannot read to themselves. It is common to hear persons who can sing or play on some instrument with a fair degree of success and taste say, "Oh, I can't read. I have to pick out the notes and get my teacher to help me." This is exactly as if someone who had just recited an oration or a poem with some feeling should proclaim complacently, "Oh, I can't really read. I had to pick out that piece word for word with my teacher at my elbow to help me out." In the face of such a situation, the librarian should feel and act precisely as he would feel and act if the situation existed with regard to books, as it has already been imagined and described. First, he should try to influence the growth of musical appreciation through the home, so that all the children in the family should come to understand and use musical language as they do the language of the spoken word. Secondly, he should try to influence the schools, so that they shall teach the reading of musical notation as thoroughly as they do the reading of the printed word, and to persuade teachers of music to teach music really, and not simply the art of performing on some musical instrument. Thirdly, he shall point out to his musical clients that music may be read to oneself, just as language can, and encourage them to try it, beginning with easy examples. Note that reading to oneself can be done only by those who already know how to read aloud, and only by practice. There is no way in which it can be taught. Fourthly, he should have in his library a selection of music picked out to a great extent to further the ends outlined above. Much of it should be for readers, not for performers. His list should be made for readers, and the comments on individual titles should be for readers. Moreover, there should at present be such as will help the beginner, for a very large proportion of our musical readers are beginners, although they may be in the anomalous position of the reader who knows and appreciates the subject matter very thoroughly, while he can read about it only hesitatingly and haltingly. Imagine a well-informed and intelligent student of history who has completely forgotten to read, owing to some concussion of the brain which has not impaired his knowledge in any other way, and you have the situation of many music lovers. There were doubtless poets before the invention of alphabets, and one may appreciate a symphony concert without knowing his musical alphabet or being able to use it. But we are accustomed now to considering thorough ability to read as a prerequisite to the requirement of a general education. And I do not see why, as complete an ability to read music should not be a prerequisite for such a musical education as all persons ought to possess. The analogy between the reading of music and that of language is very close, as we have seen, and we may be guided by it largely, but there is one respect in which it fails. Music and poetry may both be bad in the sense that they are ugly, of faulty construction, or trivial. But poetry may also be bad because it conveys a bad moral lesson, or causes one to accept what is false. I cannot see that it is possible for music to do this, except by association. A tune that has always been associated with improper words may in time come to be considered as itself improper, but there can be nothing objectionable about the music in itself. Again, music may be improperly used. Anyone would say that a largo in a minor key was out of place at a wedding, or a jig at a funeral. Association may have, but does not necessarily have anything to do with this. But here again, the music in itself is not objectionable. This simplifies the selection of music for a library, for it excludes at the outset almost all the problems of censorship. Music is rejected usually for negative reasons, because it is not worth buying, not for any act of evil influence that it is likely to exert. The question comes up especially in connection with certain adjuncts to a music collection, pianola rolls and phonograph records. These are both of great aid in assisting the public to understand the language of music, which they must do before they learn to read it. They may be profitably used, of course, in connection with reading, and yet the pleasure of following a piano player or a phonograph with the printer's score seems to be known to few. Every library must judge for itself whether it can afford to put money into these adjuncts, but in most cases it is unnecessary to do so, it being easy to get the rolls and records by donation. In doing this at my own library, I have been struck with the trivial or the so-called popular character of most of the rolls received. I am told, also, that those who borrow them, and they have gone out like hotcakes, are largely persons who have not visited the library before. I believe that this sort of music is popular, not because it is trivial or trashy, but because it is easy to understand. There is some music that is both good and easy to understand and easy to read. Schumann's album for the young will occur to anyone. The compositions of Ludwig Schitt are modern examples. But the general impression that good music is difficult both to read and appreciate is highbrow, in fact, and that easy music is always trivial and poor, is a deduction, I am afraid, from experience. It is certainly not in the nature of things. However, so long as we want easy music, both to hear and to read, and a good deal of it is trashy, I can see nothing to do but use the trashy music. With the music rolls, triviality is all we have to object to, the ceaseless repetition of the same phrases and harmonies. We must remember, however, that these are not boresome to the beginner. It takes a good deal of repetition to make one tired of a musical phrase, and there is absolutely no question of active badness here, only of worthlessness. When we come to phonograph records, however, we encounter something different. As far as these are purely musical, what has been said of the music rolls applies to them also. But many of them are vocal, and the words are often far below library standard. When a record is rejected for its words, the music, of course, must go with it, though as music it may be quite unexceptionable. The location of the music collection is affected by the purpose for which it is maintained. A collection for scholars alone should certainly be in a separate room with an expert custodian, but when we regard the collection as a means of popularizing music and of improving popular musical taste, the matter takes on another aspect. A person who comes to the library for the purpose of visiting the music room will find it, no matter where it may be. But the reader who needs to have his attention called to it, or in whose case it must compete for use with other books, will never do so. Going back to our analogy with general literature, we may note that when a librarian wishes to promote the circulation of some special class of literature, or call attention to some particular book or books, the last thing he would think of doing would be to set them apart in a special room. What he does do is to place them conspicuously in the most frequented spot in his library. This is, of course, only one side of the question. No one can browse on a collection of books unless he knows how to read. And so long as music readers cannot read to themselves, the reading of instrumental pieces cannot be done without the aid of the actual instrument. Even when one can read music to himself well enough to pick out what he wants, it may aid him to be able to perform the piece on the instrument for which it was written. Now, the most frequented spot in the library, where I recommend that the music collection should be displayed, is not the place for a piano or for its use. This must necessarily be in a separate room. These are not, however, absolutely irreconcilable requirements. It is not necessary that the music and the instrument should be in the same room. A soundproof or a distantly located room for the instruments may be used by those who wish to perform pieces before selecting them, even if no music at all is shelved in the room. This room should preferably be as near as possible to the music shelves, and if it is, it must of course be soundproof. Going back again for a moment to our analogy, the provision of a soundproof music room corresponds to the creation of a similar room for the ordinary reader, where he may take his books and read them aloud to see how they sound. The mere statement shows us how far behind our ability to read language is our ability to read music. When I first began to present these ideas, which seemed to me to be absurdly self-evident, it was gradually borne in upon me that most people considered them new and strange, both those who agreed with me and those who disagreed. But without going into the question of what music can and cannot convey to the human mind, it seems clear to me that both music and language succeed in conveying something to the human organism, and do it principally by sound waves. In the case of both, there is a way of writing down what is to be conveyed, so that the record may be used by another person who wishes to convey it by sound, or so that a person sufficiently skilled may convey it to himself without making an audible sound. These facts seem to me to establish so complete an analogy that we may treat music in a library precisely as we treat ordinary books, both in selection, distribution, and use. If to complete the analogy we must insist on certain changes in the attitude toward music of both educators and readers, this kind of missionary work is after all no more and no other than that which the modern librarian, especially in America, is often called upon to do. I am a believer in the mission of music. The public library can do no more helpful thing to our modern life than to assist the public to understand and love it. The fact that it is not a representative art makes it all the more valuable as a means of detaching the mind from the things of this earth and transporting it to a separate world. A beautiful picture, or statue, or poem is anchored to the ground by the necessary associations of its subject matter. Music has no such anchor. It is free to soar, and soar it does, bearing with it the listening soul into regions that have no relations with the things of everyday life. It may rest, or it may stimulate. It may gladden or depress, but it does so by means of its own, not by reminding us of the stimulating or depressing things of our own past experience. In the multifarious mission of the public library, as we Americans see it, surely the popularization of good music is to assume no unimportant place. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. 2 Cardinal Sins. The sins of which I purpose to speak are duplication and omission. They are peculiar to no one class of persons, to no one business, profession, or institution. They are ubiquitous and omnipresent. Those who use the Book of Common Prayer acknowledge them when they confess that they have done those things that they ought not to have done, and have left undone those things that they ought to have done. This statement covers other sins, both of commission and omission, than those that I have specified above, but it includes both of them. The peculiarity of duplication and omission is that they are complementary so far as the labor and expense involved in them is concerned. Their existence is like that of a surplus and a debt in the same purse. To bewail them is like complaining because you have $1,000 that you know not how to invest, and at the same time because you owe $1,000 that you cannot pay. The whole world is out of joint because it is doing twice things that need to be done only once, and at the same time is not doing at all things that ought to be done. The man with the $1,000 surplus and the debt of the same amount may obtain quick relief by paying his indebtedness with his balance. The world will be relieved when it takes the energy and the money now expended in wasteful duplication and puts it into the doing of those things that are now left undone because the energy and money necessary to do them are expended wastefully. It is very easy, is it not? As easy as adding +10 to -10 and getting 0. The surplus and the debt, the duplications and the omissions extinguish each other, and neither of them bothers us any more. Unfortunately, there are practical obstacles that do not present themselves in the case of the algebraic sum. These difficulties might occur in the case of the man with a surplus who owed money, if he could be supposed ignorant both of his balance and of his debt, while suffering the inconveniences due to both. This ignorance is the rule, rather than the exception, in the case of ordinary duplications and omissions. Either the duplication is not noticed, because at first sight it does not appear to be a duplication, or when recognized as such, its existence does not seem to be of any consequence. Besides this, both duplications and omissions seem to some to be part of the natural order of things ordained for us and not to be disturbed by the hand of impiety. One hardly knows when to begin with illustrations where there is such a wealth of material, whether we seek it in civics or history or science or business or in domestic economy. As you have doubtless surmised, I intend to take the public library as my chief field of research, but I must maintain or at least justify my thesis of universality by a preliminary trip through a much broader field. First, let us take the age-old universal grievance, the unequal distribution of wealth, which from our present standpoint we may simplify by saying that one man has $2 where he needs only one, and another has no dollars at all, omission in his case where there is duplication in the other. I know there are some people who fail to see 2 sins in these simple and well-known facts, but most of us nowadays are recognizing that it is at least an unsatisfactory state of affairs. Where we disagree is that some feel that however unsatisfactory it may be, there is nothing to be done about it, that others who agree that it is unsatisfactory are unable to agree on what they would consider satisfactory, and that even those who think they know this are unable to get together on a method of attaining what they desire. These various kinds and degrees of disagreement constitute the reason why these 2 particular sins of duplication and omission continue to be committed. Now let us take a very big jump. from the general theory of socialism down to the golf clubs of Middlefield, Massachusetts, a real place, though I have taken the liberty to change its name. With a population of about 1,000, this model village supported until recently 2 of these institutions for no other reason than the general tendency to wasteful duplication, already noted. The links on the west side and those on the east side had both their ardent partisans. Each club considered the existence of the other a shame and an outrage, and each was only too willing to abolish duplication by consolidation, always provided its own particular links should be the ones to survive. For years this small place supported these 2 clubs, each with its clubhouse, grounds, dues, and assessments. Those who were not partisans had to belong to both to keep the peace. Meanwhile, the town greatly needed a small social club where the retired city merchants, professional men, and artists who largely made up its population could assemble occasionally, have a game of pool or bridge, and drink a cup of tea. But their incomes were not large, and they had to keep up those 2 golf clubs. The situation is so typical that I am enlarging on it a little. I wish that the outcome were typical too. That outcome was that after years of discussion, the clubs were merged. One of the links was discontinued, and the village now enjoys the little social club that it needed. An omission has been filled by doing away with the duplication. The church history of many a small place is very much to the point. We see 3 or 4 denominational bodies struggling with small congregations, inadequate buildings, and general poverty, when by uniting they might fill all these lacks simply by saving what they are now spending on duplication. Doctrinal differences are said to keep them apart, but to the non-theological mind, these differences are not greater than these that must always exist between thoughtful men in the same religious body. It is pleasant to see an occasional lapse into sanity shown by the union of such churches and the consequent strengthening and growth of a town's religious life. Probably it is not too much to say that the whole problem of Christian unity is but a phase of this general question of duplication and omission. In the business world, our 2 sins flourish like green bay trees. Small villages have 2 groceries and no hardware store. Large cities may be overrun with one trade while there is lack of another. These things ought to adjust themselves, but they do not. One can pick out duplication and omission in the stock of a single institution. On asking for something at a department store recently, I was met with the remark, "Isn't that funny? You are the 15th person who has asked for that in the last 3 days." The fact was noted as merely curious and interesting, and there was apparently no intention of remedying the omission, even by cutting out some of the superfluous styles of neckties. The most flagrant example I know of duplication in the business and industrial world is the duplicate telephone company. A telephone company is a good example of a mutual enterprise. Its value to any subscriber depends on the existence of all the other subscribers. If a man could afford to buy up the company and discontinue all the telephones but his own, the value would disappear. 2 companies are simply a nuisance, involving duplication of plant with no resulting convenience. The same is not true of gas or water companies, because here one user does not depend on the others. You would get just as good service if the electric company concluded to serve you and you alone. There is, to be sure, wasteful duplication in these cases also, but in the instance of the telephone, it is accompanied with necessary deterioration of service. I suppose I need say little about the existence of our 2 sins in the household. We are honeycombed with them from the rural dinner table where there are no soup and 3 kinds of pie, to the housewife who yields to the temptation to buy another evening dress and cannot afford an outing costume. What we need everywhere is some kind of a board of equalization with autocratic powers that will rigorously suppress all our duplication and with the money saved, supply our omissions for us. We may learn something from the efforts that have recently been made to minimize these 2 sins in charitable work and social service. Every city contains numerous charitable bodies, all trying to relieve want and alleviate suffering. They are frequently the prey of unscrupulous persons who manage to get their wants alleviated by 3 or 4 societies at once, by each, of course, without the knowledge of the others. The result is that there are no funds to relieve many worthy persons who accordingly suffer. The 2 sins in this case are being avoided by the simple establishment of a card index at a central point. When an application is made for relief, the index office is informed by telephone. The index is consulted, and if it is found that the applicant is already receiving aid from some other source, his request is politely but firmly refused. The present production of books gives us an instructive example of the existence of duplications and omissions on a large scale, and the elucidation of these will bring us a little nearer to the application of our principles to the library, toward which we are tending. I know not which is the more striking fact in connection with the publishing business, the continual issue of useless books, fiction and nonfiction, or the non-existence of works on vital subjects regarding which we need information. Of course, this is due partly to the fact that the men who know things are also the men who do things. They are too busy to write them down. It is also due to the abnormal appetites of the semi-educated, which create a demand for the trivial and fatuous. The semi-educated person is intellectually young. He has the peculiarities of the child. Foremost among these is the love of repetition. The little one would rather hear his favorite fairy tale for the 100th time than risk an adventure into stranger fields of narrative. There is something admirable about this when it leads to the adult's love of rereading great literature. But in the semi-educated, it appears as an unlimited capacity for assimilating unreal fiction with the same plots, the same characters, the same adventures, and the same emotions, depicted time after time with slight changes in names and attendant circumstances. An African explorer told me recently that the events attending the southward progress of the French through the Sahara and down into Central Africa were the most thrilling and the most important from the standpoint of world history among those of recent times. The story of them remains unwritten, except for a few episodes in French that have not been thought worthy of translation into other tongues. Yet in this period, how much trivial incident, how much banal reminiscence has been thought worthy of enshrinement in bulky octavos, selling at $4 each. The money spent in putting forth the same idle stuff that has oppressed the world for centuries would have supplied great gaps in our catalogues of history, travel, and science, and have given us vital literature that we may now have lost forever. In fiction, the sin of repetition is largely due to the substitution of imagination for observation. No 2 actual things are alike, and no 2 events happen in the same way. Observation and accurate description will never result in duplication, but the semi-educated imagination sees always the same things and sees them in the same way, and its use in the writing of fiction results as we have seen. Would that we had, today and here, realism like that of Turgenev in his Memoirs of a Sportsman, the detailed account of everyday happenings, the hardest thing in the world to write interestingly. When we try it, which we seldom do, we seem to revert at once to the dreary side of life, which doubtless exists, but surely not to the exclusion of other things. Turgenev's book helped toward the emancipation of the serfs. I will not dwell on that, for Mrs. Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, a very different sort of book, performed a like office for us. I will rather insist that Turgenev wrote simple, vital, descriptive literature, something that you will look far to find in our modern fiction. Our books of reference are full of duplications and omissions. Search the commoner dictionaries and encyclopedias on the library shelves, and you will find countless instances of items of information given twice or thrice and others left out altogether, of words entered under more than one form and completely defined under each, while cross-references lead the seeker to nothing at all. After working a good many years on books of this kind, I am convinced that the art of making a perfect dictionary or encyclopedia is the art of avoiding duplication and omission. This cannot be done until publishers are willing to allow sufficient time to elaborate a plan before beginning work on one of these books. This, so far, has never been done, and the two sins continue to be committed, here as elsewhere. It is doubtless time for our application of these principles to the library. We have not to look far to begin. Take any city of average size and inquire how many libraries it supports. Is there any necessity in a town for more than one library? I am open to conviction, but I doubt. There are excellent reasons for the duplication in each case, I know, just as there were for the 2 golf clubs in our little town. The duplication in buildings, staff, and books is very costly, and the service, no matter how good it may be, is not bettered by this duplication. The trouble may be minimized by cooperation, but it still exists. Take, if you please, the one item of book purchase. I shall not speak here of private owners, though they must bear their share of blame and of punishment for our 2 sins, but add together the book funds of the 2 or 3 large libraries, public or subscription, and of the dozen small ones, special, denominational, associational, in a community, and see to what a considerable sum it amounts. If it could be administered and expended as a unit, is there anyone who will maintain that the precise books would be bought that actually are bought? We find all these libraries buying copies of the same book, when one copy is all that the community needs, each ignoring the others, and each lamenting the insufficiency of its funds. I have not forgotten such conspicuous instances of cooperation in book purchase as that of the 3 large libraries in Chicago, but I also do not forget that it is rare, and that even in Chicago it has been found difficult to carry it out in the perfection in which it is to be found on paper. If we add private purchasers to the libraries, I have little hesitation in saying that the money spent on books in any community is quite enough to buy all that the community needs. The lacks are due to the fact that the sum needed to supply them is spent on useless duplicates. I am not proposing plans, here or elsewhere, to perform the addition of plus and minus quantities that is so easy in pure algebra. I am merely pointing out their existence. From my point of view, the ideal situation in a community is the administration by a single body of all its library activities, even private owners cooperating to a certain extent. Let us refresh our memories with a bit of library history. There are at present a great many separate libraries in Greater New York. That is, from my point of view, a bad thing, but there were once a great many more. New York and Brooklyn were full of small circulating libraries, denominational, charitable, and associational, and many of them had succeeded in obtaining small subsidies from the city. The sum of these was considerable, or would have been considerable, had it been administered as a sum instead of in separate driblets. All the considerations noted above applied in this case, but the Board of Equalization for which we have been sighing actually existed here. It was the city government which bestowed and controlled a large part of these institutional incomes. A city controller with a businesslike mind saw all this and proceeded to act upon it. The small libraries became branches of the public libraries of New York and Brooklyn. The city subsidy and a lump sum went to those institutions. If there is anyone who now wishes to return to the old system of separate control and duplication of effort, I am unacquainted with him, notwithstanding the fact that I know many trustees of the consolidated institutions who were filled with rage at the summary action of the city. That action was in the nature of both a threat and a bribe. A threat to discontinue the appropriation of city funds for a library that should refuse to consolidate, and a bribe in the shape of a hint of additional favors to come if it should not refuse. Mr. Andrew Carnegie's offer to build branch libraries, coming at about this time, made it possible to reinforce this hint very effectively. Our federal government is being held up as the model for a future world federation, and its successful operation confutes the fears of those who doubt the workability of any such plan. In like manner, I beg to point to the library consolidations in New York and Brooklyn as an evidence that such removal of duplication elsewhere would enable us to supply omissions in library service. All we need is a motive. If not the threats and bribes that forced the New York consolidation, then something of equal effect. But as I have said, I am not proposing plans. The abolition of this kind of duplication requires pressure from an outside body or agreement among those concerned. No one of us, acting alone, can do away with it, but there are duplications and omissions in the work of every library that it is in the power of the librarian to remedy. Many of these are the result of growth. I know of no profession whose members are more continually and consistently looking for more work to do than that of librarianship. This quest is rarely carried on cooperatively in a library. The head of each department grasps every opportunity to enlarge her sphere of influence, with the result that her sphere first touches that of another department and then intersects it, so that they possess certain parts of the field of service in common. The departments concerned may not know of this duplication, or they may realize that it is going on and be unwilling to stop it for various reasons. Each department head, like the golf clubs mentioned above, may be willing to abolish duplication by driving her fellow worker out of the field, but not otherwise, and her fear lest she herself may have to be the one to retire may induce her to keep silence. Sometimes the librarian himself, observing the interference, contents himself with seeing that individual items of service are not duplicated, leaving the two departments to do, in part, the same kind of work, though not in precisely the same items. This is but a partial atonement for our two sins. Although there is, perhaps, no longer actual duplication of work, there is duplication of administration, duplication of thought and planning. All this is waste of effort that should be devoted to doing some of the things that every library leaves undone. I have elsewhere treated of what I call conflicts of jurisdiction in libraries. This comes under the same head, though there may be no actual clash of authorities. Sometimes we have cases resembling those of the applicants for charitable aid from various sources. Members of the public entitled to library service, the amount of which has been limited by the rules to ensure proper distribution and to prevent monopoly, manage to get 2 or 3 times as much as they should get by applying to different departments or to the same department under different names. There has been much removal of restrictions of late in libraries with the intent to give fuller and freer service to the public. There should be no restriction that interferes with such service, but many restrictions are intended merely to check those whose tendency is to hamper service, and removal of these will evidently injure the public, not benefit it. Traffic regulations are a great bother, but their removal would not be in the public interest. Neither would the removal of necessary regulation of library traffic, the free distribution of books through the appointed public agencies. I sympathize with our modern desire to let Mr. A have as many books as he wants and to keep them as long as he wants. But this sympathy changes to indignation when Mr. A proves to be a library hog, taking advantage of his privileges simply to keep away from Mr. B and Miss C the books that they want. Now and again we find a reader who understands increase of library privileges to mean taking a book away from someone else and giving it to him. There could be no more flagrant example of the double sin of duplication and omission, giving A more than he can use and thereby depriving B of what he needs. The expenditure of time is a domain in which our two sins become especially noticeable. If one has plenty of money, he may waste a good deal without serious effects, but waste of time is different. The total extent of time is doubtless infinite, but not its extent as available to the individual. He has only his 80 years and 10, and astronomical happenings have chopped this up for him into years, months, weeks, and days, any one of which is largely a repetition of those that have gone before. So many of our duties, for instance, are daily that the average man has only a few hours out of the 24 to deal with emergency work, hurry calls, and all sorts of exceptional demands on his time. If he gives 10 minutes to something that requires but 5, he must often neglect a duty, and this constitutes duplication and omission of time, to be remedied by taking the unnecessary 5 minutes from one task and bestowing it on another. Here again, however, our algebraic addition is simple only on paper. We are hindered not only by our own propensity to waste time, but by those whose own is of no value and who therefore insist on wasting ours for us. This is a subject on which most executive officers can speak feelingly. Such officers are troubled with two kinds of lieutenants, those who keep them in ignorance of what is going on, and those who insist on putting them in continual possession of trivial details, more omission and duplication, you see. One special kind of time-waster is the assistant who comes to her chief with a request. Foreseeing refusal, she has primed herself with all sorts of arguments and is ready to smash all opposition in a logical presentation of the subject calculated to occupy 30 minutes or so. But the request, as stated, appeals to her chief as reasonable, and he grants it at once without hearing the argument. Do you think the petitioner is going to waste all that valuable logic? Not she. She stands her ground and pours it all out, the whole half hour of it, and when the victim is granted a second time what he had already granted without argument, she retires flushed with triumph at her success. And while this duplicator was duplicating, the other sinner, the omitter, was performing some innocent and valuable administrative act without her chief's knowledge, causing him to give wrong information to a caller and convict himself of ignorance of what is going on in his own institution. Time wasting, of course, is by no means confined to the library staff. Much of everyone's time in a library is consumed in fruitless conversations with the public, the answering of trivial questions, the search for data that can do no one any good, efforts to appease the wrath of someone who ought never to have been angry at all, attempts to explain things verbally when adequate explanations in print are at hand. All these things consume valuable time and thereby force the omission of public services that would otherwise be performed. Some of them are unavoidable. We must always change up a little time to the account of courtesy, the avoidance of brusqueness, the maintenance in the community of that tradition of library helpfulness that is perhaps the library's chief asset. This we cannot afford to lose. But without sacrificing it, can we not eliminate some of the bores, cut down our useless services for the sake of performing a few more useful ones, and increase the amount of library energy usefully employed without enlarging the total sum expended? This is one of our most vital problems, did we but realize it. We have gone far enough, perhaps, to realize that our two sins are indeed cardinal and fundamental. The authors of the prayer book were right. We have done those things that we ought not to have done, and we have left undone those things we ought to have done, and we are all miserable sinners. If I had nerve enough to add a new society to the 1,001 that carry on their multifarious activities about us, I should found a league to suppress duplications and supply omissions. End of section 34. Section 35 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. A Message to Beginners. History may be described as an account of the conflict between the tendency of things to move and efforts to fasten them down so that they will keep still. Where they have been moving in the wrong direction, these efforts have been praiseworthy, but in too many instances, motion has been resisted simply because it is motion, quiescence being looked upon as the supreme good. In his interesting History of Fiji, Dr. Alfred Goldsborough Meyer notes that the difference between the savage and the civilized man is not one of content of knowledge, for the savage often knows far more than we do, but is due to the fact that the savage is bound hand and foot by tradition. He is a slave to his imagination and to that of his forefathers. The conflict in his case has ended definitely with the triumph of the fastening down process. There is no more motion. He cannot fall back, but neither can he move forward. He is locked in one position, that of the particular generation 5, 50, or 500 years ago, when his fight for progress was lost. With a civilized man, the fight still goes on. It is not yet won nor lost, and the story of it, as I have said, is history. Read it in this light, and it will assume for you new significance. Wars, revolutions, changes of dynasty, racial migrations, linguistic changes, the achievements of art, the triumphs of science, the evolution of social systems, the development of justice, the rise of literature and the drama. Everything that marks the story of what has been going on in the world is but a phase of this age-long struggle between forces and obstacles of whose origins, at bottom, we know little. So far as the obstacles have won, there are still savage elements lurking in us. So far as we have thrust them aside, we are advancing further towards civilization. The one title that we have to call ourselves civilized is the fact that no set of traditions or customs, no institution, has yet become crystallized into the fixity that obtains with the savage races. Not the church, not government, not science, nor art, nor literature. All these are changing, despite efforts to pin them down. Our language, our social customs are altering. Our fashions of dress change from year to year. Our old people, for a man often reverts to savagery in his old age, pass away with words of regret on their lips for the good old days of their youth, when things were different. A savage has never to do this, for the days of his youth and his age are precisely the same. Custom, speech, habit, observance, tradition, all are locked up into fixity. The education of the savage is directed toward perpetuating this fixity. That of the civilized man should be a force in the opposite direction. Recognizing that change is the lifeblood of civilization, it should be devoted to controlling and directing that change, leading the mind of the pupil to anticipating and welcoming it, and bracing that mind against all feeling of shock due to the mere starting of the machinery of progress. I say this is what education should be. I believe that it is tending in this way, but a large part of it is still savage, an effort to keep our customs, thoughts, and actions to standards set up by our ancestors. The public library, we are fond of saying, is an educational institution. Which kind of education shall it dispense? Shall it be a motor or a brake? Shall it look back into the past or forward into the future? To many persons, the idea of a forward-looking library seems absurd. It is essentially a repository of records, and records are of the past. You will find somewhere, unless oblivion has overtaken it, an address by your lecturer on the public library as a conservative force. Such it doubtless is, and such it should be. But its conservatism is that of control, not of stagnation. It is the skilled driver who keeps the car in the road, not the ignoramus who stalls it in the ditch. Records are assuredly of the past, but the past and its records may be looked upon in either of two ways, as standards for all time or as foundations on which to build for the future. The civilized man rejoices in foundations. He builds them deep and strong, and erects upon them some noble superstructure. The savage puts up his great stone circle, mighty and wonderful perhaps, but complete in itself and of no manner of use. So I ask you, what is our collection of records to be, a stone circle or a foundation? Now the records themselves, the books, can never determine this any more than the great monolith can determine whether it is going into a Stonehenge or into the foundation of a Parthenon. It is what we do to the books, to and with them, that matters. The world would never move on without records of the progress that had already been made. Just as surely, it would never move on by reliance on those records alone. What we have accomplished brings us merely to a milestone in the path of progress. To reach a given point, One must pass the milestones on the way, but they must be passed and left behind. We shall never get anywhere merely by sitting down upon any of them. To make a personal application to yourselves, you will never make good librarians unless you master what good librarians before you have learned and taught. But just as certainly, you will never be good librarians if you regard this as a definite stopping point. The trouble with most of our education is that it is static and not dynamic. It looks backward, not forward. It teaches what has already been accomplished and fails to equip the student for devising and accomplishing something further on his own account. I am warning you in the midst of a course intended to fit you for a librarianship that the course alone will not so fit you, but it will start you, and a start in the right direction is of great value. Nay, it is indispensable. When the fielder throws the ball directly into the baseman's hands, there is a preliminary motion of his arm. At the end of that motion, the ball begins its flight. Its start has enabled it to go straight. Your library course will be the throw that enables you to go straight to the mark, but you must not forget that the whole flight remains to be made. My metaphor is a bad one. The ball has no power to adjust or alter its course. You have that power. You can better a good start, or you can nullify it. You may even hit the mark after you have been started in the wrong direction. But to say this is by no means to recommend a wrong start. All this is a series of platitudes, but to insist on the obvious is often useful. There are so many obvious things that we are apt to neglect some of the most necessary, just as we may fail to see a sign on a building because it is all plastered with signs. Nothing is more common than to assume that a period of formal education, general or special, makes its subject fit, either for life or a vocation. Some never get over this idea and fail in consequence. Some discover their mistake and blame their training because it does not do what it cannot do and was not intended to do. Formal training trains one to start. It makes one fit to run the race. The race is not won when the training is ended. It has not even begun. The man with a BA degree is not ready to tackle the problems of life and vanquish them. The graduate in law or medicine is not a trained lawyer or physician, and when you have completed your library course, you will not be trained librarians. You will have been started right. The rest of your training will depend on your reaction to the forces, the stimuli that surround you on all sides. What the executive officer is looking for all over the world is initiative, guided by common sense, but it is rare. Possibly our education fails to develop it. Possibly no system of education could develop it. But it exists, and we are all happy when we find it. Throwing out of consideration the really lazy, ignorant, or incompetent assistant, competent subordinates may be of three kinds. First, he who has been trained to do certain things in certain ways and continues to do only those things in only those ways, not realizing the possibility of change or improvement. Secondly, he who does realize this possibility but has been taught, or at any rate believes, that it is not his place, but only his superiors, to take active steps towards something more or better. And thirdly, he who both realizes and acts, who does what he can to see that such steps as he can properly take to improve matters are taken, and that such as he cannot take of his own accord are suggested in a proper manner to his superior. If I were asked to sum up in a few words the things that differentiate a well-run from a poorly run institution, I should say first the existence of a staff composed of persons of this third variety, and secondly, a chief executive who appreciates and uses them. A progressive executive with a staff of assistants who faithfully obey orders and do nothing more will not go far. His institution may make no mistakes. It may run like a machine, but it will have the faults of a machine. Its product will be machine-made. With a live staff and a poor executive, there will be a maximum of mistakes, absurd and ill-judged plans, a failure to coordinate effort in different lines. With plenty of initiative in the staff, and with an executive to select, restrain, encourage, and control, We have an approach to the work of a single living organism, the most perfect tool of evolution. While this means the encouragement of suggestion, it also means rejection and selection. It means that while the staff will have to bear disappointment with good nature and without diminution of initiative, the executive on his part must realize that 100 impractical suggestions do not disprove the possibility or even the probability that the assistant who makes them may ultimately offer some plan, method, or device of great value. Some of the greatest improvements in library service are due to persons with an imagination and an initiative especially prone to run wild in impractical suggestions. I realize that I may be regarded as tossing a firebrand among you when I tell you to develop your initiative. An unwise or uncontrolled initiative may do harm, but I fervently believe that greater harm is done every day by the lack of all initiative. Better than any stagnant pool is a running stream, though it breaks bounds and wastes itself in foam and spray. There may be those who will say, let the student first learn to obey without question. When he has done this, it will be time to talk to him about initiative. Alas, that will also be the time when he has lost the chance to develop it intelligently. No, the accepted standards and the ways of progress must be assimilated at one time. Rather than unquestioning obedience to an order, a rule, or a formula, let us have appreciation of the reason for it and disobedience whenever a breaking of the letter may keep us more closely to the spirit. I can assure you that you will make better assistants if this is your temperament, that librarians are looking earnestly for more of this kind, rejoicing when they see the spark of life among the dead wheels and cogs of the library machinery, determined to give anyone who shows it an opportunity to show more of it by promoting him to a place of greater effort and of higher responsibility and service. When such a promotion comes, perhaps over the heads of others with better training and longer experience, there is often wonder and a disposition to explain it all by favoritism. And viewed from the proper angle, this is correct. Every chief librarian has his favorites. They are those on whom he has learned that he can depend, not only for solid and accurate knowledge of facts and methods, but also for quick and ready response to the slightest change of conditions, for appreciation of what is needed in a given set of unusual circumstances, and resourcefulness in devising new methods or modifying old ones to meet the emergency. What I have already summed up in the one word, initiative. Every teacher and every student knows that a good arithmetician may fail utterly when he comes to state and solve problems in algebra. His success has been due to the memorizing of rules and their application. When he is confronted with the necessity of putting into mathematical symbols the fact that A, B, and C can do a piece of work in 3, 4, and 5 days, respectively, he is stumped because an entirely different sort of demand is made on his intelligence. And when his teacher explains how the statement may be made, although he has learned how to state that particular class of problems, he is just as much at sea when he is confronted with the question of how soon after 12 o'clock the hands of a watch will again be together on the dial. In other words, he has left the land of rules and entered the region of common sense. If he is bright, he very soon realizes that all mathematics is common sense, that rules are very useful indeed, but only as shortcuts to mechanical processes. So, at least so I trust, all the methods and tools of library work are based on common sense. Catalogs and charging systems and classifications are very useful indeed, but only as shortcuts to certain results that would otherwise not be achieved or would be arrived at too late or too confusedly. We must learn all about these, but the time will come when we shall leave the library school and enter the library. Here no sort of rule, formula, method, or process will suffice for us, essential though they all are. If we are to make good, we must add common sense, adaptability, resourcefulness, initiative. Possibly you think that I have been applying the principle of conflict between progression and stagnation somewhat carelessly. Now to your own training as librarians, and again to the service rendered by the library itself. In truth, these are intimately connected. Progressive assistants make a progressive library. A staff that does its work mechanically will operate a library without initiative. If your habit of mind has grown to be a habit of regarding all the technical detail of library work as part of nature's law, you will be shocked at a suggestion that the library of which you are a part should undertake some public service that a library never undertook before. You may know already, you certainly will know soon, that this question of the extension or limitation of library service is still a burning one in many minds. Libraries today are doing 1,000 things that no one of them would have thought of doing 50 years ago. That some of these things are foolish or ill-advised, I have no doubt. We now occasionally hear it said that there should be some authoritative statement or agreement on what public libraries, at any rate, ought to do and what they ought not to do. But we Americans do not take kindly to limitations of this sort, although they are familiar in countries where service of all kinds is more standardized. We read in a recent magazine article of the trials of Mrs. James Russell Lowell with English servants when her husband was American minister in London. Wishing to have a loose corner of carpet nailed down, she called on one after another of her domestic staff, only to be told that the clearly defined duties of each did not admit of that particular item of service. She finally lined them up on one side of the room, tacked down the carpet herself, and then discharged every one of them. This sort of thing does not seem to Americans like efficiency. If some needed bit of service in an American town remains undone, and church and school and library all look the other way because it does not fall within a carefully limited sphere of duty which each has assigned to itself, we shall count them all blameworthy, especially if it shall appear that one of them is equipped to perform that particular service easily, cheaply, and well. The church and the school have both taken this view, and the modern extension of the library's functions shows that it has been doing likewise. It has gone further than either of the others, probably, because it finds itself in many ways better equipped for the doing of civic odd jobs. It is related of a railway manager that an employee whose work was over once asked him for a free ticket home. The manager refused, saying, "If you had been working for a farmer, you would hardly expect him to hitch up and drive you home, would you?" "No," said the man, "but if he had a rig already hitched up and ready to start, and he was going my way, I should call him darned mean if he didn't take me along." In many cases, the library has been hitched up and standing at the door when the necessity has arisen, and it has been going the same way. In other words, the need of the community is nearly related to the work that the community's support has already enabled it to do. Under these circumstances, it is in the position of Coleridge's wedding guest. It cannot choose but hear. When we look at the library's recent history, we shall see that it is in precisely this way that it has taken on all its additional functions. The old libraries lent no books, but home use of books seemed presently desirable. After experimenting with separate institutions for this kind of service, we have all come around to considering it a legitimate function of the public library. Libraries gave no attention to children. When this became necessary, another function was added. These and other duties were very closely related to the library's older functions. Soon there was a further step, in making which the library took over services whose connection with its primary business was not so clear. To draw an example from what is most familiar to me at present, in the St. Louis Public Library you will find a room for art exhibits, collections of postcards and textile fabrics, a card index to current lectures, exhibitions, and concerts, a public writing room with free notepaper and envelopes, a class of young women studying, like yourselves, to be librarians, meeting places for all sorts of clubs and groups, civic, educational, social, political, and religious, a photographic copying machine placed at public disposal at the cost of operation, lunchrooms and restrooms for the staff, a garage with automobiles in it, not to speak of an extensive telephone switchboard, a paint shop, a carpenter's shop, and a power plant. Not one of these things, I believe, would you have found in a large library 50 years ago. and yet they are probably all, in one shape or another, to be found in all large modern American libraries. They are extensions of function. In many cases, it would be hard to justify them on general principles. Why should a library allow young people to dance, or men to hold a political meeting, or the neighbors to exhibit local products in its building? Our English friends hold that it is the height of absurdity to do so. Doubtless we should be absurd if we should attempt to formulate a principle about what cognate activities might properly be admitted to the library and should include such things as these. But that is not the way in which it all came about. There was some group of citizens anxious to engage in some activity beneficial to themselves and to the community. They wanted a place to meet. Church and school, for one reason or another, real or imaginary, were out of the question, and they came to the library. The library had an unoccupied room, heated and lighted. It had the choice of locking out citizens of the community that were supporting it out of the public funds, or of admitting them. Put in this way, the library's duty seems clear enough. But there is a step further still. Some demands for help are so old that the knocking at the door has passed out of the consciousness of both those who knock and those who hear. In this case, it becomes necessary for the library to undertake what a recent scientific writer calls the re-education of its attentive control. When an institution reaches the conclusion that it is doing all that it can, or all that the community can properly ask of it, the chances are that it is losing its ability to concentrate. Its duty is to fix its attention on one element of community life after another and ask itself whether it is not overlooking some really insistent demand for help. I well remember when, in the New York Public Library, we used complacently to explain our failure to purchase Hungarian books for circulation by saying that there was no demand for them. But the time came when we put in a few hundred books in that tongue. At once it became evident that we needed not hundreds, but thousands. Hungarians came to us from far distant parts of the city only to find empty shelves. This overwhelming demand had been present all the time, only it was latent. It lacked active expression, simply because our lack of Hungarian books was a well-known fact. Since then, when librarians tell me that their libraries have no books in Ruthenian or on sanitary plumbing, no out-of-town directories, or no prints for circulation because there is no demand for them, I am inclined to smile. No matter how near you may be to dying of thirst, you will not be likely to visit an obviously dry sandbank in search of water. The intelligent search for these latent demands requires the kind of interested ability that I have already spoken of as one of the library's chief needs. The library must keep on growing if it is to live. It must take on new functions, and when it assumes some new duty, some group in the community must exclaim, "Of course, that is just what we have been wanting all the time." And at the same time, there will always be some outworn function that may be dropped off quietly to make room for the new. Only the librarian must not mistake unintelligent imitation for initiative. Imitation in itself is unobjectionable. If what someone else has devised is obviously the very thing you have been looking for to solve your problem, you would only waste energy in trying to devise something else. But if you think you can create in your community a library as good, we will say, as Mr. Dana's in Newark, or Mr. Brett's in Cleveland, or Mr. Jennings in Seattle, simply by copying every detail of those institutions, you are as foolish as if you thought you could make yourself look like your well-dressed friend simply by borrowing his clothes. The library must fit the community. Also, in some respects, the librarian. I have recently visited Miss Hewen's office in the Hartford Public Library. I think it is the most fascinating office a librarian ever occupied, but I certainly shall not go home to St. Louis and try to make mine look like it. This warning applies particularly to the added functions of which we have been speaking above. They should be assumed in response to a demand, expressed or latent. The demand may be obvious and insistent in one library and not existent in another. If you suspect a latent demand, Experiment will generally reveal or disprove its existence, just as those few hundreds of Hungarian books brought out the demand for the present thousands. We have on the east side of our library a broad terrace, balustraded, elevated above the street, paved with brick and stone. It is shady on summer afternoons and swept by the south breeze. What an ideal place to read in the open air instead of in the stuffy building. We equipped it with tables and chairs, relaxed the rules to make it easy to take books and magazines there, did everything in our power to encourage terrace readers. The public press saw and approved. Everything worked well, except that nobody came. A failure, do you say? Not at all. We had tried our experiment, tested for our possible latent demand, and found that there was none. We had asked our question and received our answer. There are no tables and chairs on that terrace today, but we are not discouraged. Why should we be? A real experiment never fails. You always get your answer, yes or no. Of course, if your experiment is a sham, and you have assumed that the answer is to be the one that you want, you may be disappointed. It is always a pleasure to watch things grow, to be able to keep them on and guide their growth in useful directions. A library is no exception to the rule. Even growth in size, the simplest kind, has its satisfactions, but extension of service is still more interesting. It is well that there should be a little mystery between the librarian and his public, a consciousness of problems yet to solve, of service yet to be rendered. It is well that he should be on the lookout for latent demands, those hungers and thirsts that he knows must exist somewhere and that he is eager to satisfy. It is well that his community should regard the library as a place with opportunity and willingness for service yet unrevealed, as a reservoir of favors yet unbestowed. This is a living relation, not one of mere juxtaposition. I never envied the kind of service that old Atlas did the world in standing eternally with it on his shoulders. That was an image of dull, burdensome despair. How much better our modern vision of a spinning globe circling through space with all its brother and sister globes dancing around it. And however miraculous it seems, we know that whenever we get up and walk across the room, there is a tiny adjustment of balance throughout the whole vast system. There are social balances, too, as well as celestial, and when the library puts out its foot to take a forward step, I believe that they all respond. These things that libraries are doing have their part in the vast social adjustments in the midst of which we live. Someday, a social historian will arise to describe them and set them in their place. I am frequently disappointed when I take up some book describing a movement or an application of energy in which I know that the library has borne a part, to find that its share has been absolutely without recognition, that the word library is not even in the copious index. We have been busy doing things. Here in the seclusion of the library family, we may say that they have been things worth the doing. Some day we, too, shall have our Homer or our Milton. Let me remind you that this has all been illustrative of my principle that library service, like every other kind of mundane activity, is a phase of the eternal struggle between keeping still and getting somewhere else. At the close of a recent novel, one of the most thoughtful of current English writers, Mr. J.D. Beresford, states the issue thus, I quote from memory: "Virtue is only continued effort. A boast of success is really a confession of failure." Of course, continuance of effort, virtuous though it may be, will be of little avail without ability, intelligence, common sense, at least a modicum of those qualities whose complete combination makes up that wholly impossible creature, the perfect librarian. Training will not give you these. The Almighty bestows them at our birth, but it will develop such as you have already, and none of us lacks all of them. Keep on moving, then, and when you score a point, rejoice only because it proves that scoring is one of your possibilities, and that you are likely to score many others before your race is run. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rusty Pistols. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. Luck in the Library, Part 1. It is better to be born lucky than rich, says the old proverb. Is he lucky? Napoleon used to ask when anyone was recommended to him. Literature is full of allusions to luck. History is full of the belief in it and of the influence of that belief on the course of events. Do I believe in luck? Most assuredly, if you will allow me to frame my own definition. One of the most important and fascinating branches of modern mathematics, the theory of chances or probabilities, deals with what may be called luck and with its laws. Chance, we are told, is the totality of unconsidered causes. When an event is conditioned entirely by chance, we say that it came about by luck, though the unconsidered causes are there just the same. A tyrant, we will say, stakes his victim's life on the cast of a die. Whether he perishes or not is solely a matter of good or bad luck. When a basket contains 10 marbles, of which 5 are black and 5 are white, we know that in the long run the number of black and white marbles drawn at random tends towards equality, and we express this by saying that the chance of drawing either black or white is 1 in 2, or half. Whether black or white appears at any single drawing is purely a matter of luck. In this sense, luck confronts us at every turn, and no one can deny its existence. Now let us go a little further. May chance happenings be affected by circumstances that have no apparent connection with them? Doubtless, but so far as they are no longer subject to the laws of chance. It is because we know this that we are able to study nature by experiment. If in a long series of drawings, from a basket containing an equal number of black and white marbles, we draw chiefly black, we recognize at once the fact that some cause, distinct from the mass of slight and unconsidered causes whose combined action we know as chance, is acting. We try at once to get at that cause by varying the conditions. If we find, for instance, that by plunging the hand deeper into the basket, we get white balls as well as black, we conclude that the white balls were heavier and so settled to the bottom when the mass was shaken. So it may be that a particular series of happenings may be affected by locality, by personality, or by season. So far as this is true, chance or luck has ceased to act and we must look for the cause. These, however, are precisely the circumstances in which many persons are accustomed to invoke a luck of higher grade and more potent qualities, a luck that clings to person, place, or time. If in a series of happenings more turn out to the advantage of a particular person than pure chance would warrant, he is said to be lucky. In other words, the necessity of assigning a cause is recognized, and it is easier to call this cause luck than to search for it and to identify it. I am not sure that we are right in objecting to this procedure. We do not object to lumping together the totality of unconsidered causes and calling them chance. It is legitimate to do so when it is possible to discover and treat them separately. In like manner, it may be considered to call a man lucky when the causes of his success evade detection, though we may be sure that they exist. It is in this sense that it is better to be born lucky than rich. This was what Napoleon meant. I have no doubt by his question, is he lucky? He might have said, is he uniformly successful for reasons that do not lie on the surface? If so, we must assume the existence of causes, though we cannot detect them. Doubtless he will continue to succeed, even if we cannot always tell why. That is the kind of man that I prefer. Just a little philology here may throw additional light on our subject. I have said that Napoleon's question was, is he lucky? Now, of course, Napoleon did not use these words, because they are English words and he spoke in French. What he said, doubtless, was, Est il heureux? We translate heureux in two ways, happy and fortunate, but they are really the same, for happy means of good hap, or good fortune. When we say by a happy chance, we go back to this primitive meaning. The word heureux is derived by the French lexicographer from the Latin augurium, so that its basic meaning is of good augury. I think you will agree with me that there is something more here than mere chance. The augur's business was to ascertain the will of gods, and although we have the idea of some impelling force that makes things turn out as they do, if this force, whatever it was on the side of the candidate, Napoleon wanted him. As for our word luck itself, it is purely Teutonic, and our lexicographers do not trace it beyond its earlier forms. It should be noted, however, that in many of these, as in the modern German Glück, it means happiness as well as chance. This wide association of ideas may be taken to mean that happiness was regarded by our forefathers as always the sport of chance. But I prefer to regard it as an evidence that a life in which everything is for the best, where no mistakes are made, where all is fair sailing and successful outcome, is dependent on some fundamental cause. These lucky devils that we see all about us, the ones who always fall right side up, the men whose touch turns everything into gold, the college students who pass examinations because the questions happen to be very ones they knew, all these are people whose luck can usually be dependent on to last. It is all right to explain their success by calling them lucky, so long as we do not forget that this is merely a word to cloak our ignorance of the real causes. The trouble is that this is what we do often forget. We have been forgetting it since the dawn of civilization, and we inherit our forgetfulness from the twilight of ignorance that preceded it. If the cause of a man's success was not immediately apparent, he must, it was concluded, have effected it by a magic or sorcery, or he was in league with the devil, or Fortuna or some other goddess guided his hand. If he was a consistent failure, someone had hooded him or blasted him with the evil eye, or worked upon him some magical charm, or the fickle goddess had turned her back on him. Nowadays we simply say lucky dog or unlucky dog and let it go at that. But the words carry with them the meaning that something occult is at work, a meaning quite as unreasonable as the specific supernatural causes assigned in the earlier days, and possibly still more objectionable. I am quite willing to recognize that Jones is lucky. His success is due to something that I cannot detect. In fact, he seems to me rather an ordinary young man. He may possibly not understand himself, why he gets ahead so fast. He may believe that there is something occult about it. Plenty of successful men have believed in their stars and trusted them, and this worked well until it encouraged them to be reckless. Luck and stars are all very well as symbols, but they will not perform impossibilities. So far, I have not openly mentioned the public library, but I have been thinking of it a good deal, and I hope that you have also. It is one of the beauties of public library work that the points at which it touches life in general are many. He who is given the honor of addressing librarians, as I am doing at present, may talk about pretty much what he pleases. When he begins, serene in the confidence that its application to library work will not only be reached in good time, but will even obtrude itself prematurely on his hearers. In the first place, I believe we librarians should ponder that question of Napoleon's, is he lucky, and should make it part of our test for employment and promotion, asking it in substance of the candidates themselves, of their sponsors, and of the institutions that they gained their training and experience. Extending Shakespeare a little, we may say with Caesar, let me have men about me who are fat. Fat with achievement. Those who are lean and hungry with failure are not for me. Where the cause of achievement or failure is obvious, this attitude needs no defense. I believe that it is justifiable where the success or failure is generally attributed to luck. The general feeling that an unlucky devil will probably continue to be unlucky is founded on the idea that his ill luck is due to something more than chance. Whatever it is something that we must and should reckon with, whether it is visible or not, even whether it is thinkable or not. Certainly, whether the person concerned is responsible for it or not, he may be in no sense responsible for his bad luck, any more than he is for a physical defect such as blindness or one-leggedness, but all these things must be weighed in estimating the probable value of his work. I am conscious that such an attitude as this may, in theory, do serious injustice to the man whose ill luck is really due to pure chance, just as in the case of the man who throws tails 10 times in succession after betting on heads. Such a run as this may happen, it does happen in fact on an average once in 1024 trials. The fact that there are 1023 chances against it justifies us in neglecting to take it into account very seriously. I suppose that the chances against a man's persistent bad luck being due to pure hazard are very many millions to one. I'm not going to waste any tears over the injustice that I or you or anyone else might do in this way. I once heard a man of great intelligence, the ex-president of a small college, firmly maintain that if one had a basket full of letters of the alphabet written on cards and dumped them all out on the floor, it was absolutely impossible that they should be found so arranged, we will say, as to spell out Milton's Paradise Lost. Now such a happening is extremely unlikely, but the chance that it should occur can be calculated mathematically and expressed in figures. The arrangement in which Paradise Lost is spelled out, however, is no more unlikely than any other possible arrangement, and some one of these arrangements is bound to occur, no matter how unlikely any particular one is beforehand. No one of them, therefore, is impossible, including Paradise Lost. But I admit that where chances are so adverse, we may use the word impossibility in a rough sense, and so I use it in asserting that it is impossible for persistent bad luck to be due to pure chance. Just here we may consider whether a man may rise above ill luck, may conquer it, may turn it into good fortune. The ancients evidently believed that he could, that is why they represented Fortuna's wheel as turning. Its rotation may not only lower the proud, as Tennyson puts it, but may also elevate the humble, change a run of ill luck into a lucky strike. The psalmist ascribes both these functions to the Almighty himself. Deposuit potentes te sede et exaltavit humiles. All this was occult to them of old time, is need to be so to us only in the sense that occult means hidden. If the hidden causes of a man's ill luck may be revealed to him, wholly or partially, by study, or even if he can make a plausible guess at them, and if he finds that they are within his control, he can of course mitigate them or perhaps abolish them. I greatly fear that in most cases of this kind they are beyond his regulation, either because they are congenital or because they are due to habits so ingrained that changing them is impossible. The very fact that he attributes his failures to luck shows that he has made some effort to get at the cause and has failed in that, as in other things. The use of the word luck enables him to keep his self-respect. It does not, however, make him a more valuable assistant, and his superiors must not fail to take it into account in an estimate of his work. I believe that some inquiry into possible physical causes may repay us. Teachers tell us of cases where incredible stupidity turned out on examination to be due to deafness. I personally knew of a maidservant whose apparently idiotic actions were caused by nearsightedness. She did not know, poor girl, that her eyes were not perfectly normal. In all such cases, treatment of the physical cause, if it is treatable, alters the run of luck at once. All of our libraries should have medical officers, as the New York Public Library has, and the members of the staff should be periodically inspected there should be a rigid physical examination on entrance. I ask you to consider, in this connection, the career of Ulysses S. Grant, which has always seemed to me one of the most remarkable in our history. As I walked down the Gravois Road in St. Louis the other day, along which Grant used to drive his loads of wood from the farm to sell in the city, it seemed as if I could see the stumpy figure clad in its faded army overcoat seated on the load and urging his slow-going mules toward St. Louis. Then far away, if there ever was a man who was down and out, it was Grant at this time. He had been uniformly unlucky. He had had his chance, a good one, and had passed it by. Opportunity, which we are falsely told knocks only once at a man's door, had sounded her call and he had made no adequate response. A graduate of West Point, with credible service in the Mexican War, with good connections by birth and marriage, here he was, living in a log cabin on a small farm, hauling wood to city customers. Yet just 3 years later this man's name was the best known in the country and had gone around the world. He was a victorious general in a command of armies. A few years more and he was President of the United States. He was uniformly lucky. His luck had changed. What made it change? I cannot find that Grant the successful military commander was a different man in any way from Grant the farmer and teamster. He was supremely fitted for military command under a particular set of conditions. When those conditions arose, his genius took the line of least resistance. Such a career is not unique. We learn from it that ill luck may be simply negative, due not to active causes that force one back, but simply to the absence of conditions under which alone one may move forward. Vocational guidance may help us here, or it may not. It would not have helped Grant. If he could have been subjected to some miraculous series of tests that would have brought out the fact that failure as he was, he could achieve brilliant success at the head of an army, what would that have availed? There was no army for him, and there was no war in which it could fight. If the question, is he lucky, is to be answered, no, but he might become so, if he were at the head of the U.S. Steel Corporation. I am afraid that the result would be the same as without that qualifying statement. When a librarian was leaving a large field of endeavor to enter upon a still larger one, his office boy, hearing some speculation regarding his successor, was heard to say, "I could hold down that job myself. I have watched everything he does and there isn't a thing I couldn't do." What he had watched were the motions and they looked easy. But we should not laugh at this kind of confidence. An old stager said to me once, "Oh, these young men. They think they can do it all, and the trouble is that sometimes they are right." A young man is a neutral in luck. His good or bad fortune is yet to be revealed. The complete vocational test would be one that could tell whether the office boy were really fitted to be a librarian, and if he were, would see that he ultimately became librarian. Now we must rely not only on the boy's own ability to estimate his powers, but on his fighting strength to realize his vision. And there is more to it than this. A worker may have the ability and may know that he has it, and yet he may distrust his own estimate and so fail to follow it up. This is one of the saddest varieties of ill luck. We often hear it said, "He can do that if he would only realize it." Too often, however, the man or the woman does realize it perfectly well. His self-estimate of his powers may be quite high enough, and it may even be too high. Talk with him and you may discover to your surprise that he thinks highly of himself, but at the critical moment he loses his nerve. Doubts arise in his mind. Is he after all as able to rise to the emergency as he has always thought himself? He hesitates and he is lost. His ill luck has again been too much for him. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. Luck in the Library, Part 2. Somewhat similar to failures of this sort are those that arise from lack of initiative. Here, I think, our training is somewhat at fault. I can almost pick out at sight the library assistants whose training has been in schools where obedience has been the chief thing inculcated, the following of rules and formulas, the reverence for standards and authority. They are of the greatest value in certain positions, but they cannot advance far. They are afraid to go beyond the beaten path, to take chances, not, as in the case just considered, because they distrust themselves or their judgment, but because they have been trained not to adventure. Now, adventuring is the only way in which mankind has ever got anywhere. There are conditions in which chance-taking is criminal, as it usually is when much is staked for little. The engineer who risks the lives of a trainload of passengers in order that he may avoid losing a minute on schedule time is a criminal chance-taker. He may have done it once before with success, and the belief that he is lucky may induce him to do it again. The trouble with the overcautious worker is that because he feels that this kind of adventuring is wrong, it is also wrong for him to stake his personal comfort against a possible great advance in the quality of service that he is doing. Perhaps I have put it awkwardly. It is not so much personal comfort that is at stake, though that is an element, as the feeling that doing things well, in the way that we have always done them, is better than disorganizing them for the purpose of shuffling them into a better combination. I have, on more than one occasion, in library school lectures, urged this point of view, and I have advised more stimulation to venturesomeness, less pointing out of old paths, and more opportunities to break new ones. No one ever reached a new place by following an old path. The path breakers may be lucky or unlucky. I agree that the unlucky, the congenital blunderers, ought to be kept out of the adventuring class. But how shall we tell who they are except by trying? I have thought, possibly without justification, that I have detected a slight attitude of disapproval on the part of library school authorities when such advice as this has been given. Let the student first learn the standards, to do things by rule, to obey authority, then he can branch out into initiative. But can he? My fear, somewhat justified by experience, is that he cannot. The standards must be taught. The rules must be known and followed. But if, along with this, there is no stimulation to initiative and the continual instillment of a feeling that progress depends on the divine curiosity of the explorer, we shall be training only routine workers, and for our advances we shall have to depend on those whom we stigmatize as untrained. They will be the lucky ones. Here are cases where luck is a function of attitudes of mind and may be reversed if a change can be made in that attitude. There are others such. Take, for instance, the case of the grouchy man, the man who has a quarrel with the world. He is sure that he is unlucky, and sure enough, he is. He does not expect to be advanced, and no one would think of advancing him. His attitude and its natural results react on each other until he becomes a confirmed misanthrope. Then there is the man without interest in what he is doing. Who would be so foolish as to entrust an important task to a man who, it is quite evident, does not care whether it is done well or ill, or whether it is done at all? These persons betray their lack of interest in ways that are familiar to us all. They utterly lack initiative, but for other reasons than the persons whose cases have been discussed above. They have no objections to adventure, but a venture presupposes interest. No one ever set out to find the North Pole who is utterly indifferent to its location or the character of its surroundings. All true success is built on a foundation of lively interest. Hence, persons of this sort are peculiarly unlucky. They watch subordinates and newcomers pass them in the race, and they are perfectly certain that this is due to favoritism or to luck. They themselves are unlucky, and of course they will always remain so, unless they can alter their neutral attitude. In thinking over the lack of initiative of which I have complained above, and the failure of our training to supply it, It occurs to me that we carry this lack over into our work. We are apt to complain of the difficulty of finding persons who are fitted for positions of command and responsibility. What do we do to elicit the qualities that make one fit for such posts? We have in our own library a system of efficiency reports, which are filled out by department heads yearly, one for each assistant. These give needed information about the work of members of the staff, and they also sometimes reveal quite clearly the state of mind of those who make them out. Two of the questions are, in what did the assistant fall short, and what did you like most about the assistant? It strikes me, on running over these reports, as I have just done, that the qualities most valued when present and most lamented when absent are those of a good subordinate. The assistant who goes quietly, efficiently, and quickly about doing what she is told to do is pleasant about it and does not shirk. Here are some of the things that our department heads like best: earnestness, industry, and intelligence; alertness, readiness to take suggestion; excellent standards of work; close application to business; absolute dependability; persistence; excellent worker, steady, reliable; enthusiasm and eagerness to learn; close attention to business; tenacity and faith in herself; minds her own business; fine spirit in work; obliging, willing, and ready service; industry and intelligence; general information; calm, cheerful nature; honesty of purpose; patience under criticism; politeness and willingness to oblige; loyalty, faithfulness, and goodness; accuracy and systematic methods; neat and ambitious. All these things are fine, I agree, but there is not one of them that suggests the possibility of advancement to a position of command where administrative ability and initiative will count. I do not suggest that these qualities are absent, but I think the record shows that we are not on the lookout for them and possibly do not value them as we ought. Only once in a while do I find a suggestion that a tendency toward such qualities is of interest, as when one assistant is commended for independence and good judgment, and another for resourcefulness. And when we come to the weak points reported, the same facts stand out. Here are some of them: lack of accuracy in system; too sensitive; too reserved; often thoughtless; not sufficiently painstaking; too deliberate; tries to work too fast; lack of poise; rather slow; hesitates to ask for needed help; lack of system; impractical and idealistic; not very responsive; so eager that she is a bit aggressive at times. Here, too, the deficiencies reported are predominantly those that would make a bad subordinate, although here and there we may detect one of the other kind. For instance, does not know how to find and develop the best in her assistants; not self-reliant; disinclined to assume responsibility. These are all faults of poor executives. We shall never be able to pick good officers if we do not know how to detect in our privates the qualities that would fit them to command, and how to encourage the development of such qualities when there is anything on which to base it. Luck may not only be in but of the library. The whole institution may be in the lucky or unlucky class. I think you have known both kinds. The former seem to prosper, to do good work, and to win golden opinions by the very fact of their existence. The latter have small appropriations, a poor standing in the community, and are finally destroyed by fire. Now personal ill luck is and remains personal, but the ill luck of an institution may be of various kinds. It may reside in a person or persons, or in a system, or in a building, or in all three. If the Jonestown Public Library is unlucky, the ill luck may be that of its librarian, or of his staff, or he may be operating an unlucky system, or his building may be unlucky. I am an especial believer in unlucky buildings. Some there are in which it appears to be as impossible to run a successful library as it would be to grow vegetables in an ash bin. Sometimes one can pick out the trouble with half an eye, although the same degree of astuteness seems to have been beyond the architect, or the board, or the librarian who cooperated to produce it. But in many cases, we know the trouble only by its fruits. Its roots are hidden, and the best we can do is to recognize that the library's ill luck comes from an unlucky building, and leave it at that. There are so many sources of this kind of general library ill luck that it is a wonder we do not see more unlucky libraries. There are not so very many lucky ones either, except so far as this proceeds from the possession of a staff whose members are individually lucky. The statistician knows that the way to eliminate chance is to multiply instances. The insurance actuary does not know when you will die, but he knows that of 1,000,000 men of your age, very nearly so many will die within the next year. It is because he deals with a large number of cases that he can put his system on a business footing. There may be only one white ball in a bushel of black ones. You might conceivably draw that white ball at the first trial, but if you did, you would probably refer to it as luck. If, however, you could multiply the number of trials, you would bring up the white ball sooner or later. There may be only one good way of accomplishing a result among thousands of bad ones. If you should hit on the right one at the first trial, you would be lucky. But luck or no luck, you will get it if you keep on long enough. Patience is always a winner in the long run. This is the way in which much of our knowledge is collected. Edison found the right substance for his first carbon filament by sending for all sorts of materials from all over the world, carbonizing them and trying them out. The right one proved to be a kind of bamboo. If Edison had hit on this at the first trial, it would have been so lucky a chance as almost to be counted a miracle. As it was, he eliminated chance by multiplication. Nothing annoys an executive so much as to be told that the adoption of this or that course will result in a specified way, when no one has ever tried it. This was a common attitude in the time of Galileo, when the idea that anything could be found out by observation or experiment was regarded as a public scandal. That was the time when a man refused to look through the newly invented telescope for fear that he might see something contrary to the teachings of Aristotle. These people are not all dead by any means. I have heard them assert that a proposed change would ruin the library and then object to trying it because they were afraid the result would be contrary to their own predictions. The medieval philosophers at least had Aristotle to fall back on. Their modern successors would appear to be posing as Aristotles themselves. A housemaid recently said to her mistress, "I've told everybody today you weren't at home. Now don't sit in the window and make me a liar." No discovery, no falsehood, you see. So if we librarians can be prevented from trying experiments, the false predictions of some of our advisors will not be false in their own eyes, simply because they will not be exposed. My advice to librarians, and to everyone else, is to keep on trying experiments. If you get a satisfactory result the first time, you may stop and ascribe it, if you please, to your good luck. If the result is unsatisfactory, however, you need not stand pat on your ill luck. If at first you don't succeed, try again. There is more philosophy in that than in all Aristotle. It is also a practical exposition of the doctrine of chances. Somewhere is the combination that you want. You will find it if you only keep on long enough. Libraries that are afraid of being victimized by chance, or as we may put it, becoming martyrs to bad luck, should ponder somewhat more closely the possibilities of relief from insurance. Of course, here I am using the word luck in its simpler meaning of unforeseen occurrence. Take the case of the library that suffers from the fact that an influential member of the committee that fixes the amount of its annual appropriation has eaten something indigestible for breakfast. Such an unforeseeable occurrence, such a piece of bad luck, might cost a library anywhere from $2,000 to $20,000, according to the usual size of its appropriation. Equally injurious might be the illness of the president of the board. throwing upon an incompetent member the duty of presenting the library's claims and needs. It is surely unjust that a public service institution should be at the mercy of such trivial chances. In some states, including my own, the library is removed from such ill luck as this by a statutory provision fixing its public income, subject to proper checks and taking away the ability of an individual's illness or indisposition to lower it. But where this ill chance is still in its baleful working order, why should not the library be protected against it by insurance? Such protection would be analogous to the corporation insurance taken out by large industrial companies to offset the loss likely to result from the death of an officer on whose administrative ability much of the company's earning power depends, or to the payment of death duties by insurance, now being advocated by many companies and adopted on a huge scale by Mr. J.P. Morgan. Insurance is the great equalizer. It multiplies instances, enlarges the field of possibilities, and abolishes ill luck. We are availing ourselves of it in case of possible damage by fire or storm, or of loss through our liability as employers. We may in future use it to cut out chance and luck in other fields also, and to make our resources so dependable that we may devote to the extension and betterment of service the ingenuity now often spent solely in devising means to get along. I am afraid that you will compare this address very unfavorably with the celebrated chapter on snakes in Iceland, because whereas the author of that was able to announce the non-existence of his subject in 6 words, it has taken me a good many thousand. You will do me an injustice, however, if you think that I have simply been demonstrating the non-existence of luck. I believe that when we say a man is lucky, we mean something definite, and that thing surely has an existence. It may not be the goddess Fortuna or her modern successor, but it is very real, and it is worth investigating and taking into account. If you are told that one of your assistants is lucky, do not laugh it away. Find out the facts, and if they indicate that she is unusually successful in what she undertakes, be thankful that you have a lucky person on your staff. Cherish her and promote her, and if you can find such a person outside of your library with the other necessary qualifications, prefer him or her in making an appointment to one of the unlucky variety. It is of the lucky kind that the world's geniuses are made. Inventors like Bell, Edison, and Marconi, captains of industry like Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Henry Ford, soldiers like Napoleon, Grant, and Moltke, statesmen like Lincoln, Gladstone, and Bismarck, poets like Shakespeare, Dante, and Goethe. We have had too few of these in the library profession. They were all lucky, and what we need, especially in the present emergency, is plenty of luck in the library. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Library as a Museum, Part 1. Boundary regions are always interesting. Close to the line separating 2 regions of fact or of thought cluster the examples that fascinate us. Kipling's stories of India are so interesting because they tell of the meeting points of 2 civilizations, the boundary along which they come into contact, interact, and fuse. The same is true of all tales of the white man and the red Indian, of the stories of early explorers, of the narratives of Spanish conquistadors in the South and French Jesuits in the North. The student of mathematical physics will tell you that it is not in homogeneous regions, but along boundary lines that the application of his equations becomes difficult, and at the same time interesting. Our whole human life is conditioned by boundaries. It is possible only on a surface separating the Earth's mass from its atmosphere. It is limited by narrow conditions of temperature, nourishment, light, and so on. So we need not be astonished when we find that two related subjects of any kind acquire new vitality and new interest when we study the region along the line where they touch. This is especially true of the library and the museum. I do not intend to dwell on the case where the books in a library are themselves treated as museum objects, although possibly this is the one that may first occur to the mind in this connection. Books that are curiosities on account of their rarity or for other reasons are limited usually to very large libraries. The Lenox Library in New York, now part of the Public Library, was almost entirely a book museum and was so intended by its founder. The private libraries of great collectors, such as J. Pierpont Morgan or the Huntingtons, are often largely book museums, and in general a book that brings a high price brings it for its value as a curiosity, not as a book. The freer a book is, the more value it has as a book. The more restricted it is, the greater its value as a curiosity. Of course, even a small library may have one or two books that are worth display as curiosities, because they are old or rare or have interesting local associations, either through the author or the owner or in some other way. The Hawthorne and Longfellow room in the Bowdoin College Library is an example of this latter case. But a book, or anything else, owned and displayed as a mere curiosity, is not of much real value, no matter what price it may bring at auction. The things that make a good museum what it is are not curiosities at all, in the vulgar sense. They illustrate some science or art and make its study easier and more interesting. They throw light on geology or history or sculpture. Once in a while we see a museum collection of books made for this object, to illustrate the art of binding or the history of printing or the depredations of book-eating insects. The value of specimens like these has nothing to do with their rarity. Sometimes the smallest library may have books or pamphlets that may be displayed with this object, especially where the subject is local. It may, for instance, gather a collection of early pamphlets from local printing offices, or of books once the property of some eminent citizen. These things belong to a museum pure and simple, which is the reason why I am mentioning them at first, to get them out of the way before treating my real subject, which is the debatable ground between library and museum. There is nothing debatable about a book museum, any more than about any other kind of museum. A collection of historical or geological specimens, for instance, that often finds place in a library building, not because it is a library, but because it is a convenient place, or because it has been thought best to build a library and a museum under one roof, as has been done in Pittsburgh. There is, however, a real debatable ground between library and museum, with somewhat hazy boundaries, which I believe that either is justified in overstepping whenever such an act supplies an omission and does not duplicate. In other words, there is a boundary region between library and museum that may be occupied by either, but should not be occupied by both. I shall try briefly to define this region and indicate how the library may occupy parts of it without legitimate criticism when the necessity arises. Descriptive and illustrative material is to be found in both library and museum. Speaking generally, the former is of primary importance in the library and the latter in the museum. Many books consist of descriptive text alone, without pictures or diagrams, and on the other hand, a museum might contain specimens without labels, although they would not be of much use. In general, text with illustrations belongs in a library, and specimens with labels in a museum. The mere statement of the distinction as it has just been given, however, shows that it may be very difficult to draw a line between the two kinds of collections. A museum has been defined as a collection of good labels accompanied by illustrative specimens. Here the value of the descriptive text is emphasized, even in the museum collection. When descriptive treatises are shelved in connection with the specimens, as in some modern museums, We have an expansion of the label into the book, and the museum, in this one particular at least, crosses the dividing line between it and the library. No one would blame it for so doing. Similarly, the library may occasionally cross the line in the other direction without incurring blame. Let me repeat that both library and museum may contain descriptive and explanatory text and illustrative material. In the museum, the text is usually in the form of labels attached to the specimens, and these are generally material objects. In the library, the text is in book form, and the specimens, if we may so call them, are plates bound into the book. The first step taken by the library toward the line that separates it from the museum is when the plates, instead of being bound into a book, are kept separately in a portfolio. The accompanying text, corresponding to the labels of museum collections, may be on the same sheet as the plates, often on the reverse side or on separate sheets, which may be bound into a book even when the plates are separate. In the St. Louis Public Library, about 1,000 volumes, forming 1/3 of the collection kept regularly in our art room, have separate plates. These are of course not usually on display, but are in the cases ready to be used in the room on demand. They thus correspond, not with museum material displayed in cases, but with specimens packed away in such manner that they may easily be secured for study by those who want them. One may imagine a whole museum equipped for students in this way, with nothing on display at all, no popular exhibition features. Probably no museum was ever so administered as an entirety, and as you know, the large museums are making more and more of features adding to the attractiveness of the collection as a popular spectacle. The public visits the Museum of Natural History in New York much as it turns the pages of the National Geographic magazine, just to look at the pictures. This treatment of material is justified because it increases popular interest in the subject matter and brings people to the museum who would not otherwise enter it. Also, it predisposes public bodies to more generous support of the museum. This is true again of such institutions as botanical and zoological gardens, which have always been showplaces for the public as well as laboratories for the student. The library cannot afford to neglect such an opportunity of attracting the public and of stimulating interest in its own subject matter, books. It cannot continuously display any great part of its separate prints as a museum does with its specimens, but it can exhibit them from time to time, so that one or another of them is always displayed in this way. Simple screens can be cheaply made and the prints fastened thereto with thumb pins, taking care not to injure them by perforating with the pin, but letting the edge of the head lap over the edge of the print to hold it, and using sheets of transparent celluloid for protection where necessary. After beginning such displays in our own library, we found them so popular with our readers and so helpful in our own work that we are now holding 30 or 40 yearly, sometimes 2 or 3 at once in different parts of the library, supplementing our own material with loans from interested friends. The value of exhibitions of plates is so highly estimated by some librarians that they are breaking up valuable volumes so that the plates may be used separately. This is a second step toward the museum use of the library. I have heard a well-known librarian assert that if permitted by his board, he would dismember every art book in his library in this way. Most of us, especially if we are interested in the exhibition side of library work, which is distinctly a museum side, will be inclined to sympathize with him. But although we hesitate perhaps to tear to pieces good books, even for such a good purpose as this, there is much material that can be so treated with a clear conscience. Many duplicates of artworks can be thus used, and there is hardly an illustrated book which, when the librarian is ready to throw it away, does not contain plates or maps which can be saved and used. In St. Louis, when we condemn books, they are never destroyed, and consigned to the old paper dealer before passing through the hands and before the eyes of all those who might use still usable fragments of this kind. Taking the item of maps alone, Some of the best special maps are attached to volumes of travel or history, as folders or in pockets. So long as the book is usable, the map of course must go with it. But if the map has been reinforced with linen when the book is purchased, as it ought to be, it will probably be in usable condition when the book is worn out, and may at once be transferred to the map collection. The same is true of other plate than pictures. Facsimiles of handwriting, for instance. A very fair autograph collection may be made of such detached plates. Not originals, of course, but originals are valuable merely as curiosities, in the way that we have already noted. Facsimiles are as good for any other purpose. Of course, all such torn up or detached material is very convenient also for referencing use. Easily filed and quickly consulted. It may be kept in vertical file cases, in loose leaf binders, or in ordinary portfolios. One of the interesting things about it is the facility of assembling it in different ways. In our own library we sometimes tear apart the leaves of an art book simply to group the plates in an order that will make them more valuable for reference purposes. This leads us to another nearly related, though I should call it a still further, step toward the museum region, which is taken when we deliberately create specimens by clipping and mounting. Most libraries are now doing this freely, both for reference work and for circulation. In many cases there are no separate labels here, except a brief descriptive title, the material being classified according to its subject or its intended use. The similarity to the school museum or circulating museum, a very recent development of museum work, is striking. In this field the library has been ahead of the regular museums. The material clipped and mounted is usually book material, largely plates from books, magazines, or papers. There is much other material that can be so mounted and used, the kind of thing that is familiar in memorabilia scrapbooks, theater and concert programs, announcements, invitations, tickets of admission, badges, menus, photographs, advertising material, etc. It is usually a mistake to make permanent scrapbooks of such material. When they need to be assembled in book form, the separate mounts can be brought together in a loose leaf binder. A permanent scrapbook ties the material together in a way that may prove embarrassing. Suppose, for instance, that you are keeping printed material from 3 clubs in your town, as you ought. Clubs seldom do this for themselves. Several St. Louis women's clubs have told us that they visit the library when they want to indulge in research into their own past doings. It might be natural to keep a scrapbook for each club and insert the material as it comes. But suppose you desire to display all your material on war activities, and that some of the material in these scrapbooks falls under this head. You will have to leave it out or tear out your scrapbook leaves. Mounting takes time, and it is not necessary to mount everything. Material used only occasionally may be left unmounted. For instance, much newspaper clipped material may be kept loosely in heavy manila envelopes. Again, some material may be made more accessible if not mounted, especially if in card form, and in standard sizes. Such is the postal card. The amount of valuable material obtainable in postal card form will astonish those who have not looked into the matter. Besides the usual views of localities, embracing buildings, monuments, and scenery, good collections of sculpture, architecture, portraits, and many other things may be made in postal card form. Postal cards are all of the same size and very compact, so that they may be filed in trays and treated very much like catalog cards, guides being used with them as in an ordinary catalog. The amount of usable material that can be stored to the square foot in this form is probably greater than any other. End of section 38. Section 39 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Library as a Museum, Part 2. In all material of this sort, the similarity of collection, treatment, and use may be so close that the passage from the picture to the object seems almost negligible. Yet many persons apparently consider that here we must draw the definite boundary line between the collections of the library and those of the museum. They would say, for instance, that it is perfectly legitimate for a library to acquire, preserve, and use a plate bearing a printed facsimile in natural colors of a piece of textile goods, but not a card mount bearing an actual piece of the same goods, although the two were so similar in appearance that at a little distance it would be impossible to tell the colored print from the actual piece of textile. Librarians will not be apt to attach much importance to this distinction, and those whose collections include treatises on textiles with colored plates will not hesitate to supplement them with mounted specimens of the actual textile with typewritten descriptions. Generally, manufacturers are only too happy to furnish samples of their current output, and older specimens, sometimes of historical interest, can be bought from dealers. There are precedents for the treatment of this sort of thing as library material. Probably Hough's well-known work on American woods will occur to everyone. No library, as far as I know, has ever thought of barring this from its shelves because it contains actual thin sections of the various woods instead of pictures thereof. The peculiar adaptability of this kind of material to library use is a physical one, and is shared by every flat specimen that may be mounted on sheets. Instances will occur to everyone. An actual flower or leaf, for example, is generally cheaper than a color reproduction of it, and takes up little more room when mounted. A good descriptive botany with inadequate pictures may well be supplemented by a herbarium of this kind. Historical material is quite generally flat, often written or printed on card or paper. Old programs, menus, railroad tickets, dance cards, timetables, cards of admission, souvenirs of all kinds. One of the most interesting exhibitions I ever saw was of foreign railway material. Timetables, tickets, dining car menus, etc. Many Chinese and Japanese specimens were included. A treatise on forms of railway tickets with facsimile illustrations would be eagerly sought by libraries. Why should not the objects themselves be equally valuable? Librarians were glad to have Miss Kate Sanborn's book on old wallpapers with its realistic reproductions, but how many of them thought of the possibility of making their own books of specimens, using the papers themselves instead of photographic facsimiles thereof? This point of view may be commended to the makers of decorated bulletins in libraries. Much laborious handwork is often done in the preparation of these, and the results are seldom worth the trouble. Even when a work of art has been produced, it may be questioned whether the time withdrawn from other library work has been employed to the best purpose. By the use of what has been called above museum material, time may be saved and better results reached. For instance, I once saw in an exhibition of picture bulletins one bearing a list of books and articles on lace. It was made in white ink on black cardboard, and bore a most realistic representation of lace, done with the pen, probably at a vast expenditure of time. The most that could be said for this really clever bit of work was that it looked enough like a real piece of lace mounted on the cardboard to deceive the elect at a short distance. Why then did not the maker mount a real bit of inexpensive lace on the board at an expenditure of a few minutes' time? It should not require much thought to see that bulletins prepared in this way are usually better and more effective than elaborate decoration with pencil and brush. Another point of resemblance between this kind of library material and that utilized by museums is the fact that its value is so often a group value, possessed by the combination of objects of a certain kind, rather than by any one in itself. For instance, a common earthenware jar designed by John Jones in the Trenton Potteries may have little value, but if you add to it 1,000 other earthenware jars, or 1,000 pieces of any kind designed by John Jones, or 1,000 other specimens made in Trenton, the collection acquires a value which far exceeds the average value of its elements multiplied by thousands. The former may be 5 cents, the latter $5,000. In the same way, an illustration by Mary Smith, clipped from a trashy story in a 10-cent magazine, has little value, zero value perhaps. But 1,000 such illustrations showing the published work of Mary Smith from the time she began until she acquired standing as an illustrator is worthwhile. It should not be necessary to tell librarians that the best way to make such a collection as this is not to search for each element by itself, but to gather miscellaneous related material in quantity and then sort it. If you have a pile of slips to alphabetize, you do not go through the whole mass to pick out the A's, and then again for the B's, and so on. You sort the whole mass at once, so that while you are segregating the A's, you are at the same time collecting the B's and all the rest of the alphabet. Likewise, if you want the illustration work of Jessie Wilcox Smith, for instance, you need not hunt separately for bits from her pen. You need only clip all the illustrations from magazines and papers that would be otherwise discarded. Then you sort these by the names of the illustrators, and you have at once collections not only of Miss Smith's current work, but that of dozens of other illustrators. This is applicable in 100 other fields. It should be noted that this group value is potentially present in many large collections of material, whether classified or not into the particular groups in question. For instance, we have a large collection of locality postcards filed by cities and towns. Here are groups ready for use. If anyone wants views of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, or Stockton, California, to show to a class, or for use with a reflectograph, or to copy for newspaper work, they are already assembled. But also if someone is going to lecture on courthouses, it is the work of only a few moments to assemble from the file a temporary collection of 50 or 60 examples. The same is true of buildings of any other type, say college dormitories, railway stations, libraries, or warehouses, of parks, mountain scenery, and industrial processes, and of 100 other things. The value here is a true group value. It is created by assemblage and becomes dormant again when the items are distributed to their proper places in the file. The same is true of lantern slides to an even greater degree, for slides are practically never used except in groups. As a collection of slides may be grouped in scores of ways, it is better to file them in some order that will admit of quick selection, than to form groups arbitrarily at the outset and keep these together. A slide in such a group is practically withdrawn from the possibility of assemblage in some other group. For instance, a view of Michelangelo's Moses might find a place in a group to illustrate a talk on Michelangelo, or Renaissance sculpture, or the art treasures of Rome, or Old Testament worthies, or any one of a dozen others. If we place it arbitrarily in any one of these and keep the group together, we shall of course spare ourselves a little trouble if anyone wants that particular assemblage of slides, but we shall not only make it more difficult to assemble the other groups, but practically put them out of the running. Several years ago we had a valuable gift of a collection of slides illustrating phases of city planning, given by the Civic League of our city. They included many foreign views now difficult or impossible to obtain. The donors had assembled them in groups to go with lectures prepared in advance, and we maintained this arrangement for a time, although it was not in accord with our general plan. But we soon found that persons who asked for slides on London or Munich or Milan were missing some of our best material, simply because we could not always remember to look through the city planning groups for something that might be there. Consequently, we broke up these groups and distributed their slides to the proper places in our file, which is in trays arranged precisely as if the slides were catalog cards, with proper guides and cross references on cardboard slips. We have memoranda of the slides that belong in each lecture group, and these can be quickly assembled if wanted. Of course, we allow the public to go directly to the trays if they desire and assemble for themselves any group that they choose. This is all borderland material between library and museum. There is much of it analogous to the lantern slide that libraries have not taken up yet, but that they might handle to good advantage. I do not see why we should not, for instance, circulate microscope slides or photographic negatives. Stereoscopic pictures are now commonly handled by libraries owing to skillful and perfectly legitimate exploitation. There is perhaps some doubt whether we should include in this sort of material musical records, either for the mechanical organ and piano or for the phonograph. These should be possibly considered as books containing music written in a kind of notation that admits of sound reproduction. The fact that there is this doubt should perhaps suffice to throw these records into the borderland of which we are speaking. They are to some extent capable of the group arrangement spoken of above, as where a library patron asked to take out half a dozen records from one opera or 8 old French dances. They are also capable of a kind of correlation with other library material that is quite unique. Thus a reader may take out at the same time Chopin's Military Polonaise in ordinary notation and in music roll form. The pianola reproduction serves as a guide to his own reading of the piece, or he may simply follow the musical notation as he operates the mechanical player. Similarly, he may take out the miniature orchestral score of a selection and the phonograph record of the same as played by an actual orchestra. Here he cannot play the piece himself, but he can follow the reproduction with score in hand, much to his own musical pleasure and profit. An exactly similar correspondence exists between an ordinary book and a phonograph record of it read aloud. Such records are not often available, but I see no reason why they should not become so, at any rate in the case of poetical and oratorical selections. Our means of popular instruction in spoken language are deficient, and these might prove useful. At present we teach children in the schools to read and write, but not to speak. If they do not learn good colloquial spoken English at home, they are apt to remain uneducated in this respect. This plan has worked well in the teaching of foreign languages, and it is now possible to buy small phonographs with cylinder records in French, German, or Italian corresponding to printed passages in the accompanying manuals. I certainly think it legitimate of libraries to purchase these, and they would be borderland material, I suppose, in the same sense as the musical records. I may say before closing, in regard to this sort of museum material, that the largest circulation of music rolls that I know of is that of the Cincinnati Public Library, which distributes them at the rate of 60,000 per year. We have 3,681 rolls and circulated 16,814 in the year 1917. Neither the Cincinnati Library nor our own pays out money for this material. It is all donated. The status of phonograph records of all kinds as museum material is hardly as high in this country as abroad. In the Sorbonne, in Paris, records of French dialect speech have long been acquired and stored. Records of this kind and moving picture films made of permanent material and carefully prepared to show existing conditions would have very high future value. I do not know of any systematic effort to collect them in the United States. Possibly it might be difficult to find permanent films. A moving picture man told me that only perishable ones were being made, as it was not for the interests of the trade that they should last long. There is too much of this spirit in modern industry and trade, and it is responsible for poor materials of all sorts: paint, textiles, dyes, and furniture. Permanent carbon photo prints on paper can be made, and doubtless the process can be applied to transparent films if desired. This is really museum material, but if no museum takes it up, I should like to see the public library begin the work. We already have the films of our great St. Louis pageant of 1915, which may serve as a beginning. It has been said above that museum material adaptable to library use is so for physical reasons. We may go further and say that the whole difference between a library and a museum is a physical difference rather than one of either object or method. The difference is one of material and of the manner of its display, and these are conditioned by physical facts. The difference between an object and a picture of it is physical. It should not astonish us, then, that when this physical difference is abolished, as it is when the object itself is a picture, or is minimized, as when the object is flat like the picture and resembles it closely, like a textile specimen, the boundary between the museum and the library practically disappears. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Library and the Locality, Part 1. There is nothing more important than standardization, unless it is a knowledge of its proper limits. Probably no more important step has ever been taken than the introduction of standardization into the industries. The making of nails, screws, nuts, and bolts of standard sizes, the manufacture of watches, firearms, and machines of all sorts, with standard interchangeable parts. If you take apart 1,000 Ford automobiles and mix up the parts, 1,000 automobiles may be at once assembled from those parts, without any effort at selecting the particular ones associated with each other at first. You know that this principle is now being applied to what are known as fabricated ships, where certain types of freight carriers are made standard and then 20 or 30 of a kind are built at once in the same yard, being assembled from steel parts cut out and punched in what are called fabricating ships. Now, I need not waste time in arguing here that this process cannot be made to apply universally or be used indefinitely. To standardize a work of art would be to kill it. Standardization is valuable where interchangeability is necessary rather than adaptation to local conditions. Portable houses, for instance, with interchangeable parts, have been standardized to a certain extent, but only within the bounds of uniform climatic conditions. The standard houses for Michigan and Alabama would have to be different. It is important, therefore, as I have said, to know when standardization is being carried out, the limits of its advisability, and the conditions under which it becomes useless or injurious. This is of interest to us librarians, because our methods and processes, our buildings, our book collections, and the use of both have long been undergoing this very process. And it is surely desirable that almost all the routine processes of library work, and the others to some extent, should be standardized. This standardization has been going on ever since librarians began to meet together and began to issue their own professional literature. In other words, ever since the formation of the ALA in 1876 and the establishment of the Library Journal about the same time. The subsequent formation of state library associations and local library clubs, as well as the establishment of other library periodicals, has greatly multiplied the opportunities for librarians to talk over their work with each other, to learn of other and better ways of doing things, to compare existing methods, and to determine, if possible, which of them best serves the purpose for which it was devised. These things having in some measure been decided, they were then crystallized and fixed by the rise and success of library schools, summer schools, and training classes, which selected the methods that had stood the test of time and had emerged from the crucible of discussion and formulated them into standards which were thenceforth taught to their students. This, I think, is a fair statement of the way in which our present library standards came to be standards. It is a good way to select the best and to ensure that the best shall not be departed from. If the best always remained best, we should have no quarrel with it. Unfortunately, there is flux and change all about us. A method is best when it best corresponds to the conditions. We can ensure that the method shall not be changed, but we have no control over a large proportion of the conditions. They change in spite of us, and then the methods ought to change with them. In some instances, we have erred, possibly by making it a little hard to change them. We are now ready to consider some of the cases where standards ought not to obtain, where one library ought to try to be different from another instead of exactly like it. It is evident from what was said above about portable houses that difference of locality is apt to introduce important exceptions into any rule of this kind, and it is on these exceptions that we are to dwell particularly today. There are thousands of particulars in which it is desirable that a library in one town should be conducted exactly like one in another town. What are the particulars in which the library must or should be different? First, let us consider the stock of books. If these have been selected properly, differences between the two towns will perhaps be first reflected in these, for a library's ability to serve its community depends primarily on certain correspondences between the books and the readers. These correspondences may be summarized by saying that the books in a library must represent a combination of the reader's wants and their needs. These might always coincide in an ideal community, but in practice, no librarian thinks of paying attention to the one to the exclusion of the other. At the same time, the demands of the readers should always be known and always considered, even if they want what is unnecessary. And we must likewise try to ascertain what they need, even if they have no desire for it. The extremes in a community without library taste would be a library of trashy fiction and one of serious standard works at which no one ever looked. A book selector who uses good judgment will of course steer between this Scylla and this Charybdis, and the result will be a collection that the community can use with both pleasure and profit. Moreover, as time goes on, the reader's taste and the quality of their library will both slowly but surely rise. No two towns are alike. Where the books have thus been selected, the collections will reflect the character of the communities, not only in literary taste, but in many other things. The industries of the towns are likely to differ. In one, perhaps, there are potteries, in the other, shoe factories. The workers in the industries, and even outsiders interested in them for local reasons, should have an opportunity to consult their literature. The natural resources of the regions doubtless differ. Their crops, their mineral output, their attractiveness to the summer tourist. Transportation facilities vary. All these things have their reflection in books, and the differences of the towns have their corresponding reflections in their libraries. Many years ago, your lecturer called the attention of librarians to the fact that they have in their own statistical tables a means of ascertaining whether they are keeping up with the reading tendencies of their communities in book purchase. Nearly every library classifies both its stock and its circulation, and tabulates both for the year, giving also the percentage of each class to the whole. Now, suppose, for instance, that his tables show 9% of history on the shelves, we will say, whereas the circulation of the same class is 11%. Evidently, his readers are fonder of history than he is. They read it in greater degree than he buys it. Moral, buy more history. Of course, this would be the moral only where the tendency shown was to be encouraged. For instance, the average percentage of fiction on the shelves in a public library is probably about 30, whereas its circulation runs from 60 to 65. We do not say here, buy more fiction, because fiction reading needs no encouragement, but rather judicious restraint, although I certainly am not one of those who condemn it. I wish, however, that we could divide our novels into 3 classes, good, indifferent, and bad, and then test the public demand by the method outlined above. I am convinced that some surprises might be in store for us. Among the subjects that differ totally in 2 localities, local history and biography are conspicuous. Both citizens and visitors are often interested in them. There are features of each that are of more than local interest, but the purely local side must generally be taken care of by the library or not at all. Sometimes there is a local historical society whose work, of course, the library will not try to duplicate, but there is always room for cooperation, stimulation, and aid. A moribund historical body may often be galvanized into life by an interested librarian. The library may offer such a body the hospitality of its building and shelf room for its collections with mutual benefit. But in scores of towns, there is only languid interest in local history or local worthies, and the library itself must do all that is done. Material bearing on these local matters rarely consists of books. It will include local newspapers, clippings, a pamphlet or two, menus, leaflets, programs, all sorts of printed things issued by churches, schools, clubs, and societies, and lost as soon as issued unless caught at once and preserved. Here is the library's chance to possess a collection that is the only one of its kind in the world, for outside the hometown, no one would think of getting it together. Supplementing these printed records may be all sorts of manuscript material, letters, diaries, reminiscences, or narratives written or dictated especially for the library by persons who have something locally interesting to tell. If there are maps showing the growth of the town or anything else of interest about it, the library is the place for it. The collection and arrangement need take none of the busy librarian's time, for there is always someone in the town whose interest and labor can be enlisted. If nothing else can be done, at least a file of the local newspaper can be kept and indexed on cards, especially for names of localities and persons. Work of this kind done currently and not allowed to accumulate does not take much time. In these days of universal snapshots, local photographs are easy to get. The librarian may take a few herself, and the library may well defray the expense. 100 years from now, 20 views of your Main Street, taken at 5-year intervals from the same point and showing the progressive changes, would be worth their weight in gold. Groups taken just for fun or for family reasons are often worth keeping because they show the fashions of the day. These are of no particular interest to us now, but any of us would be glad to have in our libraries a collection of groups showing prevalent modes of dress in our towns during each year in the last century. Old buildings are often torn down to make room for new. These should be photographed before they go. All material of this kind is peculiar to the library where it is preserved and helps to make that library's collections a departure from standardization whose importance we need, perhaps, insist on no further. It may not be possible to collect in the library all of the interesting local material in the town. Much of it may be in the hands of private owners who will not part with it. Some of it may be owned by clubs, churches, or public bodies. In this case, there should be an index somewhere to indicate where it is, and there is no more appropriate place for this index than the library. I have elsewhere suggested that where this privately owned material consists of books, cards for them may be inserted also in the library's public catalog. But in addition, there is no limit to the extent to which the library may go in indexing material, and this work may well enlist the interest and efforts of volunteers. There may be an index to old furniture, one of colonial houses, possibly illustrated and annotated like the fine one prepared by Mr. Goddard for the Connecticut State Library, one of soldiers sent by the town to various wars, one of noteworthy storms or of very high or low temperatures, one to local organizations, past and present. The special interests of the community will guide those efforts, and here, too, the library of one town will differ materially from that of another. Possibly library standardization has affected buildings more than anything else about a library. There was a time where its absence was doing a great deal of harm, especially in the case of small or medium-sized libraries put up under the Carnegie gift. Every board and every local architect had a different idea, but all seemed to agree that the building, no matter how small, was to be a monument with a rotunda and a dome, and a good deal of waste resulted. There was a loud call for some kind of a standard plan, and small library buildings, whether for branches or independent libraries, are now a good deal alike, so much so that we can often pick out a library building by its outward guise, and that we will sometimes say of a post office or an art gallery, "That looks exactly like a library." This ease of identification is of course good as far as it goes, but it should not interfere with a certain degree of adaptation to local conditions. This is obvious in the case of sites offering local peculiarities. For instance, the High Bridge branch of the New York Public Library is built on a steep hillside. The architect has taken advantage of this fact to arrange an entrance on the ground level on each of the 3 floors. The lowest is a service entrance. The next above leads to the children's room, and the uppermost to the adult department. Each door opens on a different street, and the 3 facades are respectively 3, 2, and 1 story high. Evidently, no standard plan would have been of use here. The building, inside and out, had to be planned for this site and this alone. And although not many sites require such special treatment as this, there are many that do not lend themselves to the erection of a rigid standard building. In Detroit, the Carnegie Committee, I am told, were inclined to insist on a basement assembly room and branches to be built on ground where any basement at all would involve wasteful expense of construction. The proposed contents of a building should often affect its plan. Some architects have not yet learned the difference between an independent library and a branch of the same size and probable circulation. An independent library may have to house treasures and should be of fireproof construction. A branch rarely houses anything that cannot easily be replaced, and it may be waste of money to make it fireproof. The architectural style of a library building is often properly made to conform with some style peculiar to the locality or regarded as suitable for it. The Riverside Public Library in California is properly in the Spanish colonial or mission style. That of New Haven, Connecticut is a modified New England colonial. The Jackson Square branch in New York is Dutch. The Chestnut Hill branch in Philadelphia and the Public Library in Harrisburg are of the irregular stone masonry so familiar in many parts of Pennsylvania. Some of the branches in Portland, Oregon, used to be and perhaps still are of wood, built of the Douglas fir of the surrounding region. The power of the purse is an important thing in libraries as elsewhere, and possibly we should have taken up earlier the variations of library income with locality. Not only are some communities better able to support a library than others, but of 2 with equal ability, one will excel in interest and willingness to give. An attempt to regulate income by rule is a requirement of the Carnegie Committee that a municipality shall appropriate for the support of a library in a Carnegie building not less than 10% of its cost. I know that the condition is primarily stated the other way around. The town is supposed to decide what it can give to support a library, and then the Carnegie Committee is willing to capitalize this at 10%. But the library once built, its cost becomes the fixed item, and the appropriation the variable one, and in many cases it has varied so far downward as to constitute a violation of the town's library contract. Of late, the committee is making an effort to detect and tabulate these violations and to use them as a basis for withholding donations in neighborhoods where they have been frequent. A man is known by the company he keeps, and it may be just to regard with some suspicion one who lives in a neighborhood where dishonest persons congregate. Still, towns are unlike men, since their locations are fairly permanent, and it scarcely seems right to turn down Jonesville's request for a Carnegie library because Smithtown, 35 miles away, has been unable to appropriate the 10% that it promised. The committee has also made what I regard as the mistake of finding fault with a library that suffers from an unduly reduced appropriation, instead of with the city or town government that is responsible for the reduction. To throw blame on the head of an institution that has just been robbed of its birthright would seem to be adding insult to injury. But despite the failure of this particular effort at standardization, there seems to be a feeling that library incomes should be so far standardized as to be calculable from the particular set of circumstances under which the library is working. The state of New York once attempted to regulate its library appropriation by home use alone, so many cents per volume circulated. This was a very crude attempt, but possibly we ought to be able to say just how many dollars ought to support a library in a building of specified size with so many books and a circulation of so many per year. This matter was the subject of earnest discussion for a year or more in the American Library Institute, but no definite conclusion was reached. It has always been my belief that some sort of formula could be deduced by mathematical methods from a large number of observed data, that is, the statistics of a series of normally conducted libraries. Observe that this is not so much standardization as an attempt to systematize the recognition of differences. End of section 40. Section 41 of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick. The Library and the Locality, Part 2. With the average librarian, the practical question is not so much what sum he ought to have to run his library as how he can and shall run it with what he has. Limitation of income invariably limits service, and unfortunately the kind of service on which it bears most sharply is that which is the library's specialty, namely the provision of books. The purchase of books should be the last thing in which the library ought to economize, but in practice it is generally the first. The building must be cared for, lighted and heated. The public must be served. But it is easy to stop buying books, and it is in book purchase that the library with small income differs from its neighbor with plenty of money. There are some curious exceptions where the library cannot wholly control the expenditure of its money, which is regulated by the dead hand of a testator. Thus, the Forbes Library of Northampton, Massachusetts, now sensibly consolidated with the public library of that city, was obliged for years to expend most of its income for the purchase of books, leaving practically nothing for keeping up its building or paying its staff. It was thus rich where a library is usually poor, and vice versa. The earliest efforts at standardization among librarians were directed toward cataloging, and probably catalogers are our greatest sticklers for a rigid adherence to rules. Those who read Mr. E. L. Pearson's column in the Boston Transcript realize that there are some librarians who consider this fact a legitimate target for ridicule, and it is clear, I think, that both the methods and results of cataloging ought not to be immune from modification to adapt them to local peculiarities. Some public libraries are used so much for scholarly or antiquarian research that their catalogs need to approximate that of a university library. Others are of so popular a nature that they hardly need a catalog at all. The needs of a certain community may require the very full analysis of certain books, whereas elsewhere these could do very well with less analysis, or possibly none at all. The selection of subject headings may have to be made with due regard to the use that a catalog is likely to receive. Books on open shelves do not need precisely the same kind of cataloging as those to which access is not allowed. A library's public, too, sometimes gets into habits, and if these are unobjectionable, it may be better to humor them than to try to change them. Some bodies of readers like as many printed lists as possible. Others rarely use them. In some places, there is great demand for a monthly bulletin. Elsewhere, it is little used. Any librarian who does not stand ready to adapt his catalog in some respects to the character and needs of his readers runs the risk of limiting his field of service. Methods of distribution may require selection or modification to suit local peculiarities. Take, for instance, the choice of a charging system. Which is the best charging system is a question frequently asked of experienced librarians or library school instructors. This query is on a par with, what is the best material for clothes? Or, is paregoric or ipecac the best medicine? A librarian who finds in her new job a charging system that she dislikes, which has been used without complaint for years, should investigate before changing. Acceptance of the system may be simply due to habit. Even then, as we have seen, there may be reason for retaining it, and there is a fair chance that it may have held its ground because it is in some way better adapted to the community. Of course, the adaptation may be to something else, size, for example. A rapid rise in the circulation may take a library out of the small library class and necessitate changes not only in charging system but in many other things. Someday, an industrious student of library economy will tabulate these things that are independent of local conditions, or so nearly so that it is better to standardize them, and tell how the others should be varied with local topography, climate, and population. There is no time for that in a single lecture, and if I can leave firmly fixed in your minds the idea that some things are better standardized while others should be functions of variable local conditions, I shall have accomplished all that I set out to do. I have already noted some of the differences between a branch library and a central library. Possibly these deserve further mention as an instance of the adaptation of methods of distribution to locality. I have frequently had occasion to deal with complaints which on investigation proved to be due to the fact that the complaining reader expected to find at a branch library all the facilities of a central library. He had lived near the central library in one city and had moved to another where it was more convenient for him to use a branch. The first thing that strikes him is that the reference collection is inadequate. He does not realize that the central reference collection cannot possibly be duplicated at branch libraries. Such complaints, however, may often give the librarian a hint. He may have equipped all his branches with the same small, good reference collection, forgetting that reference work varies with locality. Several complaints of this sort from the same branch may indicate the necessity of enlarging the reference collection there, or perhaps of adopting some such scheme as we are trying in St. Louis of a central reference collection of duplicates for supplying temporary branch needs. It is not always realized that the character of the book collection in a branch library is influenced by the mere fact that it is a branch, apart from considerations of size, circulation, and character of readers. There are many standard books in small demand that no library should be without. One copy will serve the needs of the whole town. If there is but one library there, the book must form part of that library's collection. Whereas, if there are a central building and branches, it should be in the central library, not in the branches. It is for this reason that the ALA catalog should not be used for stocking a branch. I know of cases where numbers of books lie idle on the shelves of every branch in a city system because they are not branch books at all. 1 or 2 copies at Central would have been sufficient, and to place them in branches has been waste of money. When the New York Public Library took in a considerable number of small independent libraries as branches, I had the opportunity, a year or so after the event, of ascertaining from the librarians what difference to them and to their readers the change of status had made. They were unanimous in saying that although they, as librarians, felt less independent, the service to readers was vastly improved, owing to the fact that the library now formed part of a large system. This is always the result of any kind of union of effort, whether by consolidation or cooperation. The individual is somewhat hampered, but the community is benefited. This, of course, is something of a departure from our subject. Sometimes the chief difference between two localities is in the character and temper of the readers. The whole scheme of relations between library and public needs often to be altered in moving from one place to another. This is perhaps most noticeable in a city where there is a system of branch libraries. The assistant who has been transferred from a Jewish to a Scandinavian district and then to one occupied by well-to-do Americans will understand what I mean without further explanation. But this difference in readers is, of course, much wider than mere racial difference. It may be a difference in social status. We Americans are too apt to pretend that this sort of thing does not affect a public educational institution, but it decidedly does. Some librarians make the mistake of thinking that these differences are racial also. It is a matter of common knowledge among city librarians that in a slum library, the problem of discipline is simplicity itself compared with a library where the readers are nearly all well-to-do. This is often asserted to depend merely on the racial difference between the newly arrived immigrant, Russian, Jew, Italian, or Pole, and the native American. But we find that when the immigrant has learned the customs of the country and has made enough money to raise him in the social scale and enable him to move from his slum surroundings, he quickly takes his place with the well-to-do library patrons. He is more exacting, and his children are harder to manage. The difference is really a social one. The immigrant is accustomed to being looked down on in his native country, to living on little and having few principles. He is humble and thankful for small favors. What he gets at the library fills him with amazement and gratitude. Mary Anton has told us all about it. But the well-to-do citizen, whether by birth or recent acquirement, realizes that the library is being supported by his taxes. He realizes it, in fact, so keenly that he gives it somewhat undue prominence in his mind and sometimes shows this in his treatment of the library staff. Knowing that the library belongs in part to him, he may often forget that it belongs in equal degree to others. He is impatient or even resentful of rules intended to maintain equality of service. His children unconsciously absorb this same attitude. They resent control and are hard to keep in order. Much of the librarian's time must be given to smoothing down ruffled feathers and maintaining discipline, time which ought to be given to bettering the quality of service. Evidently, these two kinds of communities must be handled differently. They call for different training on the part of the staff, a different stock of books, almost for different buildings. Then there is the indifferent community, which may be anywhere in the social scale and which requires special handling. It is even difficult to tell at times whether or not a community is really indifferent. Their reaction to the library is often a phase of the local feeling that is the subject of this lecture. It is present in some communities and absent in others, but its presence does not always mean real appreciation of library privileges, nor does its absence mean lack of such appreciation. Not more than a few months apart, about 10 years ago, 2 branch libraries were opened in New York. One was in Greenwich Village, a district of strong local peculiarities, which I fear it is about to lose because writers have taken to describing them in the magazines. The other was on 96th Street, which was a part of New York like any other. The village took the greatest interest in the library from the moment when its site was selected. The building was watched from its foundation up. Bad little boys annoyed the workmen. Local politicians and merchants congratulated the neighborhood and told us how fine they thought it was all going to be. Everybody wanted to take part in the opening exercises, and nearly everybody did. There were floods of oratory and crowds of visitors. But having obtained the library and done what it considered its whole duty in the premises, Greenwich Village, not being a community of readers, proceeded to leave us to our own devices, and it was only after months of uphill work that the branch succeeded in getting anything like a respectable circulation. On the other hand, the establishment, construction, and opening of the 96th Street branch were treated by the surrounding residents with supreme indifference. No one had asked to have a branch located at this point, which had been selected solely for reasons of topography and population. As the building went up, no one asked whether it was a school or a bank. Nobody came to the opening exercises. And yet, when the library began to circulate books, the community responded to such an extent that in a short time the branch was giving them out at the rate of $40,000 a month. Here, the interest and pride of a community in the possession of a library building and its disposition to make use of the library are clearly shown to be two different things. In this case, the two communities were parts of the same city, but separate towns often show the same phenomenon. Some of the most indifferent library towns, for instance, are the ones where superhuman efforts were put forth to secure a Carnegie building. A kind of standardization of which we cannot have too little is that controlled by the man who takes himself as the standard, his own ideas, prejudices, and habits. This kind of standardizer is not always aware of what he is doing. He believes that his methods are the best. They may be best for him and possibly for the particular environment in which he has been working. I am not sure that some of our most cherished library habits did not originate in this way, were not originally simply the personal whims of some able and forceful library administrator who was in a position in the formative stage of library progress to impress them on the fabric of our work. Fortunately for us, the men of this kind, in the early history of the library movement, were not only men of force, but generally of common sense as well. Possibly their habits and customs were as good as any others that we might have adopted. I am sure that they were better than some, but individual points of view may in some cases prove disastrous. I remember an English novel in which a local librarian, personally interested in the history of the French Revolution, uses all the available funds of his institution for years to buy books on the subject, building up a fine collection, but making his library useless for its ordinary purposes. His successor, a man with other interests, threw out the whole collection. I have often wondered which of these two librarians one ought to condemn most. Both are examples of the injury that may be done by what we may call auto-standardization. I am preparing this whole lecture with a fear that someone of this kind may think he is adapting his library to his locality when he is only standardizing it by himself. Self-deception may go far in matters of this kind, and there is something to be said in favor of hard and fast standardization without departure of any kind, in that it prevents aberrations such as I have just hinted at. I trust that no self-standardizer is in my present audience. Our conclusion from all this should be, I think, that a library should not only assimilate its methods to those of other libraries, which is standardization, but should react to the needs and conditions of its own surroundings, which is localization. If you would know the extent of this local reaction and the character of its results, ask the members of the library's community, especially if that community is small. And we must remember that no library community is large, so far as its direct popular use is concerned. Whether it is in a village or a city, whether it is a central library or a branch, it is effective as a community center only within a small circle of perhaps half a mile radius. The residents of this circle are in a position to give testimony regarding the library's local services. If it has succeeded in adapting itself to local needs, its reputation will be that of a valuable, helpful, well-disposed institution. If not, the neighbors will be hostile, or at least indifferent. Libraries that are in constant trouble with their readers, the object of continual complaint and controversy, generally have the feeling that the fault is with the public. Sometimes it is, for a maladjustment is seldom on one side only. But more often it is chiefly due to the fact that the library has overlooked its purely local functions, while possibly at the same time conforming most admirably to what are considered the best library standards. No library can afford to neglect its special duties to its locality, and if these conflict with standardization, it should be the general standards and not the local adjustments that should go by the board. End of section 41 and end of Library Essays, Papers Related to the Work of Public Libraries by Arthur Elmore Bostwick.